Hello everyone. I'm here. Uh, this is like getting really fucking annoying. I'm getting mad now. For some reason, my computer was like really slow, and it was really dumb. But we're just gonna have to deal with it. Hope for the best. Okay, that's fine. We're just gonna close out of that. Make it less complicated. Uh, I wonder maybe it's the fucking slideshow. Well, I want to see something. Let's see. I'm just gonna turn this display capture off for a bit. I want to see if I can like. Always play. Let's see. Stop when not visible. Restart when visible. Pause when not visible. Unpause when visible. I'll do this. That way, it'll be fine. Let's see. Loop. Okay. I don't want to add any new files yet. Maybe if I do that, it'll be better. Slightly. Whatever. It is what it is. At this point, I'm just gonna stream and see it and hope for the best. It's just slow. Like everything's choppy. But it's like earlier my mouse was like very slow moving. Now it's like fine. Uh, in the earlier stream when I would play a video, it would be like DSP was like going like frame by frame, and I think it was just because the CPU was like going bonkers. It was like over 30%. Oh my god. So I'm just trying to like reduce the load on the computer. Okay, good. I think it was just I had so many documents on my computer that I didn't delete that I had to delete. I had too many sources on here. I think it was all this stuff that it was running behind the scenes that I think is why it slowed down. I'm gonna increase DSP's audio for you guys. I have a feeling it's too quiet for you. I think that'd be good. All right. All sources. Make sure the box is ticked on each source and visible. Oh, you know what? I think it's like for gifts. I should do that. Because I think if I do this, it'll just yeah, shut down source when not visible. Okay, the same thing for this. All right. Well, it'll be it. I think it'll be good enough. Alright, so we're gonna do Endure the King as I always do. I do want to do Persona 4 as well, so maybe I'll do Persona 4 later today. We'll see. We will see what happens, but let's get into it. Oh boy. Oh, nice shot. I swear, this dude like wants to show off his like groin to the world. He's always quiet, but I do want to see something. Hold on. I'm gonna change this. You're not gonna hear anything for a bit, but okay, that's good. Let's put this back on this channel. Is it better now? Still not audible. What the fuck? Like, oh, what the fuck? It's literally like showing fucking bars. The audio source works. Look, look, look. Okay. I have to restart OBS. I bet it's not muted. Hold on, I'm gonna restart OBS. All right. Okay. So we're back with this.
Try to do my best
Do you hear him now?
to answer your questions here live on the stream. However, we did start a little bit later today. Reason being, I'm actually making a pot of Italian sauce.
I knew it.
In my kitchen.
Now look at this intro.
I'm excited
Oh
for
my
the show
god!
today. I hope you
Holy
guys are excited
shit!
too.
I'm so sorry it took this long to get it running, but we got it working. We got it working, guys. But let's get into it. Jeez, I'm sorry. I think this happened to me before, and that's why I restarted OBS because I knew it was like something like that. But you know that's why I'm glad to stream this. At least I have you guys telling me straight up. Now I don't think he did timestamps. Yeah, no timestamps for me. Feels bad, man.
If we have time, I will try to
Now
do
look
my
at this.
best to answer your questions here live on the stream. However, we did start.
Now look how he starts off. He starts talking, and then immediately he's like his attention goes straight to the desktop. And this is the problem with him doing these like fucking tip audits. You know exactly that when a tip comes in just by him doing this. So like he gets distracted so easily now.
Start a little bit later today.
And then you heard his computer errors, so you know he's doing something with PayPal.
Reason being, I'm actually making a pot of homemade Italian sauce down in my kitchen. And
then now he's typing.
Some extra time. Okay.
He's typing. He's moving the mic around.
You know, when it takes up the extra time to do that, I have to start late, and I started a little bit later today than I usually would, as a result of doing that Italian sauce. So we basically got about 3 hours for the show to run, but I do take a couple breaks in between there, so that I can, you know, rest my voice, use the restroom, and stuff like that. Okay. So we're going to get started in a moment. A couple contributions have come in that I want to do some shout-outs for.
Oh, boy.
Here we go. Here's a troll. We're just going to ban this guy right now. Right off the bat, we got a fucking troll.
Ban him.
Everybody. So let me just get rid of that guy right now. Biggest Kobe fan did a 200-bit cheer and became the top cheerer of the day. So let me go ahead and get that.
Well, it depends on the food. Some fats, like, your body sometimes stores fat in different places. So, I mean, his body is probably storing his fat in his stomach and not anywhere else.
Kobe fan.
I mean, again, he's not obese. He's not like an obese dude. But he's not like...
Biggest Kobe fan 24.
He's not in shape.
200-bit cheer. Thank you, sir, for becoming the top cheer of the day. Steven Seagull just cheers. Says, I could pay you to answer questions all day. He does like to cheer and get his questions answered on the show. However, I did say to people, since this is a dedicated Q&A show where people posted up their questions on my forums on thekingofhate.com, they also posted up some questions on my Twitter at TheyCallMeDSP, that because of that, those have priority. Even though I will do shout-outs for those who contribute today, I need to give priority to people who posted up their stuff, previously for the show. Now, Steven Seagull, did you just tip me? Because I got a tip from someone named Steven the Goal Seagull saying, since I verified my PayPal, all I can think about is rum ham. Give me up to on the leaderboards.
Now remember, he used to not read these tips that he didn't know if it was from the dude, right? And now he's reading the tip from the dude.
It feels good. You are actually not verified on PayPal. I just checked the tip. It shows as registered, but unverified. So it could be that you didn't complete the process. It could be that you started the process and it's not processed yet. It does not show as a verified tip. So I know you were trying to say, oh yeah, but sadly, it's not verified, so
sadly,
I can't count that.
No.
It actually shows as a verified contribution, and I apologize for that. It means that we don't have any tips yet today. Okay?
No tips.
So ladies and gentlemen, a couple quick things. First of all, the tips link. There it is. It's different.
There it is.
Since the last time I did the show,
there it is.
To accept tips, not Streamlabs. So that's how you do it right there. If you want to tip live elements to accept tips, it's different. Since the last time I did the show, I now use Stream Elements to accept tips.
Okay. I thought he misspoke.
So that's how you do it right there. If you want to tip live during the show, we actually have tip rewards, as everyone knows, $50, $100 tip goals, and stuff like that during the show that will apply. Also, one way to guarantee to get your question answered here on the show at length on Ask the King is to pledge to my Patreon. If you're a $20 patron, you get your questions answered for sure.
Now at this point, what he should do, he wants to switch to Twitch. He wanted to switch Patreon to Twitch, whatever, right? Why doesn't he just have his Twitch subs get assured questions? It'd be like a no-brainer, and he could just email, he could set up a Google Doc for his subs. He could just email the link to his subs. Twitch has the ability to do that. And you can email the link and say, hey, you can send your questions here. But whatever. True and Leap, but he could say, well, I don't know, whatever, fuck it. I mean, well, I guess a lot of trolls could get gifted a sub, and oh man, let me tell you, that's scary shit.
Some people have said, well, I don't understand. If I could just cheer and get a question answered on a stream, why would I pledge $20? Because your $20 question gets a big detailed answer on.
Unless you're Golden Colts and you cheer 50 bits and you talk about food, then he'll give you a big answer. But if you cheer him and say, hey Phil, what's your favorite video game? He's either gonna not answer it or give you hey, yeah, I like Street Fighter Super Turbo, dude. It's pretty good, huh? But then when he does Ask the King, it's well, if you look back at video games came out on consoles, and I love consoles, and I played it all day, and it would be Street Fighter Super Turbo. But there were other games that I liked, but Super Turbo was the one that I really jived with and connected with in my heart. And it gives you a roundabout answer to a simple question
on the show. Usually during one of my streams, if you just cheer and you ask a quick question, I answer it incredibly quickly and move on to the gameplay. Here,
no.
Dedicated.
Unless you cheer at pre-stream
for those questions. You see what I'm saying?
See what I'm saying?
Good opportunity if you want to check it out. Patreon.com/DarkSidePhil. It's a good way to get your question answered on the show in depth. Okay.
Okay.
What the fuck? I cannot.
Look how derailed this is.
That name.
What the fuck?
Cheered and said, my name is my question. Great. I have no idea what the hell that means. Jack iThug cheered and said, I know you're a console gamer. Any handheld games or mobile games that you play or want to stream? Not that come to mind. Not right now.
You don't want to play a Link Between Worlds? I swore he said that. He said he would love to stream that game. They never did.
Anshang Forever, I believe, is here. I just want to make sure that this is really Anshang Forever and not an imposter. Because usually when Anshang Forever tips, he has a certain way of doing things, and this might be an imposter. But
a certain way? If you cheer, he has a certain way of doing things. Does he have a code word?
Give you a short answer. Right. I usually do not go into detail when I give you an answer for a cheer versus an answer for anything else, I usually will take my time with certain answers and not others. You see what I mean? Like, if you cheer, you're going to get a quick one. Quick, boop, done. As opposed to if you ask a question on Ask the King, you're going to get a big, detailed answer. Okay?
Hey, Jeff Dog.
All right. So
Tips Among Us.
Give me $1.30.
This tip is sus, guys. We gotta find out who the imposter is.
Someone trying to impersonate Anshang. Sure.
You know what's funny? This tip audit shit that he's doing could make him the best Among Us player. He could be the MVP Among Us player if you think about it, because he would just go around and be like, okay, guys, we're gonna do our ship stuff, but we're gonna have a code word. So whoever doesn't know it is the imposter or whatever, right? Dude, this dude, you'd probably want him on your team in Among Us. He'd be the best player, dude. He'd get them all. He would know who the imposter is before it even happened.
Did 100 bit cheers. So looking sharp. Currently working on my golden god body while listening to your chill stream. A golden god body, huh?
He'd find that imposter pretty fast.
Golden god. I don't know. I've heard of a golden god body. I heard Gold's Gym.
That is true, Darksea Diflo, but I mean, come on.
There's another tip came through.
You might be able to get around that.
Here and there. And Jake River confirms that is him. Okay, I wanted to make sure that was actually you. All right, Miko Fire, I believe, also has tipped me. We've got so many tips going on here. Yep, and that is correct. So, Miko Fire has tipped me $3. Let's get all these on the leaderboard, and then we'll get started answering questions. But everyone decided right now to contribute at once.
Whoa. Everyone contributes, dude.
Fire and a $1 tip from Anshang Forever. That makes it $4 total tips so far today. Okay. Thank you guys for your contributions. Sorry, Steven Seagull, I can't accept yours because it is showing as unverified. So if you can verify your account, I'd be happy to accept that and give you further shout-outs. But all right.
Oh my god, these fucking like porn sound effects.
And give you further shout-outs. But all right.
Dude, he's like sucking a dick and swallowing, dude.
Ladies and gents, let's get to the questions. All right. First, we start off, as always, with people who posted up on my forums, thekingofhate.com. This is the best way you can post up your questions.
The best way, the only way.
Answered for the show, okay? So the first question from Beautiful Butterfly. Some people may recognize the name. He says, Phil, I know you played many games over the years, but I'm curious what games or certain game experiences broke your heart or made you cry and why?
Okay, what made me cry? Since I like doing this and Ask the King, I like to answer the question before he does. Honestly, Persona 3 made me cry. Like 2 times. Well, multiple times, but like you can even go back to the stream. Like when that guy who you meet, the S-Link dude, the one where he was like writing a book and he was giving the main character the book to read and all this stuff, and he had some terminal disease that was gonna kill him. That ending to that story made me cry. It was so fucking sad. I was like, oh god damn, man. I was like really like trying to like kind of like not go too over the top with it, but it was just it fucked me up. And then the ending to the game on top of that made me cry. So like all the stuff that was going on was making me cry, dude. Persona 3 fucked me up on the inside. Persona 5 did get an emotional response out of me, but it was not necessarily tears. It was like more so like, yeah, like it was kind of like a Gurren Lagann moment. So I mean, I compare Persona 5 to Gurren Lagann. It's like the same kind of response out of that, but Persona 3 made me cry.
There have been many over the years, but there's actually 2 moments that in my mind over the 12 plus years I've been a content creator stand out for me. The first is when I was playing The Walking Dead, the very first season
of course.
From Telltale Games. Because if you actually look at the history of me making content for the internet, I'd only played like one other major narrative-based interactive game like that before.
Oh yeah! Dude, Persona 5 Royal fucked me up too, actually. Now, Zebus, you made me remember that, dude. Dude, there was like multiple cutscenes in the 3rd semester that made me cry. There was like all these scenes that was just like, oh, god damn it, dude. Oh my god, that fucked me up. I had to like stop for a bit and be like, oh fuck. I'm playing Persona 5 Strikers right now, and I'm gonna be honest. it's kind of making me want to go back to playing Persona 5 Royal. I want to play it again. I think I played it on hard. I think there's very hard, then merciless. So I do want to play the game again on very hard, then again on merciless. I fucking love Persona 5, dude. It's so fucking good.
The series, also from Telltale Games, alright? But the reason that game resonated with me was because that was a game that really did well at character development. If you play through The Walking Dead Season 1, you get to know the characters from that game. Every episode, they have more elaboration on who they are, their backstories, their character development. And you actually get...
Oh, and you know what? Another game made me cry was Yakuza Like a Dragon. That made me cry. The ending was so fucking sad. Like, oh, man. Yeah, I like Persona 5 Strikers. It's a good game. It's better than what I was expecting. I really was expecting it to be like Hyrule Warriors, where it was just kind of like a phoned-in, kind of like, hey, let's just do this. And it's like, no, it's actually pretty creative. Oh, that scene in Hard Zero Dawn where you learn what happened to Elizabeth Brookman. Oh, yeah. Oh, that game was pretty good, too. Like, I don't necessarily think it broke me as hard, but I did feel something for what was going on. So I wouldn't say it was like oh okay, it was just more like oh shit, that's fucked up. Like I think it was good the first time you see it. It's like oh damn.
To certain characters because they did such a good job at that. And the relationship between the main character Lee and Clementine, the girl who basically he kind of is like almost the adopted guardian of, is a really interesting and unique and very heartwarming relationship. He's teaching her how to survive over the course of the game and showing her things that, is going to allow her to persevere against overwhelming odds in an apocalypse. Okay? At the end of the game, I think we all know this. At the end of the game, Lee passes away. And without any spoilers or any spinning of how it happens, that got me. Because Lee was such a well-written character, well-voice-acted character, and my God, the way it happens, because you have a choice on how it happens, the way it happens is just so crazy depressing. And it got me so bad, I cried during that episode.
Okay, I kind of wanna see this. Oh my God. DSP Gaming, The Walking Dead. Season 1. I want to see the ending of Season 1. Oh god. Let's see. Did he put all... Oh, he did. Fuck you, dude. Come on. Oh shit! So I have to scroll up. I just want to see if he did cry. I'm gonna be very
All right, here we go.
Valdomid and Krista, they're outside of town by the train. You remember how to get back there?
Yes.
Good.
Well, she would. She wouldn't know how to get to the boat, but she'd know how to get to the train. Huh. Maybe I made the right choice.
And Clem. And always keep moving. You're going to want to find someplace like the mall.
I like the Telltale games, but
Why not?
Those places are just targets.
Mm.
Move as much as you can.
well, this is a sad scene.
Good advice.
But
And also,
oh no, he's turning. Shit. Come on, leave, Clementine, before he turns. You don't want to see it.
What is it?
no, don't worry. All right.
this sounds like he's ready to move on. It's like, dude, he's gotta turn to a zombie. Move.
Two.
Now get the fuck out of there. God damn it. Before he turns. Don't see it.
All he's doing is telling her to
Leave.
Leave, dude. Get out of here. Go.
Leave now.
He just wants her to leave, dude.
I don't think he wants to.
We got a goat laugh. We got a fucking goat laugh.
Fuck.
We got a goat laugh out of it.
Just go, Clementine. Come on.
He's like, it sounds like he's in the game and he's like by the door and he's just like looking at his watch, tapping his foot like, oh, come up, Clem, we gotta leave, dude. That's what it looks like.
Go. Goodbye, Lee. You were a good protagonist.
Did he just leave and not kill him? I think I killed him when he turned.
Hero of the year, in my opinion. Best character in a video game this year, I think. That's it? Wow, that's it? Are you kidding me?
That's it?
Tell you if she makes it or not. That's just the
Whoa, man, he was crying, dude.
anger ending. Kind of lame. A desperate attempt to save themselves. Lost temper. You and 30% of players calmly argue
maybe,
with Kenny. Yeah, I didn't lose
guys,
my temper with Kenny. I didn't.
Guys, maybe he cried here.
Watch out! Good job.
Oh, he's turning. Yep. Just go before he turns, before you have to see him turn.
Didn't happen. Okay, all he's doing is saying to leave. So I wouldn't necessarily say that he was emotionless, but he wasn't crying. Like, if you watch me play fucking Persona 3, you see me like kind of like, oh man, god damn it, like, oh man.
For sure. Now maybe it had to do because the fact that is there fuzz on the edge of my hat here? Maybe it had to do with the fact, yeah, there is a big.
Oh, nice hair. Look at that hair.
The episode came out in the middle of the night, and I played it in the middle of the night when I was drinking. Because I used to do that back then. You know, back then when I was doing stuff just.
He didn't sound drunk when he played it, but whatever. No, I like how he says every single game when he was young, it was him when he was drunk. He wasn't. He wasn't slurring his words. He wasn't like like it whatever.
In the middle of the night and then play them right away and get the videos up on the internet right away. It was about all those day one instant views, right? Not about that anymore, but it used to be. And no, by the way, it wasn't, Jane. Back then I used to drink rum and coke. That was a long time ago, like a decade ago, right? So, yeah, that really got me. And then the other game that I would say got me, I don't know if any of you ever even watched me play this game. Did you guys ever watch me play To the Moon? Okay.
To the Moon.
To the Moon is a little indie
game. To the Moon! I think Frank West's super in Tatsunoko, dude.
Basically a couple who, over the years, they aged and, you know, together there was technology involved here where you're basically reliving these lives in a virtual way. And you see how their life blossomed and their love blossomed for each other over time. And then you follow their whole lives all the way till the end of their lives when one of them actually gets a really debilitating disease and passes away. And it's like, my God, it's like so... It's real. The moments of emotional height are amazing. And by the way, this game looks like old school Final Fantasy. The graphics look like Final Fantasy 4 or 6. So it's not some robust game. It's the writing of the game is done so well. The music of the game is outstanding as well. And anyone who's had a relationship with someone who you really love them and you really care for them, and you play this game, and you start to put yourself in the shoes of this couple. And you start to think, man, what if that's me? What if this happens? You know,
well, that was me and Leanna.
Like, very emotional. It's very hard to not play through that game and not, if you've had that kind of romantic relationship before, not to put yourself in the shoes of those characters and then start to feel sad at the end of the game when one of the characters gets sick and all that. It's like, damn. And that game at the end, I bawled my eyes out at the end of that game. I remember I was crying full on playing that game on stream with you guys. That was a long time ago. Again, that was before I had webcam on constantly. So you didn't see me crying, but you could hear me. I said, yeah, I'm crying, man. It made me really
I'm crying, dude.
At the end of the game. Those would be the two biggest that I could think of. Now, there have been other games as well, and I'm sure you guys could probably look back at my 12 years of content creation and pull other examples, but those are the two big ones that come to mind for me over the years that really got to me when it came to, like, made me cry during a playthrough, okay?
What if I got the
Can she fit more
Monarch
cheers? Have you
kit?
ever heard of Shatner Mouth? Curious to hear your thoughts. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Kenshi. All right, let's continue. See the difference between the two?
I did not recognize you because I'm so used to your Discord picture. What if I got the Monarch home release kit? That'd be pretty cool, but it keeps going out of stock when I order it. Yeah, it's fucking bullshit, dude. I looked at the name. I was like, oh, okay. Then it hit me. So that I know what you're talking
Cheer
about.
answers and ask the king. I'll give you a full detailed answer if you post up your questions for this show. All right, let's continue. All right. The next question is actually a double question from our buddy Derek, regular viewer. He asked two things. First, he said,
It's Derek!
Would you ever consider playing both Double Switch and or Night Trap again? Maybe when there's downtime, since both have 25th
Double
anniversary
Trap?
editions available on the Nintendo Switch. Would I consider it? Yes. The games are very silly. The games are incredibly unique. It was that era of full motion video games.
Phil, you have a wife. I don't think you should be able to. I don't think you should play Night Trap. There's women in it. She might think you're cheating on her, dude.
CD during the 1990s, and it really never came back. Like, there was Sega CD and 3DO that had all these full motion video games. They wanted to turn movies into video games, essentially. And that's why you have a game like Corey
in the house
as the main character in a game called Double Switch. It's like, what the frick? Like, it's so weird.
What the frick?
Happened, this whole
yes, we all say what the
back
frick.
In the day, about 10 years ago, I played a ton of those games on Sega CD, and they were funny-ass playthroughs. But maybe playing them again in a modern setting with direct capture and everything would be pretty funny, I think. They're not great games, don't get me wrong. They're just weirdo games, but they're pretty entertaining.
I want to play Plumbers I want to play Plumbers Don't Wear Ties, dude. That's a game.
Second question from Derek. He says, did you ever go to summer camp in the summer when you were younger? I sure did. I went all the time. Every summer we would do arts and crafts. We would play games to earn points.
I went to summer camp. I only went to day camps. My parents sent my brother to a night camp where he stayed, and my brother had a terrible experience with it. Like, he hated it. And after that, my dad was saying, we're not doing that. I mean, it sucked for George. I kind of want to answer this just to see what this is, but I feel like it's going to be trash. Hello? Guys, my car warranty is going to expire, dude. Shit. It expired last year, and it's going to expire again this year. It's fucked up. But, yeah, so after that, my parents were like, yeah, we're not gonna send you to a camp like that. It's fucking garbage. So I was like, okay, cool.
Is my wire malfunctioning? It is. What the hell? My charge cable's malfunctioning. That's not good. I might have to get a new one soon.
Uh-oh.
Okay, got working again. Anyway. He said we would do arts and crafts. We would play games to earn points for our squads. There'd be 4 different squads and teams. Science experiments with Alka-Seltzer acid tablets. Oh, guys, would be one of those volcanoes. My favorite field trips, like going to Woody Woodchuck's local kids arcade, with a very fun day, earning tickets and using tokens, and even going swimming at the swimming pool with friends I made from summer camp. All sounds fun. I have never been to summer camp. Reason being, my mom, when I was born,
my ma'am,
home mom. She did work before then, but when I was born, she decided she was just going to basically stay home and make sure that there was always a parental guardian around when I was home. So during the summertime, even though my dad had to keep working, when I was off from school, my mom would basically supervise the stuff that I would do. And I would be outside playing with friends and stuff like that. You know, it was never a necessary thing for me to go to summer camp. Kids who usually go to summer camp go for 2 reasons. Number 1, because their parents are working during the summer and there's no one to watch the kids. And number 2, because maybe the kids, there's not a lot of people in the neighborhood who are other kids, so you can't have a lot of social interaction. So you send your kid to camp so they have a lot of social interaction with other kids and they can have friends and stuff, right? There were plenty of kids in my neighborhood when I grew up. I had plenty of friends. It was never an issue. It was basically I could go outside and play with the neighborhood kids every day during the summertime. So No, I never went to summer camp. I wish I had a better answer for you, but the answer is no. I never had an opportunity to go to summer camp or do anything like that. Someone just said, or they're fat. Now, I don't know about that. I don't know about fat camp. When I was a kid, I wasn't fat at all. I was skinny as
Or
shit
they're
when I was a kid.
fat.
So definitely my parents wouldn't have been
Alright.
sending me.
I'll be right back, guys. I just want to get the mail. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. I'm back, guys. Goomer camp.
To a camp like that. So it's funny because you have all these movies, Americana movies of
Americana.
kids are like going to summer camp. I never really understood it. I get the tropes and stuff from those movies.
Never understood it.
You know, I watch a show like Salute Your Shorts on Nickelodeon too, another show that was all about just being at camp. And I never really understood. I got my knowledge about how American kids camps work by watching movies and Salute Your Shorts because I never went myself. So
What's to get? You
right,
go to a
actual
place,
brother.
you do shit,
That's
that's
a
it.
shut or shout out. Shout out to Actual Brother who resubscribed for 9 months. Thank you very much. He says, "What's up, Phil? Not much, but I'm excited to answer your questions today. Good to see you, Actual Brother. Thank you for the support."
Americana is like a, is
Super
a
Scuba 06
term
cheered. He says, "I'm thinking of
of
starting a
sorts.
Switch collection and buying a Switch with physical games. It's been a few years since it came out. I don't know if it's worth it. What do you think?" I don't know. I don't like physical games. For me, I think physical games are more about just having a collection rather than actually needing them. For the Switch, though, you may want physical games more for the Switch than another console. Reason being, the Switch does not have a lot of internal storage on it.
It's to
and,
collect
other
physical
consoles, maybe
stuff.
you can store
I
5,
mean,
6
guys, I got the physical version of. Hold up, I need to reach out for these things, dude. I got the physical version of Ruiner on the Switch, guys, and look how cool it is. So I get a red box, and I got an art book, dude. Pretty cool, huh? I like this art book, actually. It's a pretty good art book. Kind of blew my mind. Like, oh man. Okay, I'm being distracted by art books, dude.
7, 8 giant games. Switch, you can maybe store 3, 4 tops, and then you're going to run out of storage space. So you might want to actually have more physical copies of games on the Switch, especially if it's a game you think you're going to go back to later in the future. But I don't know. For me, like, I'm just not a physical guy. You know that. I'm not a physical collector anymore. At one point I had a giant game collection and everything, and things just changed over the years. I've gone all digital for several years, so I don't see, like, for me, I don't see the value in that. But maybe you would see a value in that. All right, continuing on. Matthew asks the following. He says, "Phil, I've been a huge fan of your channel since I was only 8 years old. Now I'm 19. Damn. What's crazy is that that's actually possible because I've been making content for over."
Dude, it's possible, dude, that an 8-year-old could grow up to be an 18-year-old. What?
Matthew
What?
asks the following. He says, "Phil, I've been a huge fan of your channel since I was only 8 years old. Now I'm 19. Damn.
Guys, remember, kids don't watch DSP, dude.
What's crazy is that that's actually possible because I've been making content for over 12 years. What are your most anticipated games for 2021?
My most anticipated games of 2021, No More Heroes 3, Guilty Gear Strive, I feel like there were a few that I was like hyped for, but I can't think of them now. If you want to include DLC, I would say like Akira for Street Fighter V. Hyped for that. Hyped for Rose for Street Fighter V. Obviously, I'm hyped for Annie for Skullgirls. Obviously, I mean, I don't think that's a surprise. SMT 5 and 3. But again, I have a feeling those are gonna get delayed. I just have a feeling. At most, I think SMT 5 will be delayed. I think SMT 3 will come out, but I think 5 is gonna get delayed because I think they said 5 was supposed to be like spring 2021. We're getting very, very close, so I'm kind of suspecting it's gonna get delayed. And Resident Evil 8! I almost forgot about that game. Almost. But let's continue with this.
Well, my most anticipated games for 2021 are games that sadly don't have release dates for 2021. The New Horizon, which is what it's called, Forbidden Wilds, the new God
Forbidden
of War
Wilds,
are two of the biggest games that I really am excited for playing on PS5. Like, I feel those games are going to be the first major experience of next-gen titles on PS5 that are going to...
Those games are going to be on PS4 as well, though. So how are they going to blow us away if they're on PS4? You probably didn't know that.
Blow our socks off. I really believe that. We have no information about when they're coming out or anything like that.
Oh, okay.
Now,
okay, I thought that also got a spring release. So okay, Nocturne's coming in spring. 5 is coming out sometime this year. Okay, all right. Well, if it's like the fall time and we hear nothing, I'm gonna assume it got delayed again. I'll say that then.
Now, I would argue probably the first AAA game of 2021 that I am getting excited for is Resident Evil 8. But at the same time, the game just looks confusing to me. Like, is it really Resident Evil? I don't understand.
Oh my god, he doesn't understand Resident Evil 8, guys. Alligator Man, that makes sense. Cool. Dinosaurs, cool. Oh, a woman that is like a vampire? That's not Resident Evil. But like Mr. X looks like a fucking dude in a fedora, but that's okay. But tall lady? Nah, that's a little ridiculous. Okay.
A bunch of fucking vampires and shit. It's like... Then again, I was very skeptical about Resident Evil 7, if you remember. the playable teaser demo that they released for Resident Evil 7, I didn't think felt like Resident Evil either. But then
that too, Ludwig.
good. So
that
maybe
too.
I'm just, being a little bit too apprehensive because we've had so many game franchises over the last several years that looked like they were going to be great, and oh my god, and then it ends up being incredibly disappointing. Maybe I'm a little bit punch drunk from getting underwhelming game releases, But I'm definitely excited for that, especially because it's a survival horror. We don't get a lot of survival horror games these days anymore. Honestly, that would be my top 3 for this year, but we don't even know if 2 of those are coming out this year. So, thank you, Matthew, for the question. Okay. Question next is from, The next question is from I Cured It With My Brain. And he asks, what retail products, like food or drinks included, did you love and buy regularly until they were suddenly discontinued? What do you wish would be...
Wait, what?
Is from I Cured It With My Brain.
Oh,
and
God.
He asks, what retail products, like food or drinks included, did you love and buy regularly until they were suddenly discontinued? What do you wish would be brought back from discontinued products? Hell,
I have no opinion on this, so I can't really talk.
Well, it's funny because it seems like a lot of the stuff that I end up liking ends up being discontinued for one reason or another. I don't know why, but it just seems to be the reason. So, many years ago, at this point, probably like 4 or 5 years ago, I was drinking an energy drink here on the streams. And I was pushing it to you guys because I thought it was a lot more healthy than other energy drinks. It was called V8.
What? Wait. Phil, wait, hold up. I thought you don't shill products, guys. He told us that he never shilled products to us. And now he's saying that he was pushing V8 onto us. Wow, dude. Can you fucking believe that? This fucking dude?
I can't remember exactly what the name of it was. I talked about it in videos and stuff. You'll see, you know, me mentioning, oh, I'm drinking a V8 energy drink today. So why is the V8 energy drink better than other energy drinks? Because it has fruit juice and vegetables in it. It actually was meant to be a healthy energy drink.
Yeah, you know what if it was a secret sponsorship? What if V8 contacted him and says, hey man, we want you to shill our product. And he's like, okay, but is it okay if I don't mention it? And they're like, yeah, sure, Phil, whatever. Okay. And then he was like, dude, V8's really good. Did you drink? No, I did not drink my daily V8. I used to, dude, when I was a kid, I loved V8 as a kid. It was so tasty. But then I was like, then I stopped drinking it. But I did like it when I was younger. It was pretty good. I kind of want to get it again just to try it, but I mean, it's been a while.
Fruit and vegetables mixed into it. It had vitamins and minerals and things in it that you needed. Plus, it had some caffeine infused.
Give some to Cleo.
Green tea, rather than having like, oh, you have an energy drink to just throw in the fucking caffeine or whatever. This was from natural green tea extract. So it was pushed as like a healthier energy drink. I'm sure it's not healthy for you, but it was better than, say, drinking a soda or a Red Bull or a Monster energy drink and shit like that. So I would drink those on the streams and it would give me a good energy boost and I felt good about it. So much so I liked it that when Kat moved in with me in 2018, she started drinking them and we both loved them and we were buying them and drinking them actively. And then they discontinued it completely.
She liked it too,
and got rid
dude.
of the entire product line. They still had VA energy drinks, but they were just uncarbonated, like really high dense juice. Like it felt like you were drinking heavy fruit juice when you drank those, while the drinks that we liked were the ones that were like carbonated soda with fruit and veggies in it. They discontinued it entirely, and we didn't drink it now for like 2+ years, okay?
Okay.
Out of nowhere one day, Kat comes home from work and says, look what I found. They brought it back. They completely rebranded it. They call it something different, but it's exactly the same drinks. Now, they have way less flavors now. When we used to drink it 2-3 years ago, it was like 5-6 different flavors you could choose from. Now they only have 2. But they brought it back out of nowhere. And I don't know what the reasoning is of the people who have these.
So does he drink these
and they phase
still?
them out, then they bring them back again. Maybe it wasn't a popular seller, but they thought maybe now it's time to bring it back. I have no idea. But it's back again. So now Kat has started drinking those again. Personally, I don't drink energy drinks on the streams anymore. If I'm going to have any kind of caffeine, I just have like a cup of coffee in the morning and that's it. Because I don't like having constant like sugar on my teeth and stuff.
Coffee stains your teeth, if you really care about that. And does he just drink coffee black? I mean, I know people that drink coffee black, so I'm not necessarily gonna say, oh man, who drinks coffee black? But, like, I feel like he's the kind of guy that would put milk in his coffee, dude. Come on.
Actually, there was one point.
Or sugar.
I was drinking energy drinks and I started having tooth pain from doing it. I said, no more of that. So now I just drink stuff that's no sugar or anything in it here on the streams.
Only the streams.
But Kat started drinking them at the end and she loves them. So that's one example. Another example would be when I first moved here in 2014. You may have noticed on the streams I had a certain kind of bottled water that had mint essence infused into it. And they had different ones. They had peppermint, they had spearmint. They actually had one that was called chocolate mint and one that was a citrus.
Chocolate?
These different flavored essences in bottled water. I loved those. I drank those for like a year to a year and a half. Gone. Apparently doesn't exist
anymore.
I haven't seen it in a single store since like 2015.
I like coffee.
Business. I loved it. I bought a ton of.
I just put milk in. I put almond milk, dude. Because I'm cool.
And then they got rid of it.
I think it is for the night streams, Black Doom.
There's many other examples. I'm sure if I actually talked to my wife about this, we would sit down and brainstorm like 10 things that we like that over the years they got rid of. No lie, one just came to mind. So there was a meal, a frozen meal that Kat and I used to get. It was from Tyson Foods. If you're not aware, Tyson Foods usually does chicken.
Isn't there shit going on with Tyson? I could have sworn I heard that Tyson was doing some bullshit to their employees. So it's good to know DSP supports them. I feel like it's either Tyson or another brand that handles chicken, but I think it's Tyson that had issues. Like they just were like fucking over their employees over COVID regulations. Like they were like, hey, this is not safe at all. Like we're all packed together. They fucking like it was fucked up shit. I think it was Tyson, but I'm not completely sure.
It was a stir fry meal where it was like grilled chicken pieces, marinated in a sauce.
Okay, I'm not gonna just skip
Favorite.
this.
Is the one
I'm tired of this.
Some kind of sauce. It was an easy meal. 250 in the last year. Really didn't say why they do that. See, here's the thing. Now he says he liked waffle crisp cereal. Chalkiness in your mouth because of flavor. It didn't taste like waffle. I can't really tell how long. Cookie crisp and Cocoa Puffs and they're all different. Months ago, I had a bowl of Golden Grams. They're tiny. Changed over the. I don't even know what. So I wonder if there's actually. I doubt. Anyway, let's continue.
Let's continue.
Oh, we still got half an hour before I need to take a break. That's good.
That's good.
Next question is from Cisco Certified, and Cisco Certified asks the following question. Ready? Since the departure of Yoshinori Ono, excuse me, from Capcom. Is this good news or bad news for the Street Fighter franchise? Should the blame for the decline...
It doesn't, in my opinion, it, like... I wouldn't say Street Fighter is dead. Because I think what it is, I think it's good for a franchise to have at least some fresh blood thrown in to work on it. But I guess it's a bummer, I guess. I guess it's just a bummer that, like, Capcom didn't want to humor Ono's ideas for Street Fighter 6 because I think he wanted a tag system. I would have been fine with that. I like tag games. It's just that the roster has to be really fucking good. So if Street Fighter 6 has a tag system and the roster is not something I want, it's gonna suck. Like, honestly, if there's no Cody, what's the fucking point? But I don't know necessarily if it's necessarily bad, you know? Whatever.
Of the franchise in recent years fall squarely on him, or is he simply the fall guy for mistakes made by others at Capcom? Are you more relieved that he's gone, which could result in a new direction for the franchise, or are you more concerned that his departure could result in no more...
Yeah, I agree, Anley. Like it's not like Street Fighter is some like franchise that has a strong story segment or anything that's like that relies on the creator or whatever, you know? Like, it's not like Silent Hill or Metal Gear where it's like, oh, this director made these games for what they are, and putting someone else in that seat might change what, you know, the meaning. Like, look at No More Heroes 1 to 2, and you see the complete different tone of those two games. Like, 1 is done by Suda51, and has this, like, commentary and ideas that it throws in. 2... Suda51 didn't really have any major involvement in, and it's completely different. Like, they made Travis a cool guy, all the ladies want to fuck him, and it's like, this isn't really No More Heroes. And it kind of goes against what 1 was doing. Street Fighter is a fucking competitive fighter. Like, changing people like that, I think it would be good for the sake of that kind of franchise. I don't think they have announced it yet. I think once they announce Street Fighter 6, we'll know. I think we're probably not going to hear anything about it until they're done with Street Fighter 5 completely. Once 5 is done, then we'll hear about 6.
I guess we should give a little bit of background to this question so that people understand where this is coming from. You need the background story, because if I just answer the question straight up, people will be like, what the hell, who's Yoshinori Ono? What are you talking about? All right? So... yeah,
we gotta hear
Capcom used to be more big wig in fighting.
More fucking origin story shit. He has talked about fighting games all the time. And if you're watching a fucking DSP content, you know he plays fighting games. Ugh.
Through the 1990s and the early 2000s, they made so many Street Fighter games and variations of Street Fighter games and made a ton of money. Street Fighter 2, 5 versions. Street Fighter 3, 3 versions. Street Fighter Alpha, 3 versions. Capcom versus SNK, 2 versions. Marvel versus Capcom in the Versus series. I mean, you had X-Men, Children of the Atom, Marvel Superheroes, X-Men vs. Street Fighter, Marvel vs. Street Fighter, Marvel vs. Capcom 1, Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Every one of the games I just mentioned was a humongous, popular, successful fighting game, both in arcades and a cash cow.
Cash cow!
For whatever reason, they didn't care about fighting games anymore. they felt that fighting games were high and other various things. This was also a time when Mega Man completely changed up with the management at Capcom, and they changed things around in design. Only one major fighting game was released by Capcom, and it was Capcom Fighting Jam. It was a terrible game where almost no new sprites were used. They were all reused sprites from other Capcom fighting franchises. It was collectively agreed it was one of the worst fighting games Capcom ever made, and it was really almost never spoken of in competitive circles. People just ignored it.
Was this a game? I think I have this game on my PS3. Isn't the one that has like Ingrid in it? Like that's Ingrid, Morrigan, or is that like Evolution? Oh man, I want to look into this. Street Fighter Jam. Okay, it's Capcom Fighting Evolution. That's the one I played. I guess maybe in Japan it was called that? Yeah, I think in Japan it was that? Whatever. Anyways, that I played that. I liked it. I think the arcades or whatever, but I did like that. I did like the game. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. I like the game.
And so, for an incredibly extended period of time, Capcom fell out of popularity as a fighting game manufacturer. No one really knows what the methodology was.
The methodology of falling out?
Out of nowhere, someone, a big wig at Capcom, decided they wanted fighting games to come back in a big way. And they took a man named Yoshinori Ono. I apologize, I can't see the
Why did I just say Ono?
Who was a lifelong fan of Street Fighter. A man who infamously had a blunt...
You know what? Tevin brought this up. He brought this up, when he was talking about Kojima or whatever, and he was saying like the second that these people become victims or that they leave the company, he starts getting very respectable towards them. Hideo Kojima, sir! Yoshinori Ono. Before it was Ono, fuck Ono, all this stuff. Now that he got kicked out of Capcom. I gotta get the name correctly, guys. Yoshinori Ono, sir, the gentleman who loves Street Fighter.
Action figure. Look, this is from when I was a kid, and you know I love Street Fighter, and you know I'm gonna rejuvenate the franchise. Okay, so they basically had this guy spearhead the rejuvenation of Street Fighter and fighting games at Capcom. All starting with Street Fighter 4 in 2008. Yes, that's right, because the game actually came out in 2008 in Japan, came out in 2009 in the United States and Western audiences, but it was out in 2008 in Japan. I played it at release
guys.
because I went to an arcade in Rhode Island, Tokyo Game Action, that imported the Japanese game boards, and I played it at release. Man, it was so cool to play Street Fighter again in a new modern era because the graphics were modernized at the time.
Modern
2D sprites, full 3D graphics. And
this dude is so he's so impressed by like, oh dude, it's 3D. Like he's one of those dudes that thinks that like hand drawn is like fucking primitive and fucking old tech. Now they have computers, fucking 3D everything, CGI everything, and doesn't like the style of sprites at all, which is trash. Sprites are great.
Like the focus attack dash cancels and things like that. It made Street Fighter feel like a modern franchise while all other fighting games had advanced. You know, we're talking about Mortal Kombat, Tekken, you know, all the fighting game franchises had all continued through the 2000s. Street Fighter had just paused and stopped. And then they came back in a big way. And Street Fighter 4 was a giant success, okay? Rejuvenated the fighting game franchise completely. It made fighting games mainstream again, where for a good 9 years there, they were considered more fringe in the background of competitive gaming and everything. All of a sudden, Street Fighter 4 pushed fighting games to the forefront, all right? The many versions that came out, oh my god, the amount of peripherals at that time that came out, 100 different companies were making joysticks and game pads, Mad Cats, which was falling apart at the seams due to the crash of the music game genre, rejuvenated themselves. All right.
I don't think the music. Well, maybe. Whatever.
By basically putting out 100 game pads and joysticks and things for Street Fighter. Ono was seen as a giant success for Capcom. Wow, we thank God we put this guy in charge. This is amazing that we did this. You know what I mean? Like, this is outstanding that we have someone who knew what he was doing, and he rejuvenated Street Fighter from the ground up, and it's tremendous. So Capcom decided they were going to throw more and more money at fighting games because Ono seemed to know what he was doing. So then they came out with Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Now, personally, I have mixed feelings about Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I'm someone who grew up with the Versus series. I named every game in the series.
He liked 3 a little bit. Like, there were, like, Mr. Huff stuff did a I think it was a stream of all of the fighting game coverage that DSP has done, and he was like into Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I'm assuming he's talking about. Yeah, Mad Catz did Rock Band stuff, but I don't. But like, I think they might have done stuff for Guitar Hero, like when Guitar Hero 1 and 2 were like new things too. But
and just a few minutes ago, I loved them all. I played them competitively. I was like way into it. For me, Marvel vs. Capcom 3 was a game that was huge on style and very light on substance. MVC 3 was a game that was 100% one kind of gameplay, rushdown. You could not play MVC 3 in a variety of styles. It was just 100% rushdown content, that's it.
Bang that
Previous
mic.
games in the Versus series were different. You had a variety of gameplay. You had characters that could be played very differently at high level. Well, MVC 3 just became 100% kind of rushdown, flashy gameplay. But the thing was, MVC 3 hugely caught on because of the flashiness. It became the game to watch on streams because of the way that it looked. And that was the era of huge fighting games emerging as you need to watch Street Fighter 4 and Marvel vs. Capcom 3 at a big tournament. And it blew up 10 years ago. Like, this was the big thing going on at the time. Okay? So, again, it almost seemed like Ono could do no wrong. But then some of the mistakes started to happen. First of all, Capcom was going to lose the Marvel license at the time. The Marvel license was going to go to a different company. So they had to rush out, within 1 year of Marvel 3 being out, they rushed out Ultimate Marvel 3. Marvel vs. Capcom.
No? Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 was released because there was content in Marvel 3 that never saw the light of day. So they made Ultimate to remedy the issues that Marvel 3 had, I thought. Because I remember hearing a lot of people that hated Marvel 3 because it felt like an unfinished game. So they made Ultimate to make it finished. But okay. Oh.
The Marvel license was going to go to a different company. So they had to rush out, within 1 year of Marvel 3 being out, they rushed out Ultimate Marvel 3, Marvel vs. Capcom 3, which essentially was a much better version of Marvel vs. Capcom 3 with more characters and much better gameplay elements. But a lot of people were upset because they just kind of competitively gotten into Marvel 3, and now that within a year the whole game changed. Like, why did this happen when we were loving the original Marvel 3 and getting to a point, it was funny because when Marvel 3 came out, people were saying it's going to be like another 10 years. That was like the running meme. It was like another 9 years, another 11 years, another 10 years, whatever
Also,
it was.
just because
The meme was Marvel 2, Marvel vs. Capcom 2 was such a high-level competitive game. 10 years that game was at the forefront of competitive fighting games, right? And when Marvel 3 came out, people were like, wow, here's a game that's going to be another so-and-so amount of years at the forefront because these Marvel games are so high level. And within 1 year of Marvel 3 coming out, the whole game changes. They already upended that whole concept, okay? So people were pissed. In addition, again, like I told you, the game was very, very one-sided in how it was played. So after you've seen the same kind of rushdown combo, rushdown combo, rushdown combo a million times, you've seen the whole game. So unlike Marvel 2, which was robust and had a ton of different ways to play it with different characters, Marvel 3 ended up being the same shit over and over, and even though it was flashy to watch in a tournament, it kind of fizzled out and didn't have a lot to it, okay?
Yeah, Marvel 3 is kind of, it's kind of whatever.
Streaming circles, and then it kind of died out, while a game like Street Fighter 4 remained very popular, all right? Now, the big mistake that happened.
Huge.
The big money loser for Capcom that Capcom got really pissed off at him about was Street Fighter Cross Tekken.
Oh.
This was a game that was supposed to break boundaries. Oh my God, we're taking the Tekken franchise into the Street Fighter series for the first time ever. It was supposed to be a giant collaboration between the two companies where actually Konami was going, excuse me, not Konami, Bandai Namco, who makes Tekken, they were going to make a crossover game, Tekken cross Street Fighter, and Capcom was going to make Street Fighter cross Tekken, and they were going to be completely different styles of games, where Tekken was going to play like Tekken, and Street Fighter was going to play like Street Fighter, but they were going to have guest characters from the respective series.
Yeah, okay.
The problem was...
we know what a crossover is, Phil. We've seen Marvel movies,
by
dude.
making their game, number one, have tons of stupid gimmicks, gems that you could equip to the characters that give them buffs and stuff, and it didn't make sense. It was like a fighting game that was designed like an RPG. Fighting game players didn't like that. They want a straight up fighting game.
No, you know what's funny about this though? If you think about it, now DSP gave fucking Dan Matrick fucking props for the Xbox One. He was like, if you think about it, Don Matrick, he was an asshole, but he was ahead of his time because now everything's digital. Even though that's not what Don was going for at all, if you fucking watch the interviews. But anyways, you look at fucking Mortal Kombat and Injustice, and look what happened to them now. Oh, you have armor pieces that have different properties that changes the character up a bit. Yeah, you have like a leveling system in those games. You have all this bullshit in it, and that's like an RPG as well. So it was fucked up for Street Fighter Cross Tekken to do it, but it's okay for Injustice and Mortal Kombat to have those, but not that. Now, I think the bigger issue with Street Fighter Cross Tekken with the gems was that it was tied to DLC, and I think that's kind of what people were mad about. And that's the issue. I don't think a lot of people cared that much about the gems in of itself. I think the problem was you had to pay money to get good gems, and it's like, then you could just buy gems and win matches. Like, it broke the game on that level. And I think that was the problem. Not necessarily the gems itself, it was just that it was tied to money. That was the problem. And the DLC was another big issue. That, like, they had all these characters that you would want, and it's like, give us $20 for them. It's like, okay.
They don't want to have, I need to earn gems by playing modes and put out my character and it changes the character. It didn't make sense. It was really fucking stupid. Okay? But in addition to that, the real thing that happened that really destroyed the game, they hid characters who were completely finished. They were fully designed, ready to go and be played in the game. They hid the characters on the game disc as inaccessible, then charged the players who already bought the game, paid full retail price for the game. They charged them for a season pass to unlock the characters that were already available on their game disc, hidden behind a code.
Now, this is a little bullshit to blame Ono for, because Ono didn't do that. If you, like, there's a video by Matt McMuscles. I'm sure some people don't like his content, whatever, but he did a video on Street Fighter Cross Tekken, and it wasn't Ono's decision to do that. It was Capcom's decision. Capcom did that. But DSP wanted to blame Ono for this. So why are we blaming Ono for Capcom's fuck-ups? Capcom decided, hey, we're gonna do this. We have to release it. So this has to be how it is. And because there was a meeting, and they were saying, like, they're gonna crack it, dude. So we should just delay it and just get all this stuff out instead of just, like, doing this. And Capcom was like, nah, fuck it, we're doing it. Because Capcom did this to Resident Evil 5. So it's kind of bullshit to assume Ono did that when it was Capcom's decision since they did it before. But, okay, yeah, it's fuck Ono, dude.
Was scummy shit. That's called, we don't care about you. We just want to milk as much money as we can out of the customer. And it was completely exposed. People found this out. They data mined the disc, found it, and were like, are you kidding me? Blanca and this character are on there. Fully. They don't even need to add any additional code to play. They're playable characters. They locked them behind a paywall to try to basically squeeze money out of the people. Completely dishonest, because they didn't tell anyone about that. Completely dishonest.
Why would they tell you that?
You're not, when you're telling me you're selling me a season pass, you're not. You're selling me the content I already bought on my fucking disc.
Now, they did not sell it as a season pass. That's a lie. They literally sold it as a pack. They sold the characters as a bundle. Like, they didn't sell it as a season pass. They didn't do season passes back then. Street Fighter V is the only fighting game that has a season pass. It's the only one. They didn't do seasons in Street Fighter Cross Tekken.
You're charging me for it twice, basically. So, this...
Phoenix Wright, that's a good point. He has the vests. He can wear the vests. But he has to get $100 to touch the vest, to wear it. Come on.
Turned into a giant controversy. And over the course of that game went from like, okay, this is going to be a great game to no one wants to ever play it ever again. Like, this controversy single-handedly destroyed the game. So all competitive circles dropped it. Everyone just stopped playing it completely. And it completely died within, 6 months of release. No one cared about it anymore. So it's a shame, because I played it and actually thought the game played a lot like...
Well, the argument he's making is very, bare bones, Anley. Like, anyone could give you this opinion. Like, my rabbit could give you the same opinion.
Okay, which I liked that series. But the entire franchise just died because of this really underhanded business practice that Capcom did. So, the design of the game sucked because of the gem system, and then the greed of Capcom made the whole game fizzle out. That was a giant money loss for Capcom.
Yeah.
And it was such a bad situation with the PR that the Tekken side of things, Bandai Namco, dropped their entire idea of doing the collaboration with Capcom, and they never released Tekken Cross Street Fighter.
Kinda wrong on that, because I think Namco said, well, we're gonna do Tekken Cross Street Fighter, but we're gonna focus on Tekken 7 first. So, I mean, that's according to them.
Instead, if you guys saw last time around, was it Tekken 7 or Tekken 8? I forget which one it was. I think it was Tekken 7. They had Akuma as a guest character.
No, dude, it was Tekken 8. Tekken 8 came out, dude.
That was it.
The answer is longer than Persona 3, the answer.
One character for Street Fighter as a guest character, and that was it. They just scrapped the whole idea of doing the full-on game because they didn't want to have anything to do with the stinkiness that was Street Fighter Cross Tekken.
Persona 3, the answer ruled.
We followed
Even my video is shorter than this answer.
Had many popular iterations, made a ton of money for Capcom. Marvel vs. Capcom 3 and Ultimate Marvel 3 made money for Capcom, but fizzled out after only a few years, while previous Versus games in the series had been 10 plus years and were still played in competitive circles.
One Persona 8.
You got a mixed bag here. Street Fighter Cross Tekken comes out, a huge failure for Capcom, they lose money. So what happened was Capcom started to lose faith in Yoshinori Ono.
But that wasn't Ono's decision, though.
The face of fighting games for Capcom. But
that wasn't his decision.
Telling him, you got to do better. You just really screwed this up right now. And we were at the forefront being the top fighting game company, and now because of these screw-ups, people are now thinking...
These screw-ups aren't his fault, though. Whatever. Okay.
This was the opportunity now for a company like NetherRealm to come back from the dead and totally redesign Mortal Kombat from the ground up, which is what they did. They redesigned Mortal Kombat from the ground up, and now that was becoming another popular franchise. Then they had Injustice. So direct competitors to Capcom were coming out of the woodwork and doing better than Capcom. So Capcom was pissed at Ono and told him, you got to do better.
This is like made-up lore he made. Like, this is not even accurate. Because Ono didn't make these decisions, and Capcom isn't punishing him for those decisions. It's completely different.
He didn't do better. You know, the only other games that came out under his watch, Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, which was, 2017, a game that the graphics were terrible, the game engine...
Again, Infinite's another instance where it wasn't even Ono's fault either. Because this was a recipe for disaster because it had issues with licensing, it had issues with Disney. Disney didn't want their characters to be beat up. Okay, you know what? Side note, this is not just Disney, this is for every fucking company because every company does this and they're all guilty of this, okay? Fucking DC did this with Mortal Kombat vs. DC. We're like, oh, you got Batman? You can't have them be bloody, okay? Cut that. And it's like, they're in a fucking fighting game, and I don't even think the fans of these franchises will even fucking care that they get beat up. It's so fucking stupid. It's such a stupid fucking argument that these companies do with these when they do these crossover things. If they're so worried about that, don't fucking do these crossovers and just have them be in a bubble. It's so fucking dumb.
Very similar to Marvel 3, where it was just one type of gameplay with the rushdown. It wasn't really anything that was going to have any kind of longevity. People played the game essentially for 6 to 8 months and dropped it entirely. What do you expect was going to happen? You took out the characters people love. The X-Men and stuff were removed because they didn't have the license to use them in the game anymore. They put in crappier characters, and, you know, they didn't really innovate at all. It was basically Marvel 3 watered down. Do you think people are going to love that? Of course not. Okay, now, the final straw that broke the camel's back here was that Ono, behind the scenes, Yoshinori Ono, was working on Street Fighter 6. Now, Street Fighter 5 came out.
Oh, we now got to Street Fighter 5.
Incredibly mixed audience. All right.
Finally.
Some people to this day love Street Fighter.
I'm getting fucking hungry. I need to get something to eat. This is bullshit. I'll be right back. I'm gonna just have you listen to music, okay? So let's go to YouTube. I'll be right back, guys. You're gonna enjoy some Skullgirls music, okay? And you're gonna like it, okay? I'll be back. I'm back! I'm back, everyone. I'm back. I like that song, by the way. I love it. The stars and stage are set is the name of the song. It's great. It's the music to Annie's stage in Skullgirls. Yeah. As you can see, guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna say it straight up. You might see more Skullgirl streams. Just saying, you're gonna be sitting here, and all of a sudden, might be a Friday set, maybe like every Friday I'll be doing Skullgirls, and you're gonna be like, and you're gonna like it. You're gonna see it, and you're gonna like it. All right, let's get the show back on the roll.
And absolutely, we'll say Street Fighter V is an amazingly good fighting game, and you know, other people hate it. And the problem was when Street Fighter V came out, Capcom was saying to Ono, basically, this is your chance to redeem yourself from how bad Street Fighter Cross Tekken did. Street Fighter V was one of the worst fighting game launches ever. The game released with little to no content whatsoever. Most of it was online only, and the online component didn't even work for over a month after its initial release. So they essentially sold you a game you couldn't play for a month after it came out because it sucked. Then they did the research. They found out all the online netcode was outsourced to a third-party company that basically was like amateurs and didn't know what they were doing. So that's why it sucked at launch. Capcom took a good 6+ months of damage control trying to fix the game and make it functional so people would have faith in them again. And then by the time that it finally was realized that the game worked, people realized, oh my god, this game has the most lag.
Oh yeah, and you go back to Hades too.
Because it was designed that way. Innately, Street Fighter V was designed to be a game with tons of online lag, and that was supposed to be the way it was played. So you're trying to play this game at tournaments. Like, I don't understand why my character is so sluggish. Because they designed the game that way. That everything in the game is sluggish. So you can't even play the game as an action-packed game where you react to stuff going on. Instead, the game had to be played as a pattern game where you just throw out a pattern and you guess at what your opponent's going to do and hope that what you do counters it. Because you can't actually react to anything happening because the game plays so slowly and so sluggishly. So, Street Fighter V.
Is there even a pattern?
Completely.
I honestly don't get
at launch.
I don't get what he means by pattern play. Like, what pattern is there in Street Fighter V? Like, you could say that he does the same pattern in fucking Street Fighter 2. It's kind of stupid to say there's pattern play in a game when, like, that's kind of how almost every fighting game is. Whatever, okay. Maybe I'm not well-versed, because I kind of do whatever when I play Street Fighter 5, dude. Come on.
Ono screwed up again. So that's 2 straight screw-ups. You know what I mean? Like 2 huge screw-ups for Capcom. Now, over time, Street Fighter V ended up becoming a success for Capcom for 2 primary reasons. The first is because Capcom didn't have any other fighting games planned. They weren't working on Street Fighter 6 yet. They weren't working on a new franchise. They had lost money so much on Street Fighter Cross Tekken, and Street Fighter V was their big gamble, and that didn't do so well at launch. So they were like, we gotta put all of our eggs in the same basket because we don't have money really to do anything else. At the time, if you remember.
Now look how bullshit this is. If Capcom abandoned Street Fighter V immediately, as fast as he expected them to, he'd say, see? Capcom, they didn't put any support for Street Fighter V. They released a shitty game, and then they dropped it. It's fucking bullshit. And then, when they stick with it, and they support it, it's stupid, dude. They're supporting a bad game. You can never win in the land of DSP, dude.
Resident Evil also was failing, because Resident Evil just had Resident Evil 6, and that was a huge disappointment for Capcom sales-wise, so they had to find a way to make money. That's why they rebooted Resident Evil 7, completely different style of game and stuff like that. So when Street Fighter V released to so much criticism and not being a good game in the first year, and it didn't sell nearly as well as Capcom had hoped it would, they were hoping for Street Fighter 4 sales numbers. They didn't sell nearly as close to Street Fighter 4 numbers, like less than half. It was that bad. Capcom was like, oh god, what are we going to do? They did stick with the game, even though the game, sadly, in competitive circles, most people will publicly admit at this point that Street Fighter V is far inferior to other competitive Street Fighter games. That it's full of just not the kind of gameplay you would expect from that higher standard of competitive play. The game looks nice, and that's about it. So, the thing is, Capcom's looked the shit out of that game over the years.
I honestly don't think people said that the game looked nice. Everyone was making fun of Ken, so he had banana hair. Alex looks like he had French fries for hair. Like, people do not like how a lot of the characters looked in that game. I think there are good, well looked characters. I mean, I think Karen looks nice, looks fine in that game. Cody looks good. Um, Dan looks good. Like, there are characters that look good in Street Fighter Five. Like Sakura looks pretty cool. I just think there's some characters that kind of got the unfortunate thing with it.
Milk and Milk keep releasing DLC characters, keep releasing DLC characters. They don't have anything else. All right? Now, the rumor is, we don't know if this is actually true, but behind the scenes, the rumor is that Ono was now spearheading Street Fighter 6. Now, keep in mind, Street Fighter Cross Tekken, a failure. Street Fighter V, considered a failure at launch, even though they did get a longevity out of it. At launch, not even close to the sales of Street Fighter 4. Huge failure for Ono. And then Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, a huge failure. 3 huge failures for this guy. Boom, 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 with no successes in between to pad them. Okay? So apparently, Street Fighter 6 is being designed as a team-based combat game. Now, I don't know if that means like it's kind of like the Capcom versus SNK series where you formulate a team of fighters that each have a point-based system, or if it's more of a tagging in and out system like the Versus series. I don't know. But apparently the game's in development.
No.
Capcom.
I don't think it ever outsold Street Fighter 4 because Street Fighter 4 I think had bigger numbers because Street Fighter 4 is on PC, PS3. Even in the heyday of Street Fighter 4, it was on PS3, Xbox 360, and PC. It was on 3 platforms. Street Fighter 5 is only on 2, so I don't think even if everyone went out to buy Street Fighter 5, I think 4 still had a beat because it's on 3 platforms. It's on more accessible platforms than Street Fighter 5, and then it got re-released on 3DS and PS4. So I mean, it had more of a lifespan.
Finally sat down to look at it and said, this is all you've done? Like, this is it? We're done. We have no faith in you anymore, Ono. Like, 3 straight failures, and now this is what you have for Street Fighter 6, and you think this is going to save fighting games for us? And they shit-canned him. Basically what happened, the rumor is, they told him, they're going to demote you. We don't want to fire you, because you have done good work for us. We want to keep you in the family, but we're going to demote you down to this, and we're going to have other people jump in and take over your position.
Keep you in the family. It sounds like a fucking mafia. We want to keep you in the family.
Declined and left the company. Apparently, that's what happened. So, at this point, we don't know what is going on with Street Fighter. Is Street Fighter 6 still a team-based game? Did they even
Probably
use
not
any of the ideas of Ono and the team that was working on the game previously before he left? Or did they just completely crap everything out and start at square one? We have no idea. Okay? So, I mean, Cisco Certified, thank you for the question. I hope that was a very in-depth explanation, okay? When it comes to Ono leaving the company, is this a good or bad thing? That's going to depend on who you ask. Some people really liked Street Fighter 4. They liked what Ono did with Marvel vs. Capcom 3. And they're sad to see the guy go because, if anything, I think what everyone can agree is the guy was a nice guy. He was a personable guy when he talked to the public. He was always upbeat. He was always full of energy and full of enthusiasm for the games that he was promoting. And it was a shame to see a guy like that fail. You know what I mean? When you have someone who you can tell they kind of, in their heart, they love the product. They're not doing it just to make money. They're doing it because they love the franchise. Like I said, I'm a lifelong fan of Street Fighter. Here's my Blanca action figure, you know.
This dude is so fucking fake. Holy shit. There are videos of him wanting Ono to step down. Phil literally was like saying, Ono should be ashamed. I kind of want to go back to watching the Street Fighter 5 video. I kind of want to, like, let's open that video.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the King of... Didn't give them the tools of the already established top-tier Street Fighter V. What gives? Now, that's a legitimate criticism. But now, all right, allow me to give you my first kind of point here in regards to how the competitive fighting game community wants to super go defense force on Street Fighter V and protect it from any legitimate criticism. Here's a direct quote from the front page of EventHubs.com. For those of you who don't know, EventHubs.com is a major fighting game coverage website. The byline states, "Are we being a bit too harsh on Street Fighter V's DLC characters? Well, Alex Valle's wisdom says that these new fighters aren't as bad as we think." And if you go to read the series of tweets that this article quotes, basically it's Valle saying, listen, you gotta look historically at Street Fighter. If you look at games from the past, the characters who were top tier at the very beginning weren't necessarily top tier the entire time, or vice versa. Maybe they did stay top tier, but over the development of that game's life cycle, other characters were developed after they had more time to be played, and they were found to be up there as well. So here's some examples of this. Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, when the game first released.
Okay, this is becoming like a fucking debate. I'll watch it separately. I'll watch it separately, dude.
That's cool to see them being
dude, he loves Street Fighter V. I fucking streamed all of his first impressions of it. He loved the game. The second someone went to his stream chat and said, "Phil, Street Fighter V has 8 frame of delay," that was like the kiss of death. Right then and there was like he stopped. The mask came off.
Sadly, to see them fail is just equally as heartbreaking. You know what I mean? Admittedly, my take on it is Street Fighter 4 was a
this dude wanted owner to be fired.
With that vein of success, that would have been amazing. But Street Fighter Cross Tekken, Street Fighter 5, and then Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite. 3 straight failures. Like, how much more leeway can you give the guy? And this is money, big money. Capcom's investing in these games just for them to be underwhelming in the sales department. I mean, what do you think was going to happen? You know, it's just business. At this point, I don't think it was personal. I think it was purely a business decision to get rid of it.
No shit, right?
Now, I would love to speculate.
You just
Let
did.
me speculate and tell you what I want to happen. I would like Street Fighter 6 to come out and be a return to form. Play like old school Street Fighter. Bring back fundamentals, footsie.
He wants it to play like Super Turbo, but what if someone wants it to play like Third Strike or Dude, I want Street Fighter 6 to play like Alpha 3. Do that, Capcom. Make it like Alpha, dude. Come on.
Bring back the reactive gameplay. Oh, someone's doing something, I can react to it. Because the game doesn't have insane input delay and sluggishness, I can actually do things that show off.
But you can do that anyway. If someone does a fucking Shoryuken in Street Fighter V and you block it, on the way down, you could just do a heavy punch and knock him out. You could do crush counters, you could do reversals. There's even a new mechanic called the V-Shift, where you can kind of dodge an attack and then parry it. But okay, it's all pattern play. There's insane delay, even though they removed all the delay.
Off my hand-eye coordination and my quick thinking skills, which is the opposite of what Street Fighter V is. It's literally the opposite of that game, okay? If they went back to fundamentals of what makes fighting games good, and then you add in a gimmick or two, think about it. At its core, that's what Street Fighter 4 started out as. It was fundamental gameplay with FADCs, focus attack dash cancels, which get a good variety of gameplay.
He hated Street Fighter 4 too when it came out. He said it was an easy game. It was, they made it so accessible, man. It's so easy.
Play in there. Now later on with the later iterations, the game became unbalanced and broken. But originally the game was kind of interesting with this first few iterations. And if you could go back to that kind of fundamentals, I really feel Street Fighter 6 could be a successful game. A team-based element where you're building a team of 2 or 3 fighters that have different stat levels and different abilities and different HP meters and stuff. That could also be an interesting twist that we haven't seen since the likes of Capcom.
Wait, what?
2 or 3 fighters that have different stat levels and different abilities and different HP meters and stuff.
They already do that though. Like, Ibuki doesn't have a lot of health in Street Fighter 5. I think also Kage doesn't have a lot of health either. Like, there are characters that have different stats as it is. Okay.
So that could also be an interesting twist that we haven't seen since the likes of Capcom vs. SNK 2, which is what? It is 20 years old now, right? All these things could be great. The problem is, Capcom seems to go for flashy these days. Everything they want is to be pretty and flashy because they think what's going to
But dude, it's modernized.
sell games is making them accessible to viewers on Twitch. I hate to say it. Marvel vs. Capcom 3 was a game light on substance but heavy on flash, and for 2-3 years became the giant streamed game to watch on Twitch. But then what happened when that hype fizzled out and the game had no substance and no longevity? No one even talks about Marvel vs. Capcom 3 that much anymore. Every once in a while, you got someone like Maximilian who runs a tournament.
Maximilian?
The game's all but dead. You know what I mean? Like, it's a pretty bad situation. Like, they need to get games that have fundamentals that are going to get people hooked and interested in the games, but also competitive circles are going to like them. You know what I mean? Like, you have to find that balance. That's what I wish Street Fighter 6 would be. Stop worrying about bullshit and just make a game that plays great, and then you can worry about all the other bullshit afterward. If people are hooked on your game, then you can nickel and dime them for the fucking DLC later. Don't think, oh, make a shit game and then immediately start selling nickel and dime character DLCs to make more money. You know what I mean? That's my take. Do I have faith Capcom will do something like that? No. I'll be honest. I have no faith in Capcom doing the right thing. I'm just being honest here. I like Capcom as a company. I think that what they did with Resident Evil 7 was a great idea to rejuvenate the franchise. I just don't have faith in them doing the right thing anymore. I think that sadly...
Thanks for the $2 super chat, Sarah. For the bun, all hail our queen Cleo. Yeah, you know what? I should tell you this. I had to buy her a new water bottle. Well, I bought her a new water bottle, but I'm not using the bottle. I'm using the top because the bottle's like for babies, and Cleo is not a baby. She's a big bun. So I just kept the same bottle, but changed the water head, and it works brilliantly. The water does not leak out anymore, so it was definitely worth getting it. So big ups, Cleo finally gets to keep her water. I was mad because I was like, why I just filled it up to the top and it's already empty. I was like, this is bullshit. So all hail Cleo.
I've lost faith in them with fighting games. They were my go in the 90s. They were the ones who got me into fighting games with Street Fighter 2. They're the ones who they were a major part of my life.
Life.
Decade, the 90s.
I gave you 7 years of my life.
I was traveling to play competitive Street Fighter and everything. You know what I mean? Like, Capcom fighting games were a part of my youth, and it's sad now to see that, like, I don't care about them anymore, and a lot of people don't care about them anymore.
But you're a variety streamer.
Fighting games back in the day don't really play them that much anymore. Don't care because they think that they've changed and been ruined and or have failed. That's not good. What, you know, the classic people.
Yeah, that's why you play Skullgirls. Skullgirls stayed the same. It's even better now. Game is great. Skullgirls 10 out of 10. Perfect game. And it got a season pass. There's new characters. Annie rules. Annie's a great character. Big ups, Annie. Hell yeah.
G's from back in the day don't even care about fucking fighting games anymore because the games suck. That's not good. You know what I mean? We need a game that's going to reinvigorate these people again. I don't know. I mean, for me...
Why should Capcom focus on people that walked away when they could make more money by appealing to other groups of gamers? And the FGC is still around. There's still people playing fighting games.
Me, people ask me all the time, would I ever get back into the FGC? Would I ever play fighting games at a competitive level again? I'm like, Capcom needs to make a game that's going to get me back to feeling like that.
No.
Like, I want to sacrifice...
This dude literally was going on and on how he loves being a variety streamer. He doesn't want to focus on one game anymore. He doesn't like doing the FGC tournament shit because he doesn't like the setups and all this dumb bullshit. And he would much rather spend time with his wife. You think that... Let's say Capcom makes Super Turbo 3, and it's like and it plays exactly like what DSP wants from Street Fighter. You think he's gonna do fucking Evo? This is all to make him sound cool, dude. It's like, oh, see, they have to wow me. They haven't wowed me yet. It's like me being a fucking snob about Skullgirls 2 if they ever do it. Oh, if they want me to get hyped for Skullgirls 2, they gotta wow me. If you don't wow me, I'm not there. It's like, okay.
Time, effort, money to travel and stuff in order to play these games because nothing they've put out in the past decade has given me that feeling. The very launch of Street Fighter 4, I got that feeling and I went to tournaments. And then around 2011, I just didn't care to travel or do tournaments anymore. I just didn't care. It wasn't interesting anymore because the games weren't good enough for me. Like, I wasn't excited anymore to play them. So that's my take. What they need to do with Ono leaving, this is their chance to.
He didn't get any feeling, but when Street Fighter 5 was around the corner, he fucking put on sunglasses and said, "The future's so bright, I gotta wear shades." And then told people that he's gonna be playing Street Fighter 5 a lot. And he did. But he didn't feel anything about Street Fighter. Okay.
To go back to basics and put out a game franchise with gameplay that's going to hook people all around the world. It could go right back to where Street Fighter 4 was again. But Street Fighter 5 was so bad. I don't know if they even have people on their dev teams who know what makes a fighting game good anymore. I can't believe they sold Street Fighter 5. I really can't. That game is one of the worst fighting games I've ever fucking played in my life. Every time I go back to it, I groan how bad the fuck.
Go play Blaze Blue Cross Tag Battle, DSP. Go play that game and tell me then Street Fighter 5 is the worst. Okay?
I can't believe people like that fucking game. So they gotta go back to being a good game, and I don't know if they're ever going to. You know what I mean? So do I have faith that with Ono gone, Capcom will do the right thing? No. Okay. Shoutouts. We got a lot of contributions that came in here. Let's see here. So Steven Seagull is now testing. He tipped me another $1. He wanted to see if his tip was showing up as verified. Let's give it a look.
I do have to use the bathroom, guys. I'll be right back. I'm not gonna put on music because it'll be quick, but I'll be back. Hold on. Yes, Cleo. Cleo's now in charge, guys. Is the big bun here. Okay. The rant was like stupidly long. Like it was like half the video, dude.
Let you know here.
I brought some Oreos because I'm a fucking fat ass. Blech.
And by the way, Wilson of Aragorn, I see that you are here. FYI, that tip from many days ago still has not cleared. Just so you know. I know that you're keeping an eye on it because you're waiting to see if it's going to clear or not from your bank. It did not clear yet. Just to give you the heads up, if you were wondering. Let's see here. So this is the tip right here. All right. Steven Seagal, yes. Your tip shows is verified. So thank you. So Steven Seagal now technically is the top tipper of the day. Because earlier he had tipped $7 or some dollars here. So let's get him up on the leaderboard. You're showing is verified now. Thank you for that. And then another $1 on top of that to test. That's $8, so we're up to $12 to tip.
I love that he has to type like this. It makes no fucking sense to do this, but that's how he does it, dude.
Thank you, Steven Seagal. You're good to go now. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate that. Then in the meantime, I got another tip. Oh, wow. Hold on a second here, because this may be the top tip of the day if this one is okay. Let's take a look here.
By the way, I like that he got that tip from Will, son of Aragorn, and I don't think he ever told us it cleared at all yet. And all he says it's a big tip, but it, you know.
It is. All right, I received a $10 tip from Thugs on the Flow. Very nice. Let's get that on the leaderboard. $10 tip from Thugs on the Flow. That gets us up to $22 in tips. Oops. And they said the following. I've been a fan since 2010. Know that for every hater out there, you have tons of people rooting for you. I've always loved your vlog-style videos, and I've watched them all, so I'm glad Ask the King is still around. Thank you for all the fun over the years. You are welcome, and thank you very much for the support. Thank you for letting me know. You know what we call them? We call them the silent majority. There are thousands of people still around. Thank you for all the fun over the years. I've been a fan since 2010. Know that for every hater out there, you have tons of people rooting for you. I've always loved your vlog-style videos, and I've watched them all, so I'm glad Ask the King is still around. Thank you for all the fun over the years. You are welcome, and thank you very much for the support. Thank you for letting me know. You know what we call them? We call them the silent majority. There are thousands of people who still watch my content.
The silent majority,
on a daily
okay.
basis. Whether it's on demand on DSP Gaming or the hundreds that come by and watch me live on Twitch every day. I know that. Do they all speak up and say, hey, Phil, we love your content? Of course not. They're there to enjoy the content, and, you know, I understand that.
It's funny because, like, Rob used to be a silent majority tipper, dude. He used to just tip and say, like, whatever. Rob then somehow decided, I'm gonna be a fucking asshole, and started to antagonize the chat for no reason. Like, it blows my mind when he has these tippers, and these whales come in, and they just straight up shit on his chat, and he's like, yeah, I agree. Like, it is so weird to me to stream, get a donation from someone, and then like, it's fine if, let's say that maybe Rob doesn't like people in chat, whatever, that's his opinion, but I mean, to sit there and say I agree, Rob, is pretty fucking shitty. I think it's more shitty for that than, like, okay, it's shitty that Rob does that sometimes, where he's like, yeah, your chat fucking sucks, Phil, and like, that, sure, that's fucking rude and dumb and fucking stupid to shut up. If you don't like it, shut up. But, you know, whatever. Not everyone likes each other. Whatever. But I think it's really shitty that he just sits there and says, I agree. All the time. It's like, why say this?
It's the vocal asshole.
Yeah, dude, this dude also gets mad at people, like, impersonating other people. But if you come in impersonating Derek or whatever, nothing gets done. And, like, I've said that before, Derek is a weird dude. Like, he's pretty creepy on Twitter, and he goes after all these, like, fucking Twitter accounts. It's really fucking weird and fucked up. But it's like everyone memes on him, and DSP does nothing about it. Like, dude. But if you come in with Mrs. Swaggins, oh, you're out of there, Buster.
Who try to get the attention for themselves on the internet. But I totally understand that there's tons of people out there who like my stuff, so thank you for the support. Mezzanac has subscribed to the channel. Thank you, Mezzanac, for the
this
sub.
This is the last Oreo cookie, guys.
An anonymous cheerer did a 50-bit cheer. Thank you to the anonymous.
This is the end of Oreo Jillian.
You had all of your games, art, and statues and other things displayed all over your old place. Did your parents ever give you shit for it when they would come over? They wouldn't give me shit for it, but they would basically, at one point, they were like, okay, you got a lot here. The place is getting kind of cluttered. Is it ever going to stop? And, you know, as a guy who, at that point, you know, think about this. I was single. I had no clue what was going to happen with my life. I was a popular YouTuber out of nowhere, making money that I didn't know what to do with. And I was just being silly. I had no... At one point, they were... All of your games, art, and stats have subscribed to the channel. Thank you, Mezzanac, for the sub. I appreciate that. An anonymous cheerer did a 50-bit cheer. Thank you to the anonymous cheerer. I appreciate that. Snorlax cheer said, Phil, when you had all of your games, art, and statues and other things displayed all over your old place, did your parents ever give you shit for it when they would come over?
Sorry, I had to rinse my palate from Oreo. Okay, anyways. I know this is technically not a question in Ask the King, but I'll answer it all the same. I never like had a lot of figures hanging around, but there was a time I had all these game controllers on a table, and my dad, it got to the point where my dad kept telling me almost every day, Theo, are you gonna get any more controllers? And I'm like, no. I don't know, it doesn't look like you have enough. I think you need more controllers. And I was like, oh. Okay, so it got to the point where the joke went on and on, to the point where I was like telling my mom, last year or so, maybe even before that, like thinking I should just buy a controller and put it like on his grave, just to be kind of like, you know, just to continue the joke with him, because I just thought it was funny. Because like I had so many controllers laying around, and he just kept like making fun of me about it. Like, oh, don't you have enough controllers? I'm like, no. Oh, okay. Well, I think you should get more. It's like, oh, okay. And then again, no one. Oh, what a surprise! You got a new controller. Oh, wow.
They wouldn't give me shit for it, but they would basically, at one point, they were like, okay, you got a lot here. The place is getting kind of cluttered. Is it ever going to stop? And, you know, as a guy who, at that point, you know, think about this.
Think about this.
I had no clue what was going to happen with my life. I was a popular YouTuber out of nowhere, making money that I didn't know what to do with. And I was just being silly buying shit.
I was being silly buying shit. Dude, come on.
Left and right. A lot of the shit was good for my videos, admittedly. Like, you guys liked having the backgrounds and the decoration for the videos. A lot of the stuff I bought was the DSP Tries items and stuff. But, yeah, I cluttered the fuck out of that place.
Yeah, he said he was single, but he was also dating Panda Lee when he got some of those things. Like, half the stuff he bought was when he was with Leanna. Come on.
Because I had money, I know what to burn it on, you know what I mean? And a lot of it certainly was wasted, and I should have invested it, and I should have done very much wiser things with it. But at that time of my life, I was basically an asshole. I was just sitting around, drinking all the time, recording video games, uploading them, and not giving a shit about anything. You know what I mean? Like, I just didn't give a shit about anything at all. It wasn't until much later, years later, that I got more serious about my life and everything.
That's kind of bullshit, though.
So...
Oh my god, dude.
To answer you honestly, yes. Sometimes my parents would say, okay, you got another statue? Another one? You know, when's this going to end? Why are you getting all this stuff? And admittedly, that place was small. And to have that much shit in there was kind of like, what are you doing? Why do you have all this stuff in here, you know? Why don't you get a better place and put it there rather than keep cluttering this place?
Well, so it went from them kind of calling out that he has too many stuff to, you should buy a bigger place for this stuff. Oh my god, dude. I have a feeling that either his mom or his dad is a hoarder. I have a feeling that the Burnells have hoarding problems. Like, holy shit, dude.
Will, son of Aragorn, did a 100-bit cheer. He says, you know, it's almost as if Ubisoft is following Capcom's lead of how their
Don't
games
do
turn
this.
out. Yeah, you know, and Ubisoft, sadly, I think is in this rut where they think there's only like 3 categories of games. There's a cooperative shooter like The Division or hair in my mouth. Any of the 100 Tom Clancy games that are almost identical that have come out.
Uh-oh, guys. I got a warning. I think this is about my bitrate, because I lowered my bitrate. Stream's current bitrate is this much. It's lower than recommended. Okay, so I should raise my bitrate? Okay. Maybe I should go back to where it was. I'm gonna just go full screen for a bit. I'm gonna just increase my bitrate, dude. Back to normal. Let's go back to normal. Let's do that. Alright.
In the past few years. Or they got the open world game. Oh my god. Watch Dogs Legion, Assassin's Creed, Phoenix Rising. All these games are like the same open world.
Wait, what's the
in the past few years? There's a cooperative to get a better place and put it there rather than keep cluttering this place. Will, son of Aragorn, did a 100-bit cheer. He says, you know, it's almost as if Ubisoft is following Capcom's lead in terms of how their games turn out. Yeah, you know, and Ubisoft, sadly...
Oh, whatever. Like, Capcom was doing this stuff before Ubisoft was a meme, dude.
I think is in this rut where they think there's only like 3 categories of games. There's a cooperative shooter like The Division or hair in my mouth. Any of the 100 Tom Clancy games that are almost identical that have come out in the past few years. Or they got the open world game. Oh my god. Watch Dogs Legion, Assassin's Creed, Phoenix Rising. All these games are like the same open world formula, right?
Dude, he was praising Phoenix Rising as a new IP, and now he's saying it's the same game. he was loving it. Now he's not loving it.
Right? And
Feels
then I
bad,
believe they have
man.
that other, I forget what the third thing is that they do. They have three archetypes that they use to make games, and they can't get out of that. You know what I mean? Like, they're not innovating. They're not doing anything different. They're just doing the same thing over and over, and that's why a lot of people say all their games feel like they're the same. You know what I mean?
I think they can feel
I hear you,
unfinished.
Mr. Hurdy Gurdy
You're gonna
Man Cheese,
suck.
I think you should play Guilty Gear Strive. Its online play is the closest thing to being in a local I found. Definitely makes it worth learning the systems. I would be interested in checking it out. I don't know if I'm going to buy it. The game now has been delayed. If you're not aware, the game was delayed from April all the way till June because they said due to the feedback they received during the beta, they want to work on the game more. So we'll see what happens come June, I guess. Okay? All right, we've got time.
But learn the
For
systems,
probably
dude.
one more question, and then we'll go on a break. The next question is from Linny9000. It says, why did I like the Batman animated series so much?
Oh my god,
the answer is
dude.
very simple.
Okay, I do like the Batman animated series. I love that series. I grew up with it. I liked it because of the art style the most. I think the stories are good. Obviously, whatever. Obviously it's a great show, but I really feel like the art style does not get enough praise at all. Same with the Justice League animated series and Justice League Unlimited. Most honestly, I think Justice League Unlimited is the best fucking iteration of Justice League. I like it. It's a better show. It's a better hero show. It's even better than fucking Young Justice. Everyone was like raving about Young Justice, how great it was. Like it's good, but I kind of got bored. Like I started watching the new season and the newest season, and I was like, okay. But I mean, let me tell you, Justice League Unlimited was amazing. They did such cool fucking like combinations of characters. They even did heroes that were not even super mainstream. Like, I didn't even know Black Canary was a character until Justice League Unlimited, and I loved her. Today I just saw the episode where Black Canary was trying to get the Panther guy out of the fighting ring, And that was a great episode. I loved it. It was great. I like Teen Titans. Don't get me wrong. I like Teen Titans too. Teen Titans is completely different. That stands on its own very well. I like Teen Titans. Don't get me wrong about that too. That's good as well. And I think that was also done by people who worked on Disney Unlimited and the animated series as well and all that. But I love the JLU. That I thought was a great series, and I would love for them to do more of it. Like, they could do so many things with it because it's like you have a whole plethora of DC heroes, and like this show had a great style. It had great episodes, great people working on it. Like, it was great, and they even did a movie recently, and it was great. And it's like, do more of these.
Because the Batman animated series took the viewing audience seriously. When I was a kid,
this is bullshit though. I fucking hate how he describes Batman the animated series. It is so dumb. It takes the viewing audience seriously. No, it fucking doesn't. There were only like a few episodes that had an overarching story and referenced things. But for the most part, all of the episodes are self-contained, and you don't need to see them in any order. So this is complete bullshit. And even like if you listen, like Disney Unlimited had a behind the scenes where they were talking about the development of it, and they were saying that a lot of their shows were intended to be self-contained shows. Like, they didn't want them to have any connection or continuity. Like, when they did Justice League and Justice League Unlimited, initially they wanted that show to not have any ties with the previous animated series. It was only by happenstance that they decided, yeah, for this story that we want to tell for it to work, we should have it tie into the show. It would make it a stronger story. So it was only by happenstance that it did that as a whole, but otherwise, like, these shows stood on its own.
And I used to watch cartoons, all right? Most cartoons were what were considered throwaway episodes. If you missed a single episode of a...
No one considers these throwaway episodes. And this is also done because different shows have different fucking genres. Ed, Edd n Eddy, for example, is not a show that has an ongoing narrative. It's a fucking cartoon show that's like a sitcom. I mean, if you watch fucking Seinfeld doesn't have an overarching plot.
Cartoon, you could go back at any point in the series, and you could watch it, and it wouldn't matter. There was no continuity in the episodes. It was just comedic stuff. Batman was not about comedy. It was about a serious plot line that was, continuous going. You had to watch the episodes so you would understand the continuity. Darker themes. There were many serious adult-themed episodes in the Batman series.
You know what I realized? Oh my god, dude. Batman the Animated Series was aimed for a younger audience, right? Aimed for kids and all that, right? And he just said it has adult tones and dark themes and all this shit, right? But Bugsnax, that game is not for kids because it handles dark themes and adult topics or whatever. That's not for kids. It's for adults, but Batman the Animated Series is a kids cartoon that treated them seriously. Holy shit, dude. Get the fuck out of here.
That weren't just for kids. Also, I would say another series like that was X-Men. The X-Men cartoon had continuity, and you need to follow it. That's what I like. Cartoons that took the viewer seriously rather than, it's just a throwaway show. Just watch any episode and you miss it. Is every show Looney Tunes, where it doesn't matter? Every episode's a completely isolated story, and you don't ever need to have any.
But you know how monotonous it would be for the landscape of cartoons if it was all the same shit? Like, even look at Cartoon Network now. It's all monotonous. Now they have all these shows. Ever since Steven Universe exploded in popularity, Cartoon Network has been kind of running that bit dry. All these shows are starting to kind of melt, and I think now it's starting to fade away. I think now it's getting to the tipping point where you might start seeing Cartoon Network do another shift in cartoons and programming, but for the time being, it's like all these shows have the same art style almost. It's all monotonous. So him wanting these shows to all be like Batman the Animated Series would be monotony. It would be fucking like insane.
Context for it. I didn't like that. Like, I liked shows that made the viewing audience think a little more. Or
He didn't like that, but he liked Looney Tunes. I love Looney Tunes, dude, but I didn't like cartoons like Looney Tunes.
have a little bit more of a background and see killer characters develop over time. You know what I mean? The Batman animated series had multiple Robins, which was cool to see the
It had 2 Robins, by the way.
Robins change over time because that was the actual plotline of the comic books. I liked that about it.
And they only, like, in the 4th season, they only added a new Robin because Warner Brothers, when they bought, or whatever, the programming for Batman the Animated Series, they straight up told them, you need to make Batman be a family kind of thing. You need to have them be, they need to have a Robin character and a Batman and a Batgirl character. You need to have them in that show. So the 4th season was kind of like, we need to attach these 2 characters. Check his Twitter? Okay. Twitter time. Hold up. We gotta go to the proper channels. Okay? I'm gonna be honest. Guys. This better dang be good. I tell you what. If I go to DSP's Twitter and it's fucking bullshit, it's gonna be bullshit. And shit's gonna happen. I already know what's gonna happen. Guys, oh my god. Oh, dude, this is... I don't know if Susan's gonna like this, okay? But, Susan, deal with it. This is... I'm gonna show you the horror I saw. Happy International Women's Day to all the amazing women on the planet. Most importantly to me, my wife Kat, without whom I wouldn't be the man I am today. She is my rack. Oh my god, dude. Dude. This is the meme. This is the meme where, oh my god, dude. Oh, dude. Okay. The picture is fucking bad. It's a... What did they use to take this picture? What filter were they using? Did they go up, like, what the fuck is this? This is the most boomer fucking picture I have seen. This is like a fucking picture from, like, the fucking 60s. Did we go back in time? Secondly, it's International Women's Day, right? Why did they say Happy International Women's Day to me? DSP, you're a fucking man! You have a penis! What? How do you... You know, that's a good point, Ludwig. They had to have taken it in front of a picture. And, okay. Oh man. Oh my god, dude. This is like piss. This is like, okay. Oh my god. This video is gonna be very long, and it's supposed to be for Ask the King, god damn it, but holy shit. This is fucking... This dude went on days and days and days and days talking about how I can't take Instagram pictures because the trolls would like look at the images behind me and do all this shit. But then he uploads this fucking image. And it's like, do you care or do you not care? What the fuck is this then? Like, I don't even care, honestly, that he took this picture. It's that the logic he throws at us is such a cartoon logic that makes no like. It makes his fucking reasoning for the Instagram stuff so fucking stupid and frustrating. Like that I'm getting more hung up on that than on the stuff he thinks I'd get hung up on. It's so fucking dumb. And then but okay, that now we're gonna move on from that. Because I could go on for hours belaboring the point. But this image is so fucking dumb. Why can't they just take a normal fucking image? And it's also fucking stupid to celebrate Women's Day by having him in it. The narcissism in this is fucking off the charts. It's so narcissistic. Like, holy shit, dude. Happy International Women's Day to me. Dude, most importantly to me. Happy International Women's Day to all the amazing women on the planet. Most importantly to me. Oh my god. What? Dude, this dude can't do anything without making him seem so narcissistic. He can't do anything right. All he has to say is Happy International Women's Day. To all the women out there, and to my wife. Or to say to all the women out there, fuck it. But no, it has to be a picture of him kissing his wife. And what kind of kiss is this? This kiss is like for 12-year-olds. Like, holy shit, dude. Oh my god, dude. Come on. Now, of course, someone's gonna say, Theo, you're just jealous that he has a wife. Well, you know what? You know what? I have this in my life. So, what is there to be jealous about? Yeah. I mean, you have a bun like this, you don't need anything else.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? Happy International Women's Day, especially to all the women out there. Big ups to you, but also to Cleo. She's a woman. She's a girl. She's a rabbit. She's a tough bun. She works hard every day. Through her own hardships. And she's a struggling bun. Who goes against all odds. I mean, you try being her, and you tell me how easy she has it. So, happy International Women's Day, Cleo. Hopefully, you keep being you, and I did give her a carrot, but I'm definitely gonna give her an apple. Now that I remembered it was International Women's Day, so big ups to Cleo. Alright.
All right, I can answer one more question before we go on a break. This question is from Welcome to Snap City, and they asked the following. Phil, why do you not follow any more sports anymore, like UFC or the NFL or the NBA? You said yourself that is not the same as bodybuilding. I was not a but things like bodybuilding, you played sports. What about them do you not like? First of all, I did not bodybuild.
I did not bodybuild, but he did say he was a bodybuilder, though. Whatever.
Lifted weights. Lifting weights for health purposes is not the same as bodybuilding.
Oh, now he lifted weights for health purposes. I thought you... What?
I was not a bodybuilder. I told you my dad at one point was a bodybuilder. And then he stopped doing it as well. But I never bodybuilt. I just basically used the same home gym he had in the basement. And I lifted weights for a while. It was about a year and a half that I lifted weights. Pretty hardcore.
He had a gym He had a gym? Whatever.
I did.
Okay.
Now, why am I not interested in sports? All right. The honest answer here is
I don't think this.
I didn't work Super Bowl together that year. Basically, a weekend sick, doing stuff. Pretty time consuming to watch most of the time with that. I never been able. Let's see.
Yeah, I don't care about sports. He's just gonna say I work on the weekends, so I can't watch sports.
Yes, I received a $5 tip from Jester. Thank you to Jester for a $5 tip. Let's get that added to the total. It's up to $27 to tip so far today. He says, Phil, I hope all is well for you. Your Ghosts and Goblins stream is fantastic, and I can't wait to see what happens next, so I'm wondering when you're going to be planning to stream it again. Let me answer that. Because I'm streaming it twice in the coming week. 2 more times. Let's see. So the next stream is going to be Saturday night. It's going to be the late stream, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time. And then I'm going to do a major stream of it on Tuesday at 10:15 a.m.
Oh my god.
So, guys, so much so far. Good stream so far.
Let's go to part 2, guys.
I mean, if you really think for a while, for 51, welcome back to Ask the King. Hope you guys have been enjoying the episode so far. Episode 85 for March 4th, 2021. If you have not seen part 1 yet on demand on YouTube, you should check that out first. I answered a bunch of fun questions, but let's jump right back into part 2. During the break, I got a cheer from someone named Steven Seagull. Gee, I wonder who he could be. He says, I bought a house for my friend below market value when they're selling for 50% over asking, and I plan on flipping it to make stupid money. He thinks I'm going to live there for a while. This is my first house. Am I a bad person? I mean, if you really think that he's going to be pissed off about that, because you know he's going to find out when you sell it, right? Like, I'm sure he's going to be able to find public records and see that. I mean, it's really up to you. And
but Phil, if it's public records, dude, it sounds like that dude would be a stalker, right? Getting access to public records? Oh, stalker, am I right?
Relationship with him, man. I don't know what to tell you. Let's see here. Mr. Hurdy Gurdy Man here says I should do a charity once, right? No, he says I met Phil's YouTube channel at a charity once. What? Anyway, let's move on. Let's move on to questions. I don't know what the hell's going on with these people. Let's continue.
These people.
So
these are your fans, Phil.
The next question is from J Rock, and he asked the following: as a full-time streamer, you're constantly bombarded with a plethora of games. This means that you rarely have time to replay games or delve deeper into a game that has time constraints because of your time constraints as a streamer. My question for you is the following: if you were not a full-time streamer, what games would you be playing? Would you take time to master different fighting games? Would you find yourself replaying or diving deeper into games?
You see what I play. I play that pretty much off stream.
Which games? The reason I ask is because I vaguely remember you expressing interest in certain games, but you didn't go through with them because they didn't lend themselves to streaming or they don't resonate well with the audience. Honestly, a few things that I know I would probably enjoy that I know my viewing audience doesn't. Metroidvania games. Any game that has that aspect of kind of exploration and
if that's the case, then
steps once you get a new ability in order to open a new
room or
have a new challenge. Especially ones that are 2D and more indie. Like Ori and the Blind Forest and the sequel, Ori and whatever the hell it's called. I probably would love playing, but my audience hates it. You know, any game that I've tried that's a Metroidvania game over the years, most people tell me they hate it. It's boring. Sucks. I like those games, but
it's funny though because he says this, but people have been asking him to play Bloodstained Ritual of the Night all the time, and he always says no. But man, let me tell you,
my audience doesn't. Let's try this again. RPGs, JRPGs in particular, but other RPGs as well. I grew up playing JRPGs. I find them incredibly relaxing, especially when you get an RPG where there's a balance between.
He loves JRPGs, dude, but the fans don't. That's why they keep nominating JRPGs because they hate it. Oh my god, what the fuck's going on in my eye? Ah, god damn it. But his fans keep nominating JRPGs. How do they hate JRPGs if they keep nominating for a DSP?
A really good story, but also a lot of grinding style gameplay. I like that. I find that relaxing. I used to play RPGs at night, have a drink, sit back and grind through them and enjoy it. Like, I remember that era of 2007, 2008, before I did anything for YouTube. I was playing games like Lost Odyssey, Blue Dragon, The Last Remnant, Tales of Vesperia. I was having a blast. Every night was nice, relaxing night of RPG gameplay, chilling, drinking, and just mellowing out, enjoying those games. as you guys know, I don't get a lot of opportunity to play those. When I do a game like Yakuza 7, look how long it takes for me to beat it, right? These lengthy JRPGs sadly just don't bring in audiences that well on ongoing streams. They just don't. Is there an audience for it? Yes. But it's not a big mainstream audience that's coming to see a big new release. It's more like a dedicated group of people that enjoy RPGs like me, which is nice, but it's a much smaller grouping. So that's a huge one, you know? And yeah, admittedly, if I didn't have to commit to be a variety streamer, maybe I would play a little bit more fighting games and or I would play more first-person shooters. However, this year the exception is with Call of Duty. I am playing a lot of Call of Duty. That's a good thing. I'm liking Call of Duty this year, and I'm giving myself ample opportunity to play it 2-3 times a week so I can really enjoy it, which previous years I never did because I didn't really like the games that much. But I'm just happy that this year I've had the opportunity to do that, and you guys are embracing the Call of Duty streams the way that you are. Excuse me. But I would say that would be it. It would be JRPGs, Metroidvania games, some fighting games, and first-person shooters, but first-person shooters really isn't a big deal this year because I am doing it, and it's going well. Okay? Mr. Hurdy-Gurdy Man, thank you for the cheer. There's no new single from Daft Punk. They just broke up. There's no new single. Total Score and Cheered, he says, how many square feet was your Connecticut condo? I have no idea. Seriously, I have no clue. Okay. Continuing on. Next question is from Sucker Surprise. And he says, Phil, you mentioned a few times you were into PC gaming in the 90s. I'm wondering if you played Starcraft Brood War back in the day. Did you play any 1v1 matches online? What race did you play as? And did you think Protoss were overpowered? The answer is yes.
What? Wait, what was the question?
If you played Starcraft Brood War back in the day, did you play any 1v1
Oh,
matches
Starcraft?
online? What race did you play as? And
never
did you
played
think Protoss
Starcraft.
were overpowered? The answer is yes, yes, and nah. In the later version, right, Brood War was the expansion, right? I'm trying to remember, in the original game, the Zerg were by far the best race because the Zerg could do what was called the Zerg Rush.
Okay, I don't care about Zergs.
Within 10 minutes of Brood War came out, it kind of opened itself up.
These questions suck ass.
To ass carriers. Would they survive that long? Because the Protoss actually are a race to have a slow. Their mid-level units, in my opinion, the end. So, did I 1v1? Yes, all the time. I 1v1'd, or there were team-based games too. It wasn't 2v2. I did them all. I played Brood War a ton. I played both original StarCraft and Brood War quite a lot. I really enjoyed those in the 90s. In reality, that's the final, yeah, because I originally was playing Warcraft 3, and I like Warcraft 3 and StarCraft. I played them both. That's right, now that I'm remembering. I did play more StarCraft than Warcraft 3, though. Yeah. 39 asks the following. I was wondering if you ever watched Lord of the Rings series, and if you have any, I would love to know if you think about them. If you haven't, I would recommend that you watch them because it's a great series. Lord of the Rings trilogy.
I honestly don't think Lord of the Rings is that great. I liked the Two Towers. Was that one? The second one. The Return of the King was all right. It was a little too long, but I don't know. It's not my genre. I don't like that genre that much.
Is my favorite actual like movie trilogy, I feel, of all time. It's that good. It's that well done. Even though admittedly the middle movie, The Two Towers, a little bit sluggish. I love that trilogy of movies. I saw all those movies with my dad in the theaters twice each because we liked the movies so much we went and saw them each twice. And actually I remember this was cool. So when Return of the King was going to come out, we watched back to back the extended versions of the Lord of the Rings and Two Towers at home the day or two before, and then we went to the movies to see Return of the King because we liked it. Like my dad read those books, and he told me he liked them so much that I read the books, and I loved the books, and then we saw the movies together. It was really cool. Probably one of the coolest things I did with my dad in my lifetime, honestly. So,
okay.
So yes, I love those movies. Lord of the Rings is probably my favorite trilogy of all time. Other trilogies I like the Back to the Future trilogy and stuff like that.
Star
I'm trying to
Wars?
think of like another notable trilogy of movies.
Star Wars?
Probably Back to the Future is my second favorite trilogy, and I think first is Lord of the Rings. I think so.
How about Star Wars? Man.
Mr. Hurdy-Gurdy Man cheered and said, am I going to play the new Lord of the Rings. Am I going to play the new Harry Potter game? Websites have banned it because J.K. Rowling is gender critical.
Ooh, boy.
I don't care about J.K. Rowling being gender
Oh boy.
critical. It has nothing to do with Harry Potter.
Nothing to do.
So
It's more about supporting her is the problem, but I mean I don't care for Harry Potter anyway, so it doesn't affect me. You know, I hated Harry Potter, so it's all good to me. Fuck it.
So if it's interesting game, yes, I'll play it. Always hot tea. Cheers to the.
He's gonna play. It's a fucking AAA release, dude. I don't care about JKI. It's actually gotta play it, dude. It's a fucking like AAA release. He's buying it. It has nothing to do with Harry Potter.
Two Towers, where it picks right off where Gandalf falls, is amazing. Yeah, so good. Seriously,
So good.
Such a great movie franchise. Cookie Monster 414.
Oh
Asks
Oh
for
god, I think I know this question because I think Cookie Monster asked the fucking dumbest fucking question. So get ready for headaches, guys.
This is a good one. It's been on my mind recently, and I'd like to hear your opinion on it. Isn't it weird that the moral busybodies of the 80s and 90s, 1980s, 1990s, complaining about heavy metal music and the satanic panic that video games would corrupt children and that rap music would make people violent, that's completely flipped, and now we're more likely to hear these so-called progressive or woke individuals who are enraged at the slightest thing. They want everything to be shut down or canceled if it doesn't agree with their rhetoric.
Those two things are not at all the same at all. One is saying that this thing creates demons or dumb shit like that. The other is saying this dude is a fucking asshole and he shouldn't be in this position of power or whatever. Different things. Like, there's a documentary I've been watching. It's called Woody Allen v. Pharaoh. It's pretty interesting. It kind of goes into this whole thing with the these accusations of child abuse with Woody Allen and Dylan and all this stuff, right? I think it's pretty good. I do kind of like it, and it does kind of get in the way of me appreciating Woody Allen. I don't think Woody Allen's that great a person. I don't mind his movies. I like his movies. I mean, I to a point, it's like, hey, his movies are good, whatever. But I think Woody Allen as a person is fucked up. Because I do think there is some leeway to these accusations with what was found out, because it was they did talk about some like some study or whatever they did with his daughter, and they were saying like, oh, she there was inconsistencies and all this stuff, but they reported to Woody Allen, but not to the cops, not to the channel that they were supposed to, and it was like, and I thought that was weird. I was like, that's a little off. But then it was like, they asked her the same question like 9 times, and it was like ad nauseum to the point where, of course, it's going to be inconsistent because the person's going to think they're saying something wrong, so they're going to be like, trying to give an answer that is the right answer. It's fucked up. It's a fucked up situation. But these things are different entirely. But whatever. It is what it is.
My question is, do you believe this will all go away naturally, or will the general population get to the point where they've had enough and have a massive pushback against it? I personally believe in a few years or decades' time we'll sort the thing out completely and it'll change again, whether for the better or worse.
But this is like bullshit. Like, I mean, I think the better question probably would have been, the question of like censorship, like, oh, Sony is censoring video games, whatever. That would be a lot better than this, because this is kind of comparing stuff that's implicated to a person's action and how they handle things to something that is not directed towards another person's situation. It's two different things. So this is a fucking stupid question on many levels, dude.
Worse is impossible to tell. This is human nature. Human nature goes back and forth, up and down, left and right.
This is fucking stupid. It's human nature. Oh, okay.
When I was growing up, this is completely true what Cookie Monster is saying. We were in a very conservative time frame. The 80s and 90s were a lot like, yes, movies, music, television. If it has any themes that aren't in line with what we consider mainstream themes in America, it's the devil. It's going to brainwash your children. It's going to make them think things and do things that are horrible, degenerate things. I'm not kidding. Like, that's what they would say. Video games, music, and movies and television will make your children degenerates. Okay? It was their belief, I'm not kidding, that liberal thought, right? I'm not even kidding.
Liberal
homosexuality, transgenderism was terrible to them. Oh my.
Transgenderism. Transgenderism? Holy shit, dude. Not everything has isms at the end of them, dude.
My God, you say something like that in public? Oh, what are you talking about? It wasn't widely accepted at all. It was kind of like a fringe thing that people had issue with. Do you remember the whole crisis with HIV and how it affected the homosexual community in a huge way? And people were like, oh, the homosexuals are evil people who are all passing around AIDS. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know,
my God.
It was crazy how things were back then. Seriously, it's so different. In how 20, 30 years, how public opinion can completely change and evolve and flip to be a completely different thing, okay? Now today, those things are much more widely accepted. Are they fully accepted? No. There's still places in the world where liberal thought is very much frowned upon. In particular, there's certain places in the world where religions don't like that stuff, and therefore it's still very much taboo, and you got to keep quiet and sweep that stuff under the rug. It doesn't exist, right?
Okay.
But in general, especially I feel because of the dawn of the internet, the dawn of social media, the dawn of people being able to communicate with each other instantly around the globe, that more liberal thinking has become the norm when it comes to society, okay?
I wouldn't say
Now,
it's the norm, but
the
it
flip
is what
side
it
of
is.
that is that in the 80s and 90s, we had conservative. Oh my God, everything is the devil, so you have to censor everything and make sure the kids aren't influenced by anything. Today, it's almost the opposite. It's like now you have to be pro-liberal. You have to be pro
Wait, oh my God, hold.
society, okay?
What?
Now, the flip side of that doesn't exist, right? But in general, especially I feel because of the dawn of the internet, the dawn of social media, the dawn of people being able to communicate with each other instantly around the globe, that more liberal thinking has become the norm when it comes to society, okay? Now, the flip side of that is that in the 80s and 90s, we had conservative. Oh my God, everything is the devil, so you have to censor everything and make sure the kids aren't influenced by anything. Today, it's almost the opposite. It's like now you have to be pro-liberal. You have to be pro-diversity and all of that. And if you're not, you get canceled for it.
Oh, this is like fucking like this is like fucking rough. But okay, so he's saying that if we're not for diversity, we'd be canceled. Okay, the notion of the like, oh my God,
is that in the 80s and 90s we had
hold up
conservative. Oh my God, everything is the devil, so you have to censor everything.
But the things that they were censoring was like sex in media, rock music, all these things. These are like superficial things that had no harm to anything, and like no one was like changing how they hire people. No one was like, you know, whatever. This was like something it's irrelevant to what he's talking about.
Everything and make sure the kids aren't influenced by anything. Today it's almost the opposite. It's like now you have to be pro-liberal. You have to be pro-diversity and all of that.
But like, so then this has the connotation of it, like he's talking about media, how media was censored back then, and they don't want kids to be influenced. But then if you have media now that talks about topics that are real world topics, it's bad. Like now it's influencing people. Media has been influencing society for years and years and years, even before this stuff was going on. This dude was claiming he was learning about Japan through Yakuza, and he's like, well, guys, let me tell you now, like, if everything has to be pro-liberal, it's like, ugh, come on.
If you're not, you get canceled for it.
And the whole thing about you get canceled for this, it's not really why people get canceled. People get canceled because they get accused of either being for harassing someone at the workplace, being discriminative at the workplace, saying a joke that's harmful or propagating dangerous or risky things that are like, you know, whatever. You know what I'm fucking talking about. Like the thing he's talking about is not related at all to anything. The whole thing about getting canceled is a little bit more nuanced, and there's a little bit more there to talk about than, well, you're not pro-liberal. Canceled. It's like, that's not really what's going on, but okay.
If you have the mindset of someone from the 80s or 90s, you're completely done. Even if you're a comedian who makes generalized racial jokes and stuff like that people used to do in like the 90s, like Chris Rock, oh my god, canceled. You can't do that stuff.
What?
Even if you're a diversity and all of that, and if you're not, you get canceled for it. If you have the mindset of someone from the 80s or 90s, you're completely.
Guys, can you fucking believe things age and change and like adapt? Now, I do agree to the point where if someone made an off-color joke, like, let's say 10 years ago, I wouldn't necessarily hold that against the person today if they changed. Because the thing is, like, if you look at what happened with Dr. Seuss, and a lot of people are, like, talking about it, but, what is the name of the book? I think it's, like, I couldn't believe what happened on Mulberry Street. The Mulberry Street book, whatever. The first version of that story, you know, had a character that was like a racial stereotype of a Chinese person, and they called it the Chinaman, and it was yellow, has a ponytail, whatever, has all like this racial stereotypical bullshit. Dr. Seuss in the 70s said, okay, well, I'm gonna revise that book and change how he looked, because in the 40s, this was fine, and it was acceptable, but now it's not, so I'm gonna revise it. So he did it again, and he changed the character, he changed the name to Chinese Man, removed the yellow skin tone. I think he did one other thing to change the character a bit. And now with like what they're doing now currently is just removing some of the books that just didn't age very well. And I think that's fine, because you're acknowledging, like, look, this was fine at one point. Now, like, it's, you know, things that don't fly the same anymore because, you know, things change. Everything ages. Like, I watched Community 2 years ago, and I didn't really find it funny. I liked it when it was airing initially, but when I went back to it, it's like, yeah, this show is just not the same. Like, the comedy is kind of old and dated. It's whatever. I think it's in the sense of, like, I care more about the action people take. Like, if they acknowledge what happened in the past is not right or whatever, and they say, well, I'm gonna, like, you know, change to be either more up to speed on the time, or it's like, you know, it is what it is, and they make efforts to change. That's another thing. If you're having the mindset of the 80s and 90s immediately in 2021, that's like a fucking dated mindset to have that doesn't age very well. Things don't age very well. That's like the sad part of everything. You create something, it doesn't mean it's timeless. Things are not timeless all the time. So it is what it is. So it's going, yeah, that's right. He's gonna kiss you, buddy.
Completely done. Even if you're a comedian who makes generalized racial jokes and stuff like that people used to do in like the 90s, like Chris Rock, oh my god, canceled. You can't.
Chris Rock isn't canceled though. He was in Fargo. He was just in Fargo season 4, and I liked him in that show. It was a great season. But he's not canceled for what he said, because you can figure it out.
Do that
dude.
stuff anymore, you know?
Yeah, like, this take is such a cartoonish take. It's just frustrating to listen to. He makes everything sound so over the top. I agree, Ludwig. He makes liberals sound like a meme of like these drones that go around saying, "Oh, this is wrong. Think." Man.
It's weird.
It's weird, dude.
How public opinion changes over time. Human culture, changes in its entirety over time with different movements and different mindsets.
Yeah, because we grow. Humans grow. Like, we get more accepting, and we listen to other people inside of the table. Like we grow, things change. Oh,
It's very much possible. Give it another 20, 30 years that due to the things that happen on this planet, that the whole mindset might change again and go back to the way it was in the 1980s and 90s. I firmly believe that could actually happen. I do. Will it? I don't know. Will it be better off or worse than what we have today? I don't know. If anything in my life, what I found is this.
like it really just shows how little of a comprehension he has of the whole debate with cancel culture and all this stuff, because he talks like cancel culture goes after like embarrassing moments, but cancel culture goes after more like problematic things. Like the reason why DSP isn't canceled is because he's not a problematic person. He's not going around like he's not raping people. He's not doing anything malicious. He's not doing any of that. He's not problematic enough to be canceled as much as he would want to, as much as he thinks he is cancelable. But it's like, he's not a super problematic person. But whatever.
Anything to the extreme. When you become extreme one way or another, it's bad. Life is about finding the happy balance and happy medium between everything.
Now this whole thing with happy balance and happy medium is another meme that is dumb. Like, you know the comic meme that was going around for a bit where it was like fucking Nazis on one end and people rebelling against the Nazis on the other, and there's a guy in the middle that says compromise? It's that meme where it's like there's nuance in the discussion of where that meme is used to begin with. Like, okay, whatever. But that aside, the idea of just saying we gotta find the middle ground of like racism and not racism is just dumb in of itself. And DSP is the meme of this. It's not like there's no nuance of it. That's Dobson meme. Oh god, like. It's the meme come to life. DSP is it's like, guys, what if DSP is Dobson in person? Like, Dobson created DSP, dude.
In moderation is what they say, right? If you're 100% to one side or 100% to the other side of thinking, likely you're going to shut yourself off from experiences, from people, from things that don't have the same like mind as you. I'm the kind of person that I do have opinions on things, but I'm not going to shut my mind off and be obstinate and act like a rock and be like, no, I'm not going to listen to your opinion. I don't want to hear your take. Mine's the right one. Yours is the wrong one. Tough shit. That's the...
So what about if people like say like, well, I don't think people should have healthcare at all? Or what if it's just like, I don't think, man, you know what? I saw another documentary that I'm thinking of. It was talking about the Myers-Briggs Institute, where it was talking about personality tests and how it's kind of a problematic system to base off of hiring, which I agree with because it's a bullshit system. But one of the people was talking about, one of the people that was working on that system was an author. She made one good book that was really good. Then her second book was very, very, very racially charged and was like very bigoted in what it was saying and all this shit. Like, and she was saying like it was kind of depressing seeing like my favorite author write something that was like so heinous and fucked up and shit. And it's like, do you really want to listen to people that come up with heinous shit and say, well, maybe you have a point? Like, it's such a clown world statement to make. It's like, there are people that bring up good points and you should listen to other people's opinion, but it's like, it depends on what the discussion is. Like, if we're talking about gay marriage, let's say, and someone's saying, well, I don't think they should have gay marriage. It's like, do you really want to listen to that person? He's talking, I mean, gay marriage doesn't affect anyone that isn't gonna get married to the same gender. Unless you're gay. Like, whatever. It is what it is.
Worst way to go through life. And I used to be like that. Earlier in my life, 10 years ago, when I was saying bullshit in videos, that was me. That was me 100%. I was an idiot, okay? And I openly admit that today, that I made mistakes in the past, based on very dumb judgments and things that made no sense. And by the way, my browser just crashed on my laptop. I have so many tabs open on my browser.
He's looking
that my
for
browser
the tips
completely-
again.
Not my laptop, excuse me, on my desktop. My browser has completely and utterly crashed. Here we go, look at this, hold on. It started playing everything again. Yeah, everything completely just crapped out on me. I think what it is I have had my browser open on my PC for so long, it had a memory hole in it, and it finally just, it went kaput.
Too
So I
many
just gotta
porn
reload
sites.
everything here quickly.
Shade, but
All right, yeah, now it's working again. Here we go.
you gotta make sure the porn is turned off.
All right, good. Good. Okay, now I can minimize it.
So make sure he doesn't get banned, dude.
There we go. Yep, and now that's working. Good. Perfect. I was like, why did everything close? Okay. So anyway, yeah, I feel that, like, it's about moderation, having an open mind and listening to the opinions of others. If you are 100%
Well, I mean,
conservative and you feel everything's the devil, everything needs to be stopped and censored, that's bad. If you think everything...
Well, in the sense of, like, the government being involved, it's more of, like, to leave it up to the state. Some states might not want to do it, Ludwig. Like, I think California had this issue, too, in the beginning, where they legalized gay marriage, and then they made it illegal again, another time. I just think, like, it should just be, like, period, like, hey, gay marriage, period. Like, I don't think that it should be a thing that could be taken away. I think once it's made law that it can happen, it should stay happen. The fact that if it was left up to the states, that the states could just make it illegal 1 year, then next year it's legal again, and going back and forth and all that stuff is just kind of bullshit. So, I mean, I think it's just that there's a reason for government intervention of it. Like, I don't think that necessarily government intervention is innately bad, and I don't think it's innately good either. But I think it depends on how the power is used when it's not the government doing it. And if it's like if the government has to be involved, I think that just shows that there's something fucked up in that situation. But it's
everything against you, everything out there is against you, everyone's, needs to be stopped, cancel culture, everyone, because everyone who ever made a mistake should be canceled. That's wrong too. You know what I mean? Like,
no, see, this is the meme. Cancel culture is not going after people who make mistakes or, have an accident on stream. They go after people who are problematic that cause shit to happen. Like, like Kevin Spacey, Woody Allen, all these people have done fucked up shit, and that's what cancel culture is going after. They're not going after the dude who fucking made a dumb mistake that he apologized for.
Like, we're all human, and we all have different opinions and different takes, and we all make mistakes as well, and we all have things that change over time. My values and opinions that I have today in 2021 are nothing like the opinions and values that I had a decade ago. And I almost believe that in my life, I will continue to evolve as a human, and things will change for the better. So how can you hold someone accountable for something they did 10 years ago on Twitter and cancel them for it today? That doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? So for me, Cookie Monster, it's weird how human nature works and how culture works. In 10 years, it's completely feasible that everything will flip again and everyone will have a different opinion on everything again. For me, you got to kind of be in the middle and get everything in moderation, and don't go too much one way, too much the other way, or else you're going to have such a biased take on everything. That's when you go to the extremes, that's when things go wrong, in my opinion. Okay? That's my opinion, though. Okay, let's see here. Wilson of Aragorn cheered. He says, next time there's a troll on your stream, you should just call them a fool of a took. There you go. A good Lord of the Rings reference.
Oh my god.
Rick Slap.
Don't ever do that,
Politicians
dude.
trying to get John Denver to help them with censoring music. He turned on them because the song Rocky Mountain High was censored. His own song got censored.
Wait, what?
Rick Slap cheers. Politicians trying to get John Denver to help them with censoring music. He turned on them because the song Rocky Mountain High was censored. His own song got censored. Wow.
Okay.
Mr. Hurdy-Gurdy Man cheers says, surely we can all agree the objective we should be working towards should be to secure for the workers by hand or brain the full fruits of their industry. I don't have a clue what you just said, but thank you for the cheer, Mr. Hurdy-Gurdy Man. All right.
Okay.
Let's continue on here. Mr. Hurdy-Gurdy Man, you full of a took. Full of a took. Mr. I am whiffed as Fook. Asks the following question. What a question.
What a
Do you wear
question.
jeans and how often and what is your
Riff.
favorite cut? Thanks, dude. Well, ladies and gentlemen,
Oh my god.
recently I've noticed that there's a meme going around with me and jeans. I don't really
Jeans
understand the meme. All right? But what I thought I would do today is I would present to you an authentic pair of dark side fill denim jeans that I wear when I go outside the house. This is the actual one of the 4 pairs of jeans that I own.
Dude, look how fucking sad this is. He's showing off his clothes to fucking strangers like this. Guys, take a look at this. I'm wearing a sweater. It's a pink one with a girl on it with her brain exposed. Rockin', right? This dude and clothing, it's like it's so fucking sad.
And I have brought them to you here live on stream to reveal to you the secrets of jeans.
And guys, now this was a freebie. Of course, anything that's free, you gotta pay for it later. He showed you this jeans for free, and now you gotta pay $300 to see them. This whole streams have become like, look at my clothes, the stream. It's so fucking sad.
Where do people get these dumb memes from? What is this? Is a meme?
Look at that babe for an
Where do
emote.
people get these dumb memes from? What is this? Is a meme?
It's because you wear fucking pajamas that look like a slob every day.
Oh my god. Jeans! I own them, bitch! What the hell is... Why is this a meme? I don't understand it. Alright? What are they? I have no idea. I've owned these jeans probably, no exaggeration, probably for about 8 or 9 years. I'm the kind of guy, I wear clothes till they're worn out. Jeans almost never wear out because I don't wear them and go do construction work and shit. I wear them out once a week on my day out so they don't get, and I own multiple pairs. So within a year, this maybe gets a dozen wears. So I've had this pair of jeans for so long and it's not, look, it looks like new, right? It's not worn out or anything. They're good jeans. All right. So I own jeans. Here they are. This is one of, like I said, of 4 pairs. I actually have 3 pairs similar to this, and 1 pair is kind of like a backup pair that are older that I don't really like. They're a little bit uncomfortable, but they're not boot cut. I don't know what they are. They don't even say on them. Like here, easy. What the hell does easy mean? Easy fit? Easy fit jeans?
What does easy mean? Easy fit? Probably.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Here they are. Jeans. All right. The jeans segment has now passed, and now you can all clip that segment and put it up on your fucking streams about stupid shit. There you go. Jeans.
He did that for the trolls, dude. He did it for
let's
me,
see here.
dude.
Total Score just cheered said, "What the fuck? Whoa!" Because I put out the jeans on the stream. Rick Slap Cheery says the meme is you always wear your jammy jams like a kid instead of jeans like an adult. That's the joke. In the house yet? Why would you? Okay, I have a really honest question. Why would you wear jeans around your own house?
Why not? Guys, hold. Guys, I'm wearing jeans! You saw me wear jeans when I walk in and out. You saw my jeans, dude. Pretty crazy, right? What's wrong with wearing jeans? Why is it so bad? Why is it toxic, dude?
Honest question. Jeans are basically a material that's durable. Soft, but durable. A little bit more sturdy, a little bit more tight, I would say, fitting. Than say,
Tight? Well, I mean, it depends on the jeans you buy, DSP. I mean, mine are not that tight. Like, mine are pretty baggy, and they're pretty comfy. I like the jeans I wear. My jeans are pretty comfy, dude. Pretty cool.
Sweatpants, or shorts, or, yes, pajama pants. They're not ultra comfortable. They're not uncomfortable, but they're not... I wear these out because when you're out, you don't know what you're going to come across. Is your leg going to run across something? You want protection. You don't want to step in a fucking puddle of mud and get it all over fucking pajama pants. You want to have something durable like this that's going to keep that shit off your leg, right? That's why you wear thicker clothes when you go out. But when you're at doors, What are you afraid of?
This dude, by the way, cried about Jasper Kitty stabbing his legs with his back claws. Maybe you should wear the jeans for Jasper.
Indoor, in my own house, what am I afraid of that's going to attack my legs that I need to be wearing jeans to protect them?
Jasper!
What exactly? I'm curious. I'm a streamer. I'm sitting in my office all day. I'm a same fucking chair. When I leave, I'm in my safe house. I don't need to worry about
I'm in my safe house.
I'm curious. I'm a streamer. I'm sitting in my office all day. I'm a same fucking chair. When I leave, I'm in my safe house. I don't need to worry about
I'm in my safe house. When I leave, I'm in my safe house. Great statement
I gotta
there.
wear fucking jeans around the house. These are not ultra comfortable to wear around the house. They're nice to wear out, and then I'll tell you, we have our day out. When I come home, I change back into either sweatpants, shorts, or pajama pants. They're comfy.
Now, you know what? Guys, take a look at what he was wearing in this photo. I have never seen him wear anything with a zipper on it. Why does he... Dude, this dude, like, loves looking like a bum on stream. Why doesn't he wear this when he streams? We see the top half, but he doesn't even want to look nice. He did his hair, like, I mean, come on, dude. This haircut's like for... people say this is a Karen hairstyle. I think this is more like a mom hairstyle. Again, going with the meme, dude. I'm telling you, I think Kat wanted a kid, but it just did not want to put up with the toddler bullshit. Didn't want to deal with paying for education. Fuck that shit. And then saw DSP, and she was like, DSP is like a kid. He uses the bathroom on his own. I don't need to train him to use the bathroom. And, he makes money. Oh, that is true, Black Doom. That is true. That is true. But this dude doesn't even want to look like this when he streams. The people who give him money. He has to look like a slob. I guess no one would give him money if he looked nice.
They're loose, comfy, soft. That's what I want. I don't want to be wearing jeans all day. This is what you wear to work. This is what you wear when you're going out. You don't wear these at home.
But you're working.
You are at work. Yeah, I'm at work in an office streaming video games. You don't even see me from the waist down. Why would I wear these? You'd be a...
Wrong. We literally see his fucking groin every time he gets up. Dude, he pretty much like thrusts his groin into the camera when he gets up. It's like he wants... Like, we just saw it in the first part of Ask the King. The beginning of the video, his dick is in the fucking frame. I don't want to fucking see that. Come on.
Fucking moron. Anyone who dresses up like this for a stream is a moron. You don't need to. Why are you not taking advantage of the fact that you work from home, stupid?
Wow, fuck you, Phil. I'm not a moron. I'm a genius. I'm big brain. Dumbass.
Stupid.
At least I don't have a dumbass haircut like you.
Mr. Hurdy-Gurdy Man cheered and said Gene Streak.
Wait a second.
The fact that you work from home, stupid.
Hold up. Look at this. Look at dude. What haircut did he get? Even the back end is a buzz cut. Wait a second. Hold on. I wanna draw what I think his head, what he looks like. I gotta draw this. Should I get another? I think I need to get another pad. Where? There. Oh, there it is. There's some anatomy stuff. Okay. Alright. Hold up. Gotta. I'm gonna draw him on all sides. This is very important to me, guys. I'm trying to do a speed drawing right now. It's gonna be the fastest drawing, I tell you. Okay, this is like a quick sketch, but there you go. Is that what he fucking looks like? He looks like a fucking dummy. He looks like it's like. Oh man, that's a terrible haircut. That does not fit him at all.
Okay, let's continue.
But good thing we don't see that angle though.
Mr. Hurdy-Gurdy Man cheered and said, "Gene streak, a gene streak." You know, I guess the mentality of some people is, if you, like, I guess if you don't dress up for work, then you don't act like you're at work, which I don't believe in. Like, you guys, for 12 years, I've busted my ass putting out gameplay footage for you guys, whether it was on-demand stuff for YouTube, live streaming, or both. I'm here. I don't care what I'm wearing when I do it. I will continue to put out content for you. That's my job, you know? I don't need to dress a certain way to do it. I don't need to wear a suit and tie to fucking be here and work.
But shouldn't you try to look nice for your audience though? Like, all these people that work on TV shows, so much for the best season past, but all these people that work on in TV, they always try to look professional when they go out. They try to look nice, whatever. There are streamers that try to look nice for their audience, like. But DSB, he just wants to look like a fucking bum. But it's like, you don't worry, like, the idea of it of how he dresses works in the sense that you're doing office work at home and you're not, like, you know, at work. But here he has the face cam on. He's you know, looking away. He even told that he brushes his hair because of the face cam, but he doesn't try to look nice at all. He doesn't shave for his audience. He doesn't try to look nice for his audience. Like, I at least try to at least look nice when I do anything. I mean, in general, I try to look nice anyway, because guess what, guys? I like myself. Whoa. But, you know, sometimes it's nice to look nice just for the sake of it. I mean, come on. Who here doesn't go out of the way to look nice just for fun? Come on. Fucking bullshit.
That's the dumbest thing. Like, what is wrong with your brain that you can't motivate yourself to do work if you're not wearing some kind of clothes associated with work? Not me. That's never been a problem for me. When I have my office
exactly,
job, all right,
Ludwig.
they give me a laptop.
He doesn't care about appearances, but guys, look at my gamer shirts. I'm wearing Blanca, and tonight's Street Fighter.
Sometimes I would do work from home. Yes, in my normal clothes at home. I wasn't at work. At home, I would do work. It didn't bother, you know, I don't know. Anyway, let's continue. Let's continue. Oh, let's see here. Caught a Fade asks the following. Hey, Phil, I recently started a new job where I mainly work... Oh, my God, it's the same question. Listen to this.
Listen to this.
I seriously, this is completely unintentional. This is not intentional at all. Listen to this. I recently started a new job where I mainly work from home with the occasional work in office when it's required. This is my first time working from home, and I want you to know some tips for me. I'm having a hard time separating my work life and my personal life because now I live where I work. How do you balance your work life and personal life? Did you ever struggle trying to maintain both because they're located in the same place? Any bit of advice is appreciated. I can't believe it's the same. It's just what I was just talking about, okay? Now, yes, I can give you some advice, all right? First of all, when I was a full-time YouTuber versus a streamer, and I wasn't live streaming, it was harder to be more dedicated to doing what I was doing, and here's why. You're just sitting there alone by yourself recording. I could take a break whenever I want. No one would know, right? And I did. Like, when I used to record for YouTube, the videos were only 10 minutes long. I would frequently take breaks. I would every 2 or 3 videos, I would get up, walk around, have a drink, check the internet, use the bathroom, do something to distract me. So I basically keep motion in my body. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was a different thing. It was different doing that. Now that I'm a streamer, it's different because now I have to be here physically in front of you for a live audience. It's not like I can take frequent breaks and do that kind of stuff because I have a schedule that you guys want to watch me live on. You know what I'm saying? See, I don't know, Caught a Fade, I don't know what kind of a job you have, but I can definitely tell you the fact that I've adhered to a schedule, that I've dedicated myself, that I will create this much content today. I will upload it at this time. You guys will have it at this time. My stream goes live at this time. You know what I mean? Having that schedule, which a lot of streamers,
Dude,
by the way,
I still wanted to, like, zoom in, and I'm drawing on paper. I'm like, zoom in, I gotta zoom in on the head.
Don't have. A lot of streamers, I may stream today, I may not. I don't know, I might go online at this time, I might not. I could never do that. I'm the kind of guy, I want to be organized, and I want my viewing audience / my customer base, which is really what it is, it's a customer base, to know exactly what's to be expected from me on a given day. If I'm not here on a day out of nowhere, people actually like, wow, what happened? Phil's here almost every day. He's Mr. Dependable. Where the hell did he go? I like that.
Mr. Dependable.
That's what I mean. So even though you work from home, setting yourself up with determined goals on when you're working, what you're going to be doing, and also another important thing, get rid of distractions. Okay? You're working from home, don't have it so that you have an open door policy. Anyone in your house can just walk in when you're working and distract you. Don't have it so your pets can jump all over you. Now, the difference here is, yes, Jasper sometimes is welcome on my streams. If you guys haven't noticed, if he distracts me from putting out gameplay or whatever, he's out of here. You have to be able to be dedicated enough.
When he says distract from gameplay, he means, like, jumping in front of the TV, chewing wires. But there are times where he gets distracted by Jasper just by simply being there.
Don't have constant things around you to distract you. Oh, I'm working. Oh, here's my phone right here, and now I can start doing something. No. You put that aside over here. My phone's over here. I'm not touching that.
He literally, in the first part of the video, he was talking about how the phone wasn't charging, and now he's saying, "Well, when you're working, you put the phone aside." And there are numerous streams, even after this, where he was on his phone. But okay, yeah, he doesn't get distracted by his phone.
I'm gonna be dead on focused on what I'm doing, putting out, content. That's what I'm doing. I'm not going to be distracted by 10 other things and I don't get my work done. You know what I mean? Take work seriously. Like I said, set times you're going to work. Set goals for the time that you're at work or work you want to get done during that time frame so that you have something to achieve rather than, I'm just going to sit down and do whatever because I work from home today. If I get stuff done, great. If not, I don't care. You know what I mean? These are all good things. Be organized. Just because you're at home and the rest of your house may be disorganized, keep your workspace organized. Have things where you need them to access them to get your work done. Because you work from home, you might realize, oh God, it's nothing like at work where I had a dedicated desk and everything was there for me. Everything's, different. Set yourself up like it's a workspace. I have a workspace. This is where I film. That's where I upload and do other behind the scenes stuff over there. That's set every day, so it's good to go. I'm not sitting here doing hours of fuck around, oh God, work, because I wasn't.
Look at this. Oh, I set everything up, but then we ask him, why is the pre-stream so long? Like, why do we listen to, like, 40 minutes of music? I'm setting up the stream, dude! So you're setting up the stream, but then you tell us that everything is already set up and ready to go. So then why do we listen to music for, like, for a fucking hour?
Wasn't ready, you know what I mean? All these things are important. They are. They're very important if you're going to be working from home. Okay? It's hilarious because people are saying, have you seen your own setup? Yeah. There's a difference between having something that looks neat and tidy versus organized. My stuff is organized. Everything is where it needs to be to work every day. That's why I'm here every day, dedicated, and you don't have issues with me showing up for stream. The difference is it doesn't look neat and tidy. There's a difference between neat and tidy and organized. Everything's organized. I know where everything is in my office. It may not look the best organized, right? But it is. I know where everything is. Everyone's making fun of me. Fuck off. Every one of you can go fuck yourselves. Come in here and do what I do, bitch.
I'm doing what you do, bitch. And look at me, I'm all ready to go, dude. I even have my pad here, dude. This is what I'm drawing so far. You like this? You like what I'm drawing? I think I see it fine enough. Pretty cool, huh?
Come in here and do what I do. You make fun of me. Let's see you do it. Because that's why you don't do it. Because you can't. You don't have the skills. You don't have the dedication. You don't have the discipline. That's another huge one. Discipline. Putting everything outside. I got to do my work today. Discipline yourselves and fucking do it. Because that's the thing. People think it's easy. Oh, look at the mess in Phil's office. Fuck off. Come in here and fix it yourself then. Tell me how easy it is to really keep this stuff working. Right? But they don't know. Because these are people who don't do it on a daily basis. They're fucking assholes. So anyway, Caught of Fate, I hope some of the stuff that I just told you helps you in some way. Okay? Alright, let's continue. Random Game Roulette just cheers that the fans would pay good money to see you in a suit and tie on stream. I know they would. I have a suit and tie.
The fans would give you money for a suit and tie. I know they'd pay for it. He's doing a Butch Hartman. I know they would. Holy shit, dude. Man. Imagine openly admitting that you know your fans would pay you to wear clothes. Ooh.
It's what I wore to my wedding. That's about it. I don't have much else. I have like 2 ties, 1 white shirt, dress shirt, and a suit jacket and suit pants. And one day I'll shock you all and wear it just for silliness. But
you wear it one time and then charge for it.
Man, Phil, you crazy ass for real. That's right. I am crazy ass for real. You hit it on the head, dude. All right. Looks like I may have gotten a tip. Let's take a look here. Excuse me. Excuse me again.
Dude,
disgusting.
That bird literally sounds like a fucking pig. He literally sounds like a pig when he was doing that. Listen, like, I think it was Bill Purnell who when he uploaded the Patreon Q&A, and they used the pig sound to censor the names of the patrons. It sounded just like that.
A tip. Let's take a look here. Excuse me. Excuse me again. Disgusting. All right, I received. What is this? Why do I not remember this? No, I must have shouted this out. Yeah, I did. I received a $25 tip from Technical 2070. That is the biggest tip so far today. Let's get up on the leaderboard. Thank you, Technical 2070. Thank you so much for that. By the way, that means we've got halfway to the tips goal. That means it's Gunner Glass's time, and that means it's time for me to give a shout out to Technical. Thank you, Technical. He says the following: "You're my hero. Ask the King's my favorite show. Love the work. Keep it up. Thank you very much, Technical." He really likes watching my vlog stuff. I've transformed. See, I'm even more professional now when I put on the glasses.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Okay. We've got, still got about a half an hour before we need a break. Cool. Next question is a very large question from Haseo X. So let's get start. He says, Phil, I've been watching your content since Mass Effect 2 DLC era. Holy crap, that's a long time ago. He says, I got a few questions for you. Number 1, you mentioned that you were going to be getting Mass Effect Legendary Edition that comes out in a couple of months. That's right. Once you get how it will affect your Renegade FemShep playthrough, it's not like you could take the data from your Xbox and place it to
the Renegade FemShep playthrough is fucking dead. He's never gonna play a woman in Mass Effect. He's not gonna do that. It's fucking dead. And ripperoonie on that.
The PS4, PS5. If you do continue the Renegade playthrough, if you go from ME1 on the Legendary Collection and work your way from there, where you just play 2 of them, I'm not carrying anything over. with this new Legendary Collection, we're basically starting fresh, all right? It's going to be Mass Effect 1, playing it with new graphics, better frame rate, hopefully refined controls. I guess we'll see. My major gripes with Mass Effect 1, there were two of them. The first was the graphics chopped up way too much. There were parts of the game that ran terribly and actually could cause the game to crash at certain Mako fights, certain places in the game where you're fighting the Rachni. It's just really bad. And to have that run smoothly now would be awesome. The other problem was game bugs. The game was rife with bugs, physics bugs, as well as there's one part during that Rachni plotline where your entire game could refuse to progress because the game would like freeze and NPC wouldn't move the way they were supposed to, and it would screw everything up. So here's hoping this new trilogy fixes those glaring issues. If that's all it fixes, I'd be pleased. If they did anything additional to that, would blow me away. I would love to play Mass Effect 1 again. I haven't played it in a long-ass time, and I always liked that game a ton. But it's going to be from scratch.
I drew Sakura.
It's probably going to be a created character.
And she's listening to the stream, and she's fucking bored.
Okay? Same thing with Mass Effect.
Sakura's bored right now. Can you fucking believe that?
Pulling gameplay from previous playthroughs at this point and trying to carry over those characters. I played Mass Effect 1 and 2 as a Renegade Femshep. I'm not going to do it for Mass Effect 3. It's going to be a new character, okay? By the way, as I've told you guys, I'm going to play 1 and 3. Why 1 and 3? Because I just played 2 last year. That simple. I just played 2. So I'm not going to play 2 again when I just played it a year ago. Fair enough? All right, his next question, he says, you mentioned many times over your streaming and YouTube career about your dislike about certain practices of how season passes are now handled.
Oh boy.
Perhaps you can give history on what game series led to the practice of season
By the way,
passes.
I'm not playing the Mass Effect collection. I'm not a huge Mass Effect guy. I played the first one, didn't like it. There you go.
Is how they become what they are today. If memory serves, wasn't Batman Arkham Knight what led you to not getting them anymore? Yeah, when I started on YouTube over 10 years ago, there were no season passes at all. In fact, DLCs weren't even commonplace. It was like...
My stance on the practice of season passes is that I don't mind that they exist. I think that they should never be $50. If you have a $50 season pass, that's a hard pass on me for me. I think a good price point would be between like 20, 30, sometimes 40. 40, I think it really depends on the content, but I think between 20 and 30 is fine. I don't mind it, but I also don't like that it's the first thing that gets announced. Because I think it's better to get the idea or the impression that season passes are stuff that is made after the game and stuff that's meant to extend it instead of, well, we're gonna sell a season pass, so let's design the game around that.
Like a few games here and there would get a story-based DLC, like we just mentioned. Mass Effect had like 1 or 2 story-based DLCs and a multiplayer DLC, and that was pretty cool. At that point, they weren't even selling stuff as season pass content. Instead, it was piecemeal. Each piece was separate, and you had to buy each piece separately.
Oh, yeah.
Now, what ended up happening...
He's been hitting the mic a lot lately.
Like,
holy shit.
For RPGs and franchises like that. We already just talked about, in this episode of Ask the King, we talked about how bad DLCs got with fighting games like Street Fighter Cross Tekken. So what companies found out is, wow, wait a minute. So you have to tell us that when someone buys the game for full retail price, we could convince them to then spend even more money for content we didn't create yet, and we haven't promised anything out of it yet. Yes, there are companies that they will sell you a DLC season pass, $30, $40, right? You're talking half the price of more of the cost of the base game. They don't even tell you what you're going to get. Well, there will be some more story-based content, and maybe there'll be some challenge content, and that's it. And then you're like, damn. Like,
damn.
People would buy it. They would, because what it is, people get so hyped for a certain game, especially if it's a AAA game. They get so behind the hype that game's going to be amazing and blow you away, especially if it's an established franchise. This is like part 2, part 3. They will buy the DLC season pass before you even know what's in it, right? And I did that. I was a huge fan of the Batman Arkham series. I thought Batman Arkham Asylum and Arkham City were outstanding games. And when Arkham Knight came out, I said, it's the close of the trilogy. There's going to be story-based content that we're promised. I will buy the season pass. I bought it at launch. It was the biggest regret. Because
the best part is that they literally said what was in the season pass. The Rocksteady put out a whole statement about it. They listed all the DLC for the season pass. But okay.
It really only had 2 story-based DLCs. One that had Batgirl, right? And I can't remember what the other one was. I can't remember if it was Nightwing or somebody else. I forget who it was. But there was only 2 story-based DLCs. One of them was like 2 hours, 3 hours long. The other one was like 20 minutes long. There was no meat to this. Everything else was challenges with the fucking Batmobile, skins for the characters, and or garbage content that had nothing to do with the story. If all you cared about was the story of Batman Arkham Knight, the season pass had like no content besides 3 hours worth. That was it. And that was expensive. Wasn't it like $30 or something like that? Seriously, like it was very disappointing, and that I felt so burned spending that money on a season pass that was so impossibly bad that I just said I will not do that ever again, and I haven't. Now, if you
Wrong.
guys haven't noticed,
Hold up.
over the years, I almost never even do the DLCs anymore.
Oh.
What I've noticed is
He did buy the season pass after Arkham Knight. He bought the season pass for Spider-Man. He bought the season pass for Spider-Man.
marked decrease of interest in DLC expansions. If you're a huge fan of something, you'll probably buy the DLC, but to actually get people to come to a stream to watch me play a DLC is actually very daunting. Most people aren't. I would say the exception would be the From Software games. People usually like to see me do From Soft expansions. Particular Dark Souls. People love to watch me do the Dark Souls expansions.
People want him to play the Neo 2 expansion, and he never did. And he said, you don't care about it, but people were demanding it.
But outside of that, maybe like the Fallout franchise, you know, that kind of stuff. But even recent games, Outer Worlds, never went and played the DLC for that. Most RPGs get DLCs, don't play them. Assassin's Creed, I don't play them. You know what I mean? The one exception was actually Pokemon Sword and Shield. And some people actually specifically said, Phil, why did you choose Pokemon to be the DLCs that you played, like the season pass I bought?
Because he had the name scheme going on. He did it because he was like, oh, dude, they're going to pay money to name a Pokemon, dude.
The season pass. Why did I do it for that? I'll tell you why. Because that game was a different kind of game that was considered a chill streaming game for me. That filled a hole in my schedule where those were streams where we didn't have to focus on the game. We could relax, interact, and have fun and not have it be all about the game. And that filled a kind of content in my schedule. You see what I mean? People liked that. People liked the chill streams. So that worked out. But outside of that, most other games, like for example, I just finished Assassin's Creed Valhalla. There's going to be an expansion for it already. The game was over 80 hours. The game overstayed its welcome, and you're going to sell me a DLC expansion? Like, are you out of your mind?
Are you out of your mind?
Most DLCs, I don't really go for them anymore. But if there's an exception to the rule, like there was with Pokemon or maybe a FromSoft game, then I would consider it. Okay? Third question from Haseo X.
Oh boy.
Says, my last question is, did you hear Glenn Schofield, the executive producer of Dead Space, is now working on a new IP called the Castillo or Castillo Protocol. It's supposed to be out in 2022. As we hear more information about it, would you go back and replay any of the Dead Space games? If so, why or why not? Wasn't it just 2 or 3 years ago I replayed Dead Space 2? And I really enjoyed it, but I wouldn't play that again. I would probably either people wanted to see Dead Space 1 again or Dead Space 3 again. I would consider going back and replaying one of them. Solely on the matter of, yes, I would like to get a refresher on those games before we jump into
it's Callisto.
A new game from the same game makers. So I would consider doing that. But I'm excited. I am excited for a new game from those same people. That's going to be very good for me. So
very good for me,
very
dude.
Good for me, like I'm in quality. Like I'm excited. Those games are good in my opinion. So, Doggy Down has subscribed for 18 months. Thank you very much, Doggy Down.
Doggy Down.
I appreciate that. Okay, the next question is from.
I do want to replay Dead Space 2 because I played it on the PS3 and I fucked up my ammo and I couldn't continue. I soft locked myself out of continuing the game. And I was like, this sucks, so I dropped it.
7FX. It looks like we still have about 20 minutes before a break. Okay. Anthony says the following. Hey, Phil, with the recent announcement regarding BioWare's decision to discontinue all future development plans for Anthem, Do
Oh
you think
god,
this decision
come
will have a
on.
significant impact on the live service model frequently used by developers within the industry? Over the past several years, we have seen numerous development studios releasing broken and unfinished titles with promises to eventually patch that game up through various updates provided from a roadmap. A most recent example would be Cyberpunk 2077. While the business model has proven to be successful in certain cases,
Wait,
Sky and Final Fantasy.
he's talking about fucking, like, games as a service. Cyberpunk was not promised a game as a service, and at least, whatever.
14 recovering from really disastrous launches is also proven to be a very risky move made by developers, given the fact that it could give very much leading to financial losses and a damaged reputation. While I myself believe that certain developers have been using the live service model as an excuse to hide their issues when it comes to mismanagement, I'm personally hoping Bioware's recent failure with Anthem will serve as a wake-up call to other developers in order for them to rework their strategies and return to re-releasing finished quality products.
But Anthem didn't fail because it was a looter shooter, whatever the fuck. It failed because the game was bad. Like, it had other issues going on with it. Whatever.
Consumers, please keep up the great work. The live service model for games and games releasing broken is basically the topic at large, okay?
Goddamn.
Here's the thing. Games...
Terribly sorry about that. Goddamn.
When I started on YouTube as a content creator 10, 12 years ago versus maybe 5, 6 years ago to today, we're in 3 completely different climates when it comes to games. We really are. When I started 12 years ago, big AAA games were a few a month, if that. It was like rare that you get a giant AAA game, and indie games also. To even get noticed, most indie games, didn't get notoriety. Now, there's a ridiculous amount of games coming out at any point in time. And I think what's happened is games, sadly, have become more of a rush, rather than rush for quality and a game that's going to be a huge hit because it's a great game and artistic value. It's more money, 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 money. Put out the game to make a buck. Put out the game to make a buck. That's not good. That's where you lose your way. That's why we have so many games today that think they're going to be good. They over-market them, and then they're shovelware when they come out. They're trash. Anthem is a perfect example of that. A game that the game developers themselves the employees have come out and said, we didn't want to make this game, but our parent company, EA, forced us to make a looter-shooter co-op game that's the same as Destiny with a few variations, and the game was fucking boring, and no one liked it, and it failed, right? The games as a service model can work with certain styles of games, don't get me wrong. But when you look at games as a service, the whole concept, okay? Games as a service, who gets the service? Who is the most to benefit from a games as a service model? When you really think about the core aspect of how it works, a consumer is paying you full price for a game up front to get a partial game. Then the promise is, over a set period of time, the game developer will invest resources and time to improve the game and add new modes and features to basically give you value over time that would be equivalent to what you paid when you first got the game. Anyone who even understands finance knows this is a flawed model, because anyone who knows finance understands the value of money today is always going to be less tomorrow. Okay? So if you pay someone for something today, but they tell you, I'm not going to give you that item for 3 years, the value is greatly diminished because your money was worth more today than it's going to be worth in 3 years. You see what I'm saying? So just financially, paying for something today to get it delivered to you slowly over the course of many years makes no fucking sense at all. 0 cents. Okay? Now, if you're talking actual intrinsic value of the game for the customer, that's different, because that could definitely have to do with what they're promising, how quickly they deliver it, if what they deliver is what's promised, and how you receive said content over time. If you feel the value is there, if you pay $60 for a game that only has 1 mode today, but over the course of 2 years that game provides 5 new modes, countless hours of gameplay, new characters, DLC updates, tweaking the game, listening to your feedback, and after 2 years you feel you got an incredibly robust and fun experience out of that game, then I guess games as a service works, right?
But how does that like separate games that sell you season passes, or they sell you a game and then they go, well, you'll get more DLC as it goes? How is that different though?
The question is, how many games actually are delivering on that, and how many are promising that experience, but then don't actually deliver that said experience over time, right? For every success story we hear, No Man's Sky, game that was absolutely bare bones terrible at launch, didn't live up to expectations, but then over 2-3 years, Sean Murray
That
doubled
wasn't
down
a
on
games
fixing
as a
his game,
service,
making it a
though.
robust and more interesting experience for those who actually liked it. That's a success story. Now people buy the game, and it's a crazy good game from what I've heard. Final Fantasy XIV, one of the worst MMO launches in history, completely recovering, flipping on its head, and becoming one of the best MMOs in recent memory. Rainbow Six Siege. How many of you actually played the game at launch? I'm curious, because at launch, that game was the laughing stock of the gaming community. The game ran like shit. The game modes were bugged and broken. The game was barely functional at launch. But within a year to year and a half, they completely revamped the whole game, and now it's one of the biggest competitive shooters there are out there, right? When it comes to team-based gameplay, Rainbow Six Siege is giant, okay? These are success stories. But what happens is, for every success story you get an Anthem. You get a Fallout 76. You get a big company that thinks they can now half-ass it and shove something out there that's not ready to be released, and it ends up being garbage, and then they don't live up to the expectation. Anthem was a game where it was terrible at launch. They promised, don't worry, we'll fix it. 2 years later, the game's completely done. They didn't live up to their promise at all. They lied to you, basically. EA lied to everyone. And everyone got fucked who bought that game. You know what I mean?
But how did they lie if they thought that they were going to continue support of it? They couldn't foresee that the game was going to be a failure.
When you really look at games as a service, the core recipient of value is the game developer and or publisher, because they're going to receive full payment for something up front. Only with the expectation that over time they're going to actually give you a full game experience. They have no obligation to. There's no contract that you signed when you bought the game that said, we promise you we're going to give you a full game. The only promise you get is you're going to get what you get during that initial transaction, and that's it. You don't have a legal leg to stand on. You couldn't sue EA and say, hey, when I bought Anthem 2 years ago, you promised me a full game. You never gave it to me. I'm suing you because you dropped development on it. You took the risk. When you bought that game 2 years ago and you heard what was in it, you took the risk. And because that risk didn't pan out, you got screwed. You see? That is 100% in the favor of the game developer and or the publisher, because they get your money up front and they don't have any obligation to do anything to fix the game. We actually just had a situation with Marvel's The Avengers, where the game completely flopped at launch back in September, and the game developer said, well, we're delaying the launch of the next-gen console versions, and everyone was like, oh shit, does that mean they're even coming out? Or did they...
Them announcing that it got delayed doesn't mean that it got canceled, though. The only person I heard that was saying, did they get canceled, was DSP. DSP was the only person that just assumed that the free upgrade wasn't going to happen.
They take such a loss on this game that they're fucking everyone over. They literally did not have an obligation to provide it. But in their defense, or I don't want to say in their defense, but something positive to say, they are living up to that, and they actually are delivering it this month. And what is it, the 18th of March? They're actually going to give you the free next-gen upgrade and new content in the Hawkeye expansion, all for free. So they, even though the money didn't show up for the game like they expected, no one bought it like they expected it to be a seller like they thought, they're still going to live up to their promises, which is a nice thing. But that doesn't mean that it's going to be that situation every single time this games as a service comes out. Games as a service is atrocious. It's completely anti-consumer. It's 100% in the favor of the developer and the publisher, and people need to wise up. Because here's the thing. You're absolutely correct when you mentioned No Man's Sky or Final Fantasy XIV or Rainbow Six Siege, that those games fucked up at launch, but as a service over time, they improved, and now they're great games. Those are the exceptions to the rule. Those are the few instances here and there where things turned out well. Game developers and publishers should not feel it's acceptable to give you a half-finished game. You're paying them the price of a full game. They should be giving you a full game. And if I'm smashing my mic here because I'm very, very animated.
God,
I'm Italian.
I'm Italian!
When I get animated.
I'm Italian,
You continue
dude.
to give full price, $60 or more. Today it's $70 now for next gen, games, right? For PS5 and everything. And if you continue to give these guys full price for an unfinished game at launch, they will think it's acceptable to do that. You're telling them with your money, when you put down your money and you say, I will give you $60 to $70 for an unfinished game, that publisher now thinks, we did it again. See, we now got them used to that. They're used to paying top dollar for an unfinished game, so we'll just keep doing it over and over and over. That's not good. What you want to do, when you see those games and you think that, oh, no, don't buy them. Do not buy those unfinished games. That's giving the wrong impression. And by the way, I have to say this.
I have to say this.
Don't listen to content creators.
Oh, God.
Who advertise.
I'm so glad I caught this part. Holy shit. This part gets so fucking weird so fucking fast. And
$1 for an unfinished game, so we'll just keep doing it over and over and over. That's not good. What you want to do, when you see those games and you think that, oh, no, don't buy them. Do not buy those unfinished games. That's giving the wrong impression. And by the way, I have to say this.
Now, of course, like, these companies prey on people just kind of accepting games as it is. Like, of course, that's business, dude. But listen, but this part gets so fucking gonzo.
Don't listen to content creators who advertise and push those games. You have to understand something. Content creators are not like me. They are.
Don't listen to content creators. They're not like me. Who's honest. This sounds so cultish. Now, the other thing is that some of these content creators that are pushing this shit, that are sponsored, they put in their titles, it's a sponsored stream. So, of course, you could sit there and realize they're shilling products. But, man, this sounds so cultish.
They're looking to make a buck and make a living. They're going to sit there. They're going to advertise those games because they're paid to. How many content creators at the launch of Fallout 76, the launch of Anthem, where they're playing the games for 1 to 2 weeks under the guise of this is a paid stream from the creator, and people went and bought the games because of that, and the games didn't deserve $1. The games were terrible, and people got...
But if that's the case, then how come Marvel bombed? How come, Anthem bombed? How did these games bomb if people are listening to these, shills? Like, this is what's weak about this argument of him saying, oh, no, shills, man, the content creators. But when you look at the sales numbers, it doesn't translate. So how is this happening?
Got screwed because they believed those content creators were putting out honest coverage of the games when they weren't. It was paid advertisement. This is all part of the big wheel of business. And you have to understand that content creators...
Listen to how condescending this is. He's talking to his audience like they're fucking babies who who doesn't know what an advertisement is. Like, holy shit, dude. Guys, you gotta understand, there's people out there that are shills, and they'll put you in the arm of everything. But it's like, I'm not talking about cuties. Zen nuts. I'm tired of it. That's all I'll say about that.
Creators will push garbage down your throat and make you buy it because all they care about is making money for themselves. They don't care about you, your dollars, or your viewership. All they care about is the money lining their pockets from the big studios when they do these advertisement campaigns. You have to understand that. That's why a company like EA can get away with Anthem. They sold a bunch of copies of Anthem because people were ignorant and believed the game was going to be good because of the hype behind it, not because of the...
But it didn't sell well. If it sold well enough, then why are they dropping it?
Actual game. That's bad. EA should not be getting away with selling Anthem unfinished and then dropping it 2 years later. People should be up with their pitchforks in the air, shoving them up EA's ass, saying, no, this is not acceptable. But it's almost like we've been desensitized to it. It's almost like we've now been programmed to believe.
Yeah, how did they get away with it? They took an L for that game. I mean, it's fucking EA. EA's done a lot of scummy shit anyway. But
gamble
whatever.
every time you buy a video game, and you don't even deserve a good game when you buy one because, hey, it's a crapshoot. That's not good. That's the wrong message to give to EA that they can get away with doing that shit. You know what I'm saying? So.
And how are people not up with their pitchforks when there were like numerous people making videos on how Anthem sucked? But okay.
Please be careful, because when you support bad products,
Phoenix, that's a great point. Holy shit. He took money to make Project 7, right? And then when he couldn't do it, he said that, oh, I never promised I could do Project 7. Okay, so what you're really funding was me. I never promised it. But here, he straight up said that these companies do that and they drop support. And they're fucking assholes. Okay.
Unfinished products, games as a service. For every success story and game that turns around, there's going to be 10 failures that you got screwed over on. And we can't let game developers and publishers think it's acceptable to release unfinished games and charge full price for them, or else that's all we're going to get moving forward. Okay? All right. I think we have time for one more question, and then we'll take another break, because after that we've got two more forum questions.
That
shout-outs for
segment.
patrons and about a few
Holy
Twitter
shit.
questions. Okay. One more question, and then we're going to get a little break here. All right? Okay. Rocks for Doggo asks the following question. He says, I'm actually a long-time watcher, but a first-time caller. I'm wondering, as you've already been around for over a decade so far, how do you see your career going in the future? Outside of upgrades to your streams, as you mentioned previously on streams, do you have any plans to one day wind down or maybe limit your presence online as you grow older in decades to come? I know it can be difficult to predict anything on the internet, but I'm wondering what your long-term goals may be as a virtual pioneer of streaming. Thank you for addressing my question, and keep up the good work. Right now, I like what I'm doing. I like covering the amount of games that I do. I like the variety of stuff that I do. I like being a variety gameplay streamer for you guys, all right? What I would say is eventually, now not now, because now I like doing what I'm doing. Eventually, there's going to come a time when people are going to want something different. And what I'd like to maybe do is branch out from the content that I do and do other kinds of shows.
Oh, this is good.
It's not only going to just
Holy
be about
shit.
gaming. Maybe once a week I'll actually have a show where I talk about current events. I talk about topics. Yes, it would actually have politics.
This dude virtue signaled so many fucking content creators that talked about politics. Holy shit, dude. This dude dunked on all these Twitch streamers that were talking about politics, saying, oh, these people are trying to manipulate you. Oh, they talk about politics to start drama, unlike me. You guys come here to get away from that. And now he's like, well, when I get older, I'm going to talk about politics. I'm going to talk about him, dude. But I thought that's bad. He said it was bad and manipulative that these streamers were talking about politics so that they could get money. That they would whatever the fuck. I can't remember the exact issue, but he read so hard about other streamers talking about politics, and now he's like cuddling up to the idea. So just another one of those things that he shits on because he isn't doing it, but once he does it, it's going to be cool, interactive, and different.
Included in there. All right? And I would give you my opinions and my takes, and we could have discourse about those things on a dedicated show.
Now he wants to have then he says he's going to have discourse. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god, his chat is trash, and he wants to talk about politics with them. Oh my god, that's gonna be fucking rough, dude. Like, even I I try to just not talk about it a lot. I mean, I bring it up here and there, to a point where it's like, whatever, but it's like, even I don't feel comfortable getting really, really into it. But this dude who gets so worked up that his chat has a slightly different opinion than him, and his chat is fucking trash on top of that. Oh my god, it's gonna be fucking rough, I tell ya. He got mad at so many of the temporary pog champs. Yeah. Oh my, that's another good point. He got mad at he tweeted about it too. He was like, oh yeah, Twitch faked this guy who's a pag champ who got very political. I talked about racism. Oh my god.
just for that.
Get out of
Rather
here.
than it being wedged into my gameplay content, it would be a dedicated show where we don't just talk video games and I'm not playing a game. It would be us actually having discourse. I would basically that week I would take all the things that I feel are newsworthy and sit down and talk about it, and we could all have different discussions and different things.
Oh my god.
It would be like an ongoing podcast.
This sounds like
of a
fake
variety of
news.
topics where we could have that kind of discussion. All right. I feel that would be worthy. There's enough people out there who like my takes and my opinions on things. I think if anything, over the last couple of years, people have started to realize Phil is not the biggest asshole on the planet.
Who?
He actually has interesting takes and things on stuff that maybe can add
Who?
some insight, and maybe there'd be an audience.
The
for it.
Quarter
There
Man?
would be a huge audience, but doing that would actually be interesting to me because that would mean I don't have to hyper focus on gameplay every moment that I'm on a stream, and instead we could have a variety of stuff to talk about. Okay, maybe that could branch out to have dedicated shows on certain topics.
Oh, you're right. God, Phoenix. He doesn't have the cool interactive hairstyle. Holy shit, dude. He bamboozled us.
I don't know. I would like to do that. I would like to have an ongoing online presence, even if I'm not a gamer to the end of days. I would like to have an ongoing online presence where people like to
Yeah,
come with
Ludwig, I can see it right now.
Okay, guys. Get this. I did a video, so we did a stream where I talked about,
President Kamala Trump's plan of shipping trees to Africa, and I said it was like a stupid idea, right? Fucking the Destiny Quarterman fucking tweeted about me and said that I was a fucking ignoramus, dude. He's a fucking idiot. He said that my takes are bad and rag. No, they're intellectual and smart. I did research on like the Destiny Quarterman's fucking content, and now he's calling me fucking racist. He's a fucking small brain baby, dude. And it's just gonna be that. It's just gonna be him saying that people who are calling him out are dumb and they're wrong and he's right. Expect a 1 hour long manga come on video.
and have discourse, and we can do that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm certainly not saying that's going to be immediate, but maybe that's something that I could do long term. Outside of that, will I ever phase it? I mean, the thing is, could I phase out streaming? Yeah. What would I do? I have to get another job then. You know, my opinion on my future as a content creator has completely changed in the last 2 years. And here's why. In 2019, I went and visited my parents in Connecticut. At that point, financially, I was in a really bad position. I had debt up to my eyeballs, no way to pay it, no out in sight. And I had a serious conversation with my parents about it, and it was determined that two things had to happen. Number one, I had to make a financial change, i.e. declare bankruptcy. There was no way I was going to be able to ever pay out my debt anymore. I was going to ruin my life if I kept trying. And number two, that I was going to have to try to make some kind of a change when it came to my work, because obviously it wasn't working out. There was no way that I was going to be able to maintain a life for me and my family, my new wife, if I was going to keep doing this for a living because of the shut that's happened to me over the years. The highs and lows, getting screwed over.
The shut, dude.
Now, that was 2019, all right? I was fully on board with a plan that eventually I was going to try to phase out from doing this, and I was going to try to do something else outside of streaming, and I would do maybe half and half. I would have a job here, stream some, and then, and see how it worked, maybe eventually phase out streaming completely, all right? Then 2020 happened. COVID.
No, this is fucking stupid. Think about this for just a hot second, right? COVID happened in 2020. 2021, we're already rolling out vaccines. People are states are slowly phasing them in. All this shit's going on. We have masks. We have this. We have that. Things are happening. Things are rolling. But this plan wasn't gonna go into effect at all until, what, 2030, let's say. So, how does a pandemic that started in 2020 affect something that was gonna happen in 2030? If he was gonna get a job in 2030, so how does 2020 shit affect 2030? Now, unless he's going with the idea that hiring is gonna be different, or that like maybe there'll be more pandemics. I don't know what the fuck. They're good. They're good. It's gonna be figured out by then. Like, and what job was he gonna get? Like, what was he gonna do? Because the job, if he was gonna get the job that he had before, let's say, I'm sure he could do it at home. If he was going to do a job that was like retail or whatever the fuck, he wears a mask. Like, this is like fucking nonsense. This is just a straight up excuse to not do it. And that's what this is. This is just him coming up with excuses to not do the thing that he was never gonna do. It was so obvious that he wasn't gonna do it. And he's finding 2020 to be an excuse to not do it when the thing he was gonna do wasn't gonna happen until 2030. Jesus, dude.
And if anything, what that showed me was that if I had made a dramatic and drastic change to my lifestyle like I was planning on doing, I probably would have lost everything.
How? How is he gonna lose everything if the stuff that he was gonna do is gonna be long after this? By the time this was all gonna go into motion, the vaccine would have been rolled out. How does this make sense?
I probably would have lost this house.
How?
I would have lost everything in this house. Who knows what would have happened with us? You know, me and Kat, we would have had to move to somewhere probably terrible because we couldn't afford anything anymore. Like, I would have had no income. I imagine if I quit streaming and just went out there and got a brick and mortar job, and then does it exist anymore because of COVID?
But you weren't applying for a job in 2020. You're applying for the job in 2030, dumbass.
Right? How many people lost their jobs, got laid off last year because of COVID? Or had to dramatically reduce the amount of hours they work, change the amount of income they get? It would have been the end. It seriously would have been the end for me. And
And this is also dumb. Okay, payday's been cut, let's say. Okay, fine, they got cut. Whatever. He's also gonna stream. He also has Patreon. Like, what? Ugh.
Everything would have fallen apart with my life. So, it's almost like, again, I hate to say it, my life is just luck. Like, I've had so much luck over the last 12 years. I was in the right place, right time to start up on YouTube and become popular when I did. It's just like these things line up. And last year, thank God, I was still a live streamer, and last year, I was able to still work and provide, you know, my bankruptcy went through.
Time to flex on all those people who lost their jobs.
Doing what I do. Now my streams are getting more attendance, get more support than ever before. It's true.
No.
Right now I'm growing. My overall base things like subs and things are growing.
Nope.
It's amazing. People are supporting.
All these subs are gifted, and he's gonna get gifted more subs to hit the sub goal. And all his subs are gifted. His natural subs, the people who resub actively, would probably bring him between 400, 500. But all these subs he has are gifted. 500 on a good day on top of that.
Saying we want you to keep being a content creator. We feel what you do is pertinent, has meaning to us. You are still pertinent, despite the fact you've been around for 12 years and so many other people have vanished into the ether. You're still here, and that means something.
Who are these people who vanished? Mega64 is still around. AVGN's still around. Nostalgia Critic's still around. PewDiePie's still around. Whatever.
And what I have has intrinsic value enough that they want to support me to keep being here every single day. That's awesome. And that's the overwhelming message you guys gave me in the last year during these tough times of COVID, is that you guys told me, Phil, you were a rock for us. You were here every day streaming. We were entertained for free at a time.
I don't know who you are. Shut up.
Was falling apart and being inconsistent and changed. You were still here to entertain us, and we love that. So thank you for that feedback. What you're telling me is you don't want me to go anywhere. If I had phased out streaming or whatever and did something different, I might have lost everything, and you guys would have felt like it was a giant loss. So for me, I want to keep doing what I'm doing. But yes, long term, I may need to diversify it. It may not just be the old man. You know, when I'm 60 years old, am I going to pick up a controller and play a video game all day? Probably not. Will I still play games when I'm 60? Probably yes. But it's not going to be the capacity I'm doing it today. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be dramatically reduced. I'm going to need to change up my formula to do different things. And that's okay.
That's
Diversification is okay. I've been there, done that before. Back on YouTube, I diversified before, remember? I can do that with my streams. I can do it so that some streams are gaming, some streams are talk, and other things. You know what I mean?
No matter what you wheel me out, that's what you told me.
That's kind of my idea. Now, is that happening in the short term? No. Right now, things are good. Things are liking what I'm doing. No one's clamoring for me to change who I am or what the content that I put out. The content I put out is valued enough that you guys are supporting it. Let's keep it successful. Let's keep it how it's going. But long term, will I institute some changes? There's a possibility. Okay? All right. Really quickly, I just got to check on a couple things. Dark Lord Stan, I'm not even going to address what you said because it's incredibly stupid.
Incredibly stupid.
All you got to do at one point is take a look at any streamer who's putting out a paid advertisement stream. That's all you got to do. Any paid advertisement stream is not legit content. You're watching a paid advertisement. That's why they have to label it as such. Like,
how do you know it's not legit content though? Oh, because it says sponsorship? Okay,
I don't
whatever.
understand.
With that logic, then is that Hori controller review not legit because it was sponsored content?
How you don't understand this concept? I really don't. Like I said, I'm at a loss that you don't understand that this exists. You like deny its existence or something. Super Sly Gaming Cheer says, "Man, Phil, get yo ass." Okay. Local Nomad did a 250-bit cheer, which is the biggest cheer of the day. He says, if your stream ever goes in that direction, could you see yourself teaming up with someone else to take pressure off producing all the content you do, or prefer to roll solo? I don't know. You know, I don't know content for a while,
bruh.
With John Rambo,
fucking you want to be solo? Just say that.
Split the load. Obviously I had my own solo content, but once a week he would come over, right, and we would do co-op gameplay.
We would
also do our wrestling commentary show. And that day was so different for me. Because
I'm trying to crave Persona 5 Royal,
While
damn
the rest
it.
of the week kind of felt like work, that day didn't feel like work. I just felt like I was hanging out with my friend and putting out a fun variety of stuff. When you have someone who you have conversation with, or you have a good way to work back and forth with that person, you know what I mean? A good interaction. Not only does it add to the robustness of the content, but it makes it easier. It does. Would I consider at some point in the future maybe doing a breakout style content where I cross over with someone? Maybe. But things would definitely have to change around here. It would have to be that I'm not constantly stalked, harassed, and having my life trying to be ruined by a bunch of very messed up people, okay? Because anyone who's going to do a podcast with me or a show with me is going to then become the target. The ire of those people will be redirected towards those people, and that person or persons wouldn't deserve that, okay? So it would have to be an interesting situation. And things change.
He's literally just saying never. But he wants to make a victim segment out of it.
In the short term, here's how things could definitely change. In the long term, YouTube becomes more strict and cracks down on that kind of content. Twitch becomes more strict and cracks down on that kind of content.
Now he says and Twitch, but he said Twitch was though. That's the problem. When Tevin was banned off of Twitch years ago, whatever, DSP was bragging pretty much, saying like, oh, well, you see, Twitch banned his ass because they don't want any toxic bullshit on their site. They're positive, unlike YouTube. Twitch said no more of that shit. But now they're not, you don't crack down on it, I guess. But he said that they did, but now they don't. I guess when he got unbanned, he was like, God damn it, Twitch needs to crack down harder, dude.
And law enforcement actually becomes more strict and cracks down on that kind of content. Instead of everything just being okay on the internet, the harassment ends. People can't do that shit anymore. They can't just fucking try to ruin someone's life with slander and defamation and conspiracy theories that aren't true. If there was a crackdown on that shit, things would be better for everyone. And then I could say, you know what? Fine, because if anyone tries to say that shit about me, boom, they go to fucking jail, and then I don't have to worry about it anymore, right? Okay.
I don't think that if you slander someone that you go to jail for that. I think they'll probably have to pay a fine or whatever. I don't think the punishment is jail time. Whatever, fuck it, who cares?
But I certainly don't foresee that happening anytime
I'm
soon.
not a lawyer. I'm not Saul.
Not Saul Goodman has resubscribed for a whopping 44 months of support.
You say I'm a bad video games, bam, jail time. I started
watching your Divinity Original Sin 2 playthrough. I'm liking it so far. It's a hard game to learn, but the more the more observant the combat, the more you observe the combat and you see how the AP works, it becomes pretty fun. Yeah, and every time I've played it 3 times so far, every time I've played it, I've learned. The viewers are helping me a ton, and I'm looking forward to 2 more sessions this coming week. I think it's going to become better and better the further I play it. All right, ladies and
The
gentlemen.
more he plays it, it's just becoming
It's
Morrowind.
time for a break. Let's take a break again. If you're watching,
Look how excited he was to announce the break. He was so excited. He was like, a break!
Is from James Nichols, and he has a pretty long and lengthy question.
Oh boy.
Okay, let's see what it is. This looks pretty long. James asks the following: Phil, I've been following you since Metroid
Wait.
Other M.
Did he title these wrong? Because this mentions games as a service, my future career, and finale. The games as a service was in part 2, and the future career was in part 2. So why does... Okay.
way back in 2010, and you've been part of my life over the last 10 years. I've been a fan of yours through the highs and lows, all the controversies and drama. While there's certainly been things I've disagreed with you on, or times when you've done some things wrong, you still remain one of my favorite content creators, and I can't thank you enough for pushing forward positively and continuing on in spite of the ungodly amount of hate that you receive. As cheesy as it sounds, you're an inspiration, so thanks for keeping on and staying true to yourself. Over the last few years, you've adopted chill streams, where sometimes you play games that are somewhat secondary to the interactions with stream chat and the conversations that you have with your followers. In their modern era...
Oh my god, did you write a fucking essay?
The Division or the Avengers have become popular in spite of their flaws as a result of addicting gameplay and a deep endgame.
Avengers is popular. The game didn't sell very well, but it's popular.
That while repetitive...
What planet are these people living on? I don't think the Marvel Avengers game is that popular. I don't think it is.
It's very relaxing and fun to play in a more chill environment. Oftentimes, these games have positive elements that their initial story-based campaigns fail to fully deliver on, and only people who actually stick around to play them on a regular basis can see that depth that the games have. My question is as follows. What would the developers need to do to any of these games and live service games, that's what I should have said, to any of these live service games, to interest you enough to consider playing one on a chill stream format? Why do you think they failed to interest you up to this point? All right, this honestly is probably not as complex as you're thinking, James. And honestly, this is probably one that's going to be an easy answer, even though that was a pretty big preface to ask the question properly. Just listen to the game you just said. You said the Destiny.
All you need to say is, I had a sickness. It's all he needs. That's all you need to do.
The Division or the Avengers. And you said all these games, if I had played them longer term, would have had more content that maybe you get to feel where the real end game is, or you feel where the real value of the game is, correct? True. Every single one of those games, except for the Division, I played the campaign, and then I went ahead and I did some co-op gameplay, checked out things like the raids in Destiny. I did 1 or 2. And in Avengers, again, played through the campaign and did a few, optional side missions or whatever to see what the game was. Division, I never played. Remember, I played the Division 2 beta or whatever. Or was the Division 2 free? I think the Division 2 was free like 2 years ago during E3 week, and I played it for like 1 or 2 sessions co-op with viewers, right? Okay. So, what's the common thing between all those games you just mentioned? It's very simple. They're all online co-op experiences. If you were to try to play Destiny, the Division, the Avengers, any of these co-op looter shooter games, all right, by yourself, those experiences would be completely different and probably boring and not even possible. You can't do a raid by yourself.
I have played the Division by myself, and it was pretty fun. But I don't know. It is what it is.
You have to have a dedicated cooperative group to play these games with in order to play them at a high level. Correct? I mean, I think I'm correct there. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there are situations where you can actually play those games solo and do well. I don't know. But from what I'm to understand, those are designed at their core to be co-op experiences where each character can have a build that complements the build of another character. One healer, one support guy.
Okay.
All alone. Now, one of the major
Move
things
on, Phil.
about the success of those games
Holy
is that
shit.
you have a team that has camaraderie. You're working together. You're
Oh my
interacting,
god.
communicating with those other
He's
people
saying the same
in the world
shit.
to play with them and to
It's
make
getting
your
maddening.
efforts to do whatever you're going to do in the game successful, right? The raid, big scale raid.
Guys, you get to compliment yourself, you gotta heal in the tank, you gotta have a team to play with each other. In a game, this game, you have camaraderie, you need to work together to complement each other, and to work together on missions, together, in a multiplayer setting, doing together in a game where one person would be a healer to heal you guys, and it's like, dude, you're saying the same shit. This isn't really, it's not a well thought out answer, it's the most wordy fucking answer, dude.
Giant boss.
Dude, this is like the shit you do in college when you're writing an essay and the assignment's like, oh, write a like 5,000 word whatever the fuck on why on rabbits on rabbits, and you're like, well, rabbits are animals that live on planet Earth in the geographical location of this part of the planet, and they live in burrows, and they work together. They have one thumps out when there's danger around. It's like, okay, we get it. The color grading for stuff now is yellowish, almost like Christian.
Waves of minions, taking it on, getting crazy good loot for doing it, right? I get that. I've done that before. I've done that style of gameplay before. Was it necessarily in a shooter? No. I used to play MMOs. I used to play World of Warcraft. I used to play City of Thieves, City of Villains. I've been there, done that. I know how that works, and it works well. When you have a dedicated group of players who are playing games together, and you're friendly with them, you have fun conversation while you're kind of joining in to try to succeed in the game. That's really cool. Admittedly, 100%. I get that. But here's the thing. I'm not a guy sitting on his couch playing games with his friends over the internet. I'm a content creator. I put out a stream that's meant to be entertaining to the masses. You see? Now, 10 years ago, I was doing co-op entertaining to the masses. You see? Now.
Nah. He does the fucking duck lips,
10 years
dude.
ago, I was doing co-op with John Rambo.
Holy
We would
shit.
do co-op games. They'd be fun. Were these kind of games prominent back then? No, they weren't. In fact, they were few and far between when you get a co-op looter shooter back then. But I get it. Having someone to you do gameplay with or whatever, again, it makes it more robust. It makes it interesting. It takes some of the burden of the load off of you that you're the only person putting out a product. Instead, it's two people working together. You see what I mean? And I'm well aware that there are content creators out there right now that they have dedicated teams of people who they team up with online. They do these cooperative games, and it's very entertaining content, and their audiences love it, and they're very successful making that kind of content, okay?
Okay.
But not the case with me. All right. Why? Well, there have been a couple times over the years that I've actually tried to put out that kind of content. Remember when Destiny 2 came out? Not only did I play through the entire game with a co-op team, but then we did post-game content as well. I had 3 or 4 people who I was teaming up with, and we were doing raids and things after the fact, after the main campaign had ended. People hated it. When Apex Legends first came out, was it 2 years ago now? Either 2 or 3 years ago. I think it was 2 years ago, 2019. I teamed up with people like Brian and Kekken, and we had a dedicated party where we would go out and work together and try to survive and learn the characters, and we did well, actually. If you actually look about the month and a half, 2 months that we were consistently playing Apex Legends at least once a week, we did well. We were winning, we were doing good. It wasn't always a win, but we were getting wins by the end there fairly consistently, where every session we would at least get a win, if not more. And it was good, it was fun. Like I said, us chatting, camaraderie, working together, it was cool, it was good stuff. But for whatever reason, it doesn't resonate with my viewing audience.
The reason why it doesn't resonate is because he does such a bad job, like, talking to his audience and talking to his teammates. Like, you watch the video and he just doesn't focus on the chat because this dude has, like, one brain cell, pretty much. Like, he has to focus on one thing at a time because he's a caveman. He can't do 2 things at once. Because that'd be too much. That'd be too much for him.
In fact, I can tell you this. Okay, I can tell you this. When I was playing those games, I was getting feedback that people didn't like those streams. And here's why. Phil, when we tune into a stream, we want to interact with you. We want to have a direct line with you so we can talk with you, let you know what we think about the gameplay that's going on in the game, or you can tell us what you think about what's going on in the game. We want to have you constantly reading stream chat, talking to us, interacting, giving shout outs, etc. When I did those playthroughs, all that stuff had to go by the wayside because I was focused on the game and doing team-based gameplay with other people. When you're constantly focusing and communicating with the people in the game,
Yeah, that too, Ludwig. Like both sides got the short end of the stick because the teammates had to hear "shout out to Bubbity Dubbity for this amount of money," and then you would hear like the chat would just get nothing because then he just sit in silence. Like DSP either sat in silence and all he does when he's with a team is over there, go over there, hurry! Oh my god, there's a guy behind you. Okay, I don't see him anymore. Shout out to shout out to Infinite 54, and he says that he likes penguins. Okay then. And that was it. It was just bullshit all the time. And it's like, it didn't help that he didn't talk to Brian or Kekken. Like Brian and Kekken were having conversations, and DSP would just sit there in silence and had nothing to say.
Can't also focus with a totally other different group of people over here on the laptop. You see? It's too much to juggle. And I guarantee you, people who are successful putting out this cooperative content are not going, yes, we're doing this. Oh, wait, over here, what's going on over here? Oh, shout out. Oh, wait, what's this over here? Oh, what's a shout out?
Well, no one has a setup where the chat is like here and the TV is like there. No one has this setup. The setup is so fucking dumb.
Distracted. I found myself when I was doing that kind of gameplay, especially Apex, having to hyper focus on the game, and then between the matches, oh wow, like six contributions came in between the match. Let me give a shout out, and people didn't like that. People told,
and yet people like Street Fighter and Call of Duty when he told us that I can't give active shoutouts during these games and it has to be between matches. But that's okay. But the one with Apex is bad. Okay.
Told me outright, we're here for you. We're not here for Brian. We're not here for Kekken. If we wanted to be here for them, we'd go watch them stream. We're here for you.
Okay.
So it's cool you're having that interaction, but we want to talk to you, and you're being distracted, and you're not having that interactive situation or that interactive stream with us because you're talking with those guys, and we don't like that. All right. Now, in addition to that,
is this chat a fucking girlfriend? This dude is like talking as if he's in a relationship with his chat. You guys don't like that, huh?
All right. The content that I used to put out that was co-op with John Rambo, did you notice? Guess what? It wasn't interactive streaming. It just wasn't. That was before I was an interactive streamer. The stuff that was made specifically for YouTube, and then later on we live streamed and then uploaded to YouTube, was just us interacting. That's why it worked. We were isolated. We focused on the game. We basically bullshitted with each other. That's why that stuff worked. Okay? So, for me, if I was going to go full in on playing a game like Destiny, Division, or Avengers, and I was going to have a team of people dedicated to play, great. I would probably enjoy it. I really enjoyed the time that I played Destiny 2 and Apex Legends. Even though I'm not in love with those games, I thought those were really entertaining streams for me because I was hanging out with other people and having fun. But my audience outright was telling me that it was boring. That's why I ultimately stopped playing Apex Legends. I played it for 2 months, and after 2 months, people were
I like how he says that's why he dropped it, but when he dropped it, he said it was because he saw everything that he needed to see.
Tell me, we're not going to come to your streams anymore. Those are boring. We're skipping those streams. We're waiting for you to just hang out with us again. So that's why, you know? It wasn't that I didn't like Apex Legends. It wasn't that, let's be honest. Yes, the game was getting stale, for sure, but then they started releasing DLC content and stuff. Brian wanted to keep playing it. Brian did keep playing it after, I had dropped it. He continued to support the game for a while. I don't think he plays it anymore, but he did continue to support to play it for a long time. But all I have to do, it's very simple. I have to follow the feedback of my viewers. When my viewers in majority are saying,
I wonder,
we don't like that content because you're not interacting with us anymore.
What is DSP doing now?
Back and reassess what's going on. That's why I didn't play Destiny 2 at any length after I beat the campaign, and that's why after 2 months I never played Legends again. If we were a different situation and the audience didn't care.
It's 3:28 and he hasn't come back to game. What happened? Did something happen? Holy shit.
That I wasn't really interacting with them as much because I'm hanging out with other people, I'd be okay with it. But that's the feedback I've gotten, is that
If
people
somebody
are more
says he'll
focused on me interacting
stop
with
coming
them,
if he
so.
doesn't stop playing. Isn't
All right.
that
I received
what?
2 tips. Let me just check on them to make sure that they're real. I want to get lax now and get screwed over. I just want to check on them. We only have a few questions left. We have 1 question left from the forums, a couple from Twitter here, and some shout outs to do. So the show's almost over. All right. Shout out to
Jubbity bubbity.
Eternal Miscreant, who tipped me $5. Thank you very much as you're enjoying the show. And 672 tipped me $6.72 and said, what was the question? The question was, why don't I find myself playing games such as Destiny, Marvel's Avengers, or The Division, which are more games as a service long term? You have to play them online cooperative. Why don't I play that kind of game? Because really, I'm not getting the full picture of what those games are, only playing through the limited campaigns and not going any further. That was the question. Thank you for the tips, guys. We're now up to $65 in tips with about a half an hour left on the stream. We're close, but no cigar yet. All right. The final question from the forums is from Richie7. He says, when you review games, what are the major criteria you use to judge one against another? How important is originality versus a game that may not do anything new but is executed really well? Where do you turn to if you're looking for a review of a game or other form of entertainment? There's objective factors and subjective factors. Objective factors, very big. Length of a game. Difficulty level of a game. Accessibility. How much graphics. Level of graphics, detailing graphics. Right? How level design, originality in the level design. Does it feel like another game you've played, or did they do something completely different that works? Right? There's a million objective things. Length, value, bang for your buck, enjoyability, and of course that's subjective would be like, how enjoyable is the game? Did you actually enjoy the story?
God. What was the fucking question?
This is from Richie7.
Holy shit.
When you review games, what are the major criteria you use to judge one against another?
Oh my god.
Originality versus a game that may not do anything new but is executed really well. Final question from the forums is from Richie7.
Oh my god.
He says, when you review games, what are the major criteria you use to judge one?
Dude, we're 11 minutes in and he's speed reading the question like it's like he's running out of time.
Against another. How important is originality versus a game that may not do anything new but is executed really well? Where do you turn to if you're looking for a review of a game or other form of entertainment?
Okay, so how I review games is based on just my enjoyment period. That's pretty much it. Nothing deep.
There's objective factors and
you know what I look
factors,
for.
Very big. Length of a game. Difficulty level of a game. Accessibility. How much graphics,
how much graphics,
detailing graphics,
how much graphics,
how level
how
design,
do
originality in the level design. Does it feel like another game you've played, or did they do something completely different that works? Right? There's a million objective things. Length, value, bang for your buck.
He just said this.
Enjoyability, and of course that's
subjective
would be like, how enjoyable is the game? Did you actually enjoy the story? You see, there's
the
different
story
things that are objective and subjective, and I try to weigh and balance those when I try to review a game. Not that I even review games that often anymore. I usually don't anymore. Okay, but the problem is with modern reviewers that I found.
Sir, how many graphics does this game have?
Game reviews are subjective. It's 100% opinion.
It has 5.
So you could just
5 graphics.
Just
whoa, 5.
Anything you say in a game review, or you could say a million things about a game to say it's great and then give it a bad score, or say a million things about a game to say it's good, then give it a good or a bad and then it's a good score, and then say, oh, it's my opinion, and that's their ultimate cop out. No, if you're a games journalist,
this dude cops out on his reviews all the time. Oh, you guys don't like my Cyberpunk review? Well, that's just... Oh, no, you didn't review Cyberpunk. Whoops. My Last of Us 2 review is my opinion. Like, this dude cried about so many people, just dunking on his opinion on Last of Us 2, and he's like, guys, it's just my opinion, man.
You should be actually having criteria you use to compare games against each other, so when you give one game a 9 and one game a 4, you can objectively justify that. Not, that's just my opinion. Because if that's the case, then no game review has any value, because anyone could just give any...
Why does game reviews need, a value to them? And the value is just more of, the opinion of the person who played the game. You can...
You can determine the value on how much you agree with the dude. You don't have to sit there and be like, well, what, like, his highest ever reviews are like content, like
anything, any fucking number with no actual frame of reference or any reason.
he gave like Street Fighter 5 like what, a 7 out of 10. So does that mean that Street Fighter 5 is like an average game? So that's pretty good, but the game sucks
for it, right? So fuck it then. Your review's worthless. You're unemployed now. Is that really what they want? Of course not. But they're morons. And they don't want to have any responsibility for what they do. And that's why I don't like games journalism. Okay.
Yeah,
How
take
important
that,
is originality
venomous fat man.
versus a game that may do nothing new but is executed really well? Depends on the person. For example, Ghost of Tsushima. 90% of the stuff that was present in Ghost of Tsushima, I've done in other games. Probably 10% of it was completely original. But that game came together to be one of the most original gameplay experiences I've ever had, and was one of my Game of the Year contenders. You know,
you get bullied for this
game of last year.
Opinion.
Okay? Versus a game that's completely new and different, outside the box. I've never played anything like it before. It blows me away. You know, both are good.
Both are good. Okay.
There's no, oh, this is better than the other. That's more of a subjective decision.
No, fuck that. Fuck Ghost of Sushi. It was so fucking bland.
Your final question is, where do you turn to if I'm looking for a review of a game or other form of entertainment? I don't. I'll just go online and just see, like, if there's a bunch of reviews out, I'll just skim through a few. I'll look at numbers, but you can't. There's no consistent place.
Bro. He just skims titles and, like, the general opinion. Oh my god.
Sadly, like I said, main games journalism, they don't do a good job. They just hide under the guise of it's an opinion, and they think they don't have to justify anything they say or do, which is preposterously stupid. They shouldn't have jobs if that's their fucking... If they're that unprofessional, they shouldn't be paid for their work. Seriously. If you can't justify what you say in a game review because you just...
Guys, ESP is jealous of these game reviewers having a job, dude. Because... This dude gets so mad when people, like, question his work ethic and say, well, he's not professional because he's wearing jammy jams and he, doesn't gel his hair and he doesn't shave. All these things, right? And he says, these people are idiot and they're jealous. They're jealous of my success that I can make money doing this. But these reviewers who get paid to make reviews, oh, these people should not have a job because of this. Wow, DSP, are you jealous of them? Wow, that's fucked up. This guy might be mentally ill, dude.
It's just all opinion. He shouldn't be paid for it. That's my opinion, anyway. Okay. Shout.
He gets so mad about the game reviewers having an opinion, and they end with his fucking rant with, "That's my opinion." Holy shit, dude.
Shouts to the patrons. That's right,
ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god.
There are still people who pledge to my Patreon. And I'm appreciative of every single one of them, because that helps me every month with a little bit of additional income. Yeah, I know, because I don't talk about Patreon that much at all. Almost never these days. But thank you to those who are still ongoing patrons of mine. Shout out to the following people. That's It 007, Christopher Samuels, Rash Bash, Ryukage 99, Archvile 82, Philippe Marcotte, Martin Hoggerud, Malachi Brennan, David Denmark, Pim Evers, Kyle George, Murdoch, Brandon LeBrache, Robert Koger, Fallen 1570, Jack Spartacus, Joshua Wells, Johans, Big Tone 995, Walter, Daniel Bonk, Stormforce Gamer, Bill Culpa, Wesley Schwartner, did a question of his, Adam Jones, got that one wrong, Carlos Venega. Man, thank you to all of you for your ongoing patron support.
It was like a semi-doc segment, dude. I'm sorry about that.
All right. Now, Twitter questions. First question's from Filippo Marinara, who says, Phil, I used to love Hate Live, where people could call in and have real conversations with you. It almost felt like a radio show. It was on a whole other level of fan interaction. I miss it. Would you ever consider rebooting it, even on just a semi-monthly basis? No. Here's why. Because sadly, having that someone to call in is too risky. People have found ways to find out information about me and my internet, like my IP address, and then they dox me, and then they fucking DDoS attack me, and I can't fucking put out my content anymore, all right? The times when I was doing those, you're talking 5-6 years ago, if not longer, but when I was using Skype and stuff, and since then people were able to find out my IP, there's no way that I could take that kind of risk anymore. There's no reason why I can't do a live interactive show just with people in a text format where there's zero risk, and that's what I do. So, yeah, I'm not going to be taking chances having live callers come in anymore. Plus, let's be honest, half of them were trolls anyway. So
Half of them were
pretty much a
trolls.
waste of time.
That's kind of wrong. So Mr. Hut Stuff uploaded videos on the people who called in during the Hate Live segments, and they all sounded like honest fans. Like, there might have been like 2 callers or whatever the fuck, but I mean, to say that all of them were trolls is pretty unfair and pretty shitty. So, whatever.
At this point. Sean,
Now it would be all
ask
trolls.
the following.
Back then, not so
Resident
much.
Evil 4 remaster being rumored to release in 2022. You have any plans on going to do a Resident Evil 4 retro playthrough? I, for one, love your original Resident Evil 4 playthrough, but it lacks the modern feel. There was no cam. There was no live audience. I think it would hype the remaster more. Yeah, I remember I played Resident Evil 4 the year after Resident Evil 6 came out. Resident Evil 6 was, what, 2012? It was either 2012 or early 2013. And so I played Resident Evil 4 around probably like 2014, 2015. I think I did direct capture, but you're right. It definitely wasn't an interactive live stream. There was no webcam, so no face cam. There was no chat. There was none of that. It was just me playing it as if I was playing it offline. And I remember enjoying the game, but there are some really difficult parts of it. In particular, there's one part where you have to do something with a crank, and these enemies keep coming nonstop, infinite spawns. It's really annoying. I remember that. And then there's the part where the girl is following you, and you have to like try to get her safely.
Girl.
She's so fucking slow that it's insanely annoying. Excuse me.
Now since I played RE4 so many times, I'll be honest, I kind of liked Ashley as a gameplay mechanic. It was kind of, I don't know, it added to like some of the fun of it, where it's like you're doing trick shots or like doing, I don't know, I felt like more badass doing it, but whatever.
So that being said, I do think the game is good, and would I play it again? Yes. However, why would I play it again if they're just going to remake it and I'm going to play the remake next year? Like, that would kind of be like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Would people enjoy seeing me play the classic this year and then the remake next year? Right? I guess that would be the question. If that's the case, do people want to see it when? Over the summer? The thing is, these questions keep coming up. Phil, will you play this retro game then?
Now, he says this, why would I play this game if they're remaking it? You wanted to replay Final Fantasy VII before the remake. But okay.
This game, it's like, of course I will. But the question is there demand for it? Would people like to actually see me replay the original Resident Evil 4 over, say, the summer, and then next year do the remake? Or is it too much? Would you just want to see me do the remake next year and that's it? That would be the question, and that's a question for you. That's not a question for me. That's a question for you, the viewer. If you want to see me play Resident Evil 4, why not tell me? We're now in the midst of people voting viewer's choice for the upcoming viewer's choice playthrough. Resident Evil 4 was not among the nominations. You see what I'm saying? There's opportunity for me to play these games, but it doesn't seem like people ever really bring them up or nominate them. So, Angel Devilish cheers.
Why are you watching Brokeback Mountain?
Horse with a cowboy hat like that?
Because I
own a cowboy hat.
Look, I've never seen Brokeback Mountain before, and it won an Oscar, so I kind of want to experience it. To see if it is worthy of an Oscar. So, that's what I do. If something gets nominated, I gotta see it. I gotta see see if I agree with the Academy. See, that's why.
Not have to own a horse. You know that, right? Like, common sense.
Common sense,
all right,
obviously.
Richard Perez asked the following: what are your thoughts with Nintendo possibly releasing a new version of the Switch with a bigger display that is OLED and possibly putting out 4K resolution when docked? You think it'll be worth upgrading at this point? Thanks, Phil. Keep up the entertaining content. Well, here's the truth. If they do that, number one, you will not see any improvement on any existing games because none of the games run at 4K. All the existing games for Switch are designed for the current Switch, right? Including all the...
What about the current games on PS4 that were not made when the PS4 Pro was announced? This is such bullshit because this is just him like holding double standards against Nintendo for no reason.
Mario, Breath of the Wild, Mario Odyssey, they're all just going to be the current resolution. You're going to get upscaled. It ain't going to look any better. Okay, that's number one. Number two, if game developers say, oh, there's a new Switch with more processing power, it can run at 4K. Now they have to put extra time and effort to make their game have a dual output. For most people, they're just going to have the base Switch. So they have to make sure that any game they put out runs on the base Switch. That's their primary customer base. For the
What about the PS4 and the PS4 Pro?
20% of people that'll run out and buy the new Switch in the in the customer base. Now they have to I have to please them too, so I have to make a 4K version. You're basically creating double work for a game developer. You know what I mean? Now maybe Nintendo's first party companies won't care, but I could definitely see the third party companies who already are having a hell of a time trying to port games to this current Switch, now having to develop your game for two different consoles could be pretty frustrating. I certainly would like to have Nintendo games at higher resolutions. Like, why the hell can't we get Mario with the same level of detail and definition that we could get Assassin's Creed?
Why
Seriously,
this comparison?
Mario. I'm just saying, you could have a ton of detail and things in a Mario game and make it look great. They don't usually do that. Nintendo always claims they're the company that doesn't want to compete graphically. They're not in the same competition with everyone else. If that's the case, why are they releasing a new Switch with a bigger screen, better quality with OLED, and 4K resolution?
If they are doing that at all.
The thing is, there was a console with an OLED screen. It was called the PS Vita. It failed miserably, and, doesn't...
It didn't fail because of the OLED screen, DSP. What are... Dude, he must be drunk again.
Exist anymore. Reason it failed miserably was the game selection. Wasn't great. It didn't have enough great killer games for you to warrant a $300 to $400 console purchase. The Switch does, I feel. The Switch does actually have a ton of great games, so if you actually did get a Switch with this new screen or whatever, maybe it wouldn't fail. Plus, everything Nintendo touches is fucking gold, let's be honest here. Besides the Wii U, everything else. I mean, they made little stupid figurines that do absolutely nothing of any use, and people ran out and bought them in the millions. So everything Nintendo does ends up being successful because of their rabid fan base. So, I feel that if they did release a new Switch, yes, it would sell. You're going to have people who are just Nintendo fans who are going to run out and want to buy it anyway. To me, would there be value? Probably not. Like, the value for me, I guess, instead of... I guess it would slightly improve the graphics of games, but I don't use my Switch handheld. My wife does. She plays Animal Crossing. But outside of that, we don't use it handheld. So
wait, she's playing Animal Crossing? I thought... Didn't he say that she stopped playing it because it's boring now? I don't know
what the difference of having a better OLED screen would be. So, there you go. Dcash 2012... It looks like they tipped me. I just want to make sure it's really them again. I'm very paranoid about checking these, and I apologize, guys, but I do get paranoid. I'm worried that if I stop checking and I start trusting, I'm going to get screwed behind the scenes, and I don't want to get screwed behind the scenes. You know what I'm saying? Okay, let's see here. Now, wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. Huh? Alright, I don't want to delay the stream. It's just confusing because I'm doing the math here, and it doesn't even add up. It's almost looking like it's possible that tip from many days ago did clear. Which still wouldn't make sense because it still wouldn't add up. It would still be off. Well, to Will, son of Aragorn, I have a question for you. If you could take a look and let me know, did your tip clear? Because if it did... That's awesome that it cleared. Because it looked like my total on my PayPal account went boop like this, but I'm doing the math and adding what that tip would have been plus this isn't correct. Anyway, yes, this is a verified tip. So Dcash 2012 tipped me $1.30 and says, would I consider doing a 24-hour Ask the King? Absolutely not. I can barely go as long as I do now. My voice gets worn out. So I could never go 24 hours. That would not be possible. Looks like I got another tip. Hold on. Oh, Wilson of Aragorn says no. It says to him it's still pending. So I don't know what happened then. You know what might have happened?
What?
I might have had a long-standing tip that was charged back, and it might have finally been found in my favor. Oh, wait a minute. No. I know what happened. I got a tip. Yeah, here we go. I just received a $37 tip from Silent Bob. That's what happened. And I didn't see it. It didn't pop up. See, because here's what happened. You guys remember that I had to change from Streamlabs over to Stream Elements, and I still don't know why. They still never answered me. They just ignore me. So I guess I got shadow banned with no explanation at all. Who knows if it was intentional? Who knows if it wasn't?
He got shadow banned? That's not what shadow banning means. He thinks it means that he thinks shadow banning means that you just get banned without any like explanation. But shadow banning is that you're still on the platform and you can still use it fully. It's just that it won't have the same outreach as an unbanned channel, whatever the fuck.
A technical issue. I guess I'll never know because they're not answering me. But there were a few people who actually would tip me on a daily basis, and they weren't actually on the live streams. What they would do is once a day they would send me a tip through the Streamlabs link, and I would get it, and they would say, here's your tip, and they would say the message that they wanted or whatever. And Silent Bob was actually one of those people. And then what's happened is they go to send a tip, the link doesn't work anymore, so now they just send it kind of directly to my PayPal, but I don't know it until I check my PayPal, and I'm like, wait, what? Oh, there it is. So thank you, Silent Bob. That's a $37 tip from Silent Bob that I just got.
Wait.
They just send it kind of directly to my PayPal. And the message that they wanted or whatever. And what they would do is once a day they would... But there were a few people who actually would tip me on a daily basis, and they weren't actually on the live streams. What they would do is once a day they would send me a tip through the Streamlabs link, and I would get it, and they would say, here's your tip, and they would say the name and the message that they wanted or whatever. And Silent Bob was actually one of those people. And then what's happened is they go to send a...
Wow. So DSP admits that he gets tips off stream, but he doesn't give him full shoutouts. Pretty cool, huh?
The link doesn't work anymore, so now they just send it kind of directly to my PayPal, but I don't know.
Oh, sweet. Now it goes directly to their PayPal. This dude is so honest. Oh my god, this dude's amazing.
My PayPal, and I'm like, wait, what? Oh, there it is. So thank you, Silent Bob. That's a $37 tip from Silent Bob that I just got. Okay. And then it looks like I got another tip.
No, it's not from Judgment.
Here. I gotta make sure this one's real. Yes, this one is from Sishin, who tipped me $4.18. Says, do I ever intend to resume my Salt and Sanctuary playthrough? It was really fun to watch. Too bad you stopped. If you remember, that game, if I remember, was during a marathon. Now, I don't remember if the marathon was particularly... I don't remember if the marathon was like an Indies marathon or if it was done for a Halloween marathon.
Probably Indies.
But I always leave it a possibility during those marathons. I say, if you guys would like me to continue one of those games, I would absolutely consider it because I own them. I bought them for the marathon. It's a no-brainer that I would actually continue to play that game. It's one that I own, there's no skin off my back, no risk. So, of course, the answer is yes, I would consider it. But I don't think any considerable amount of people have actually asked me to continue that playthrough at all since I played it during a marathon. I think it was a couple of years ago, right? So, sadly, I never really considered it. If anyone wanted it, yeah, again, I do viewers' choice events, right? I do viewers' choice events, and these games could easily be nominated and easily be picked as a playthrough game, but that one just never made it, okay? Thank you for the tip. Wilson of Aragorn cheered twice. First year he said, the tip from the other day still shows as pending. And he cheered again. He says, I've been watching it since Monday. Okay, thank you. Because I'm keeping an eye on it, too. I thought that might have been it, and I would have obviously added to the total and given a shout-out. But
obviously you would, right? But then... I X'd it out on that.
Jory Seinfeld, resubscribed for 10 months, says, what's Jasper been up to? Keep up the good work. And P.S., please bring back Morrowind.
No, fuck Morrowind.
Jasper's cool. Jasper was actually just running around the house being silly.
Jasper is cool.
This morning, he was jumping on the counter. He was smelling the salt pork that I cut to put into the sauce.
Man.
And he tried to lick it. I was like, no, I stopped him. But Yeah, he's a silly cat. He tries to get into everything. But he did not like the smell of the garlic, and he hightailed it out of there when I started cutting the garlic, which is pretty funny. And by the way, starting tomorrow, Jasper will be joining us for daytime streams. You'll be able to see him tomorrow. Good stuff.
Maybe.
Frankie Peller has subscribed to the channel for 2 months. Thank you, Frankie Peller, for the resub. Very nice. All right, so I believe Wilson of Aragorn just tried to tip a smaller amount to see if it would go through. Let's look here.
Yeah, I hate Morrowind. I really don't like that playthrough. I'd much rather have him play Fall Guys than that.
And it's verified. So thank you, Wilson of Aragorn. He says, sorry about stuff being messed up. Monday's tip didn't clear yet, but I'm curious if this smaller one will go through. It did. So thank you, Wilson of Aragorn, for a $10 tip. It did go through. Thank you for that, man. And
Jasper hype.
We're all good on this end. It just sounds like larger tips your bank for some reason is gonna hold up. So,
that's pretty funny.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
That is pretty funny.
Over, by the way.
His bank is Will's bank is like, you're giving how much to this dude? I don't know. But I think he later on said that he went either through like a checking account or whatever bullshit. It's like, why the fuck would he do that?
But we still got 2 more questions left. PW Dubs asked the following. He's banned from the chat, but I still answer his question on Twitter. He says, what do you feel like is left to accomplish so far as a streamer? You're already a highly successful Twitch partner. Do you have long-term goals? I actually already answered that. I forgot I already answered that. I want to diversify my content eventually. I want to do other stuff than just gameplay. I don't want to do that now because I love the gameplay. But I realize as I get older, I'm not going to be the most pertinent guy to be playing games anymore. And in addition to that, I'm not going to have...
It's funny he says this, but there's literally like 80-year-old people on Twitch playing video games.
Coordination and responses I need
to
succeed at a lot of games. I'm not going to be able to play tougher games anymore when I get older, right? So I want to do other stuff. I'd like to do it. If anything, the last few years, being an interactive streamer has shown me that being kind of a host of a show where I could talk with you guys and hang out and interact, it would be a great idea, and that's the kind of stuff I want to do when I diversify in the future. Okay? The last question, by the way, the vest poll is about to end. The last question is going to be from Snow White. But let's see which wins the vest poll first. Let me grab the vest.
Grab the vest.
PW Dub's banned because he was being an asshole.
Grab the vest. The best vest is the vest.
Conspiracy theory, just being a jerk. All right, beige. Beige vest.
The beigey, dude.
Fresh, like right out of the wok. Appreciate that. They've been missing for years. I suspect that they're in your basement. Sounds like a new conspiracy theory. I'm just kidding. That's not what the question was. The question is actually as follows. Console restocks have been an absolute disaster.
Oh,
with
boy.
websites selling out in less than seconds, to the PlayStation 5 Direct's unfair random queues, and in-store stocks won't even be seen supposedly until Christmas time this year. When do you think PS5 will be back in stores, and when do you think everyone will have a fair chance to get a PlayStation 5 or Xbox
next
Series
year
without worrying about selling out in scalpers?
Pretty easy.
Yeah, I mean, there's two real reasons why everything went to shit with this. The first reason is the pandemic. All right, because of the pandemic, they couldn't sell these consoles in stores anymore. Everything had to be online. All right, and that just opened the floodgates for scalpers to find out ways to abuse all the online ordering systems, buy all the consoles up, and try to sell them for insanely inflated prices that are completely unfair to the consumer. And it's hurting the game companies because they're not selling games on consoles that are sitting around in a warehouse because someone scalped them all. Okay? It's a major problem. The other problem here is, because of the pandemic, they can't manufacture enough of the processors and stuff needed to mass produce these consoles. The production is basically stalled. It's not dead, but it's way slower than normally a console production system would be, so they can't pump out enough new consoles to flood the market so the scalpers won't have control over it anymore. You see what I mean? If they had 1 million, 2 million, 3 million new consoles every month, the scalpers wouldn't be dead in the water. Who cares? You can buy direct from the business no matter what. The scalpers can't buy every single one.
Wow.
So it wouldn't be an issue. The problem is the quantities are incredibly limited with what's being put out there as new, so the scalpers are swiping them all up. Okay? Now, all that being said,
save the castle.
Situation, I don't know. I mean, you would think by the end of 2021 they get their act together. A whole year. Because can you name another time ever in history, a year after the launch of a console, you can't just go buy one? right? Ever. The Switch was very popular for a while, but 6-8 months you could get one. PlayStation 4 I bought on launch day, no problem, and they were fully stocked. Xbox One was the same deal. The last time I can remember there being a major issue was Xbox 360, and the reason was they were all faulty. They were all the whole.
There was also the Wii. The Wii was also pretty hard to get.
First wave of Xbox stock to go. I'd say it probably took 6 to 8 months. Then everyone could get an Xbox 360.
No, I never played the Trails
We've
of.
ever been in this situation before, ever, where you just cannot get the consoles. My wife wants one. My wife, of course, Kat wants a PS5. She's a huge PlayStation fan. She's waiting to play God
Huge
of War Ragnarok.
PlayStation
She wants to
fan.
play the new Horizon Zero Dawn. She loved Horizon Zero Dawn. She played the game twice because she liked it so much.
These games are coming to PS4 though, and I distinctly remember DSP saying, "Yeah, my wife. She's saying like she's kind of happy she didn't get a PS5 because all the games she wants to play are coming out PS4, dude." And Horizon and God of War are also games that are coming to PS4, so she doesn't have to worry.
And she's waiting. She's like, this is bullshit. I didn't know I was going to have to wait this long to get a PS5. Luckily, there's really no PS5 exclusives out. That she's not missing out on anything right now. But she's pissed. She wanted one too.
Pissed,
she can't
dude.
buy. No one can buy this fucking thing. You know? So, it is what it is. I would, my estimate and my hope would be hopefully by the end of 2021, we've got the situation in hand and everyone can get one. I personally want to get an Xbox Series X by the time that Halo Infinite comes out. Okay? I don't know if I'm
Halo Infinite's also going to be on Xbox One.
You know, it's not looking good. It really is not looking good. You have to basically be on alert for a drop in the middle of the night of these consoles to hit retailers, then jump on the fucking website and click through and get it's like a crapshoot if you're gonna get it or not. And I'm sorry, I don't have time for that shit. I got a business to run. I got a life. I don't have time for that stupid shit.
But this is your business, though.
Dumb fuck scalper to do and then try to resell. And no, I'm not. I absolutely positively refuse to buy any console ever from a scalper. I will never do that. That's the worst thing you could do. You're 100% contributing to the problem. And anyone out there who does that, you're contributing to the problem. Anyone who's a content creator.
Now, this is a little silly to go to talk down to people. I mean, in my opinion, I think it's just you should not buy from a scalper because one, it's exorbitant. I mean, nothing's worth the amount that the scalper is going to sell it for. I mean, just wait. All you have to do is wait and you could get it for a better price. Like, there's really no reason to buy it now. Whatever, just wait. Just shut up and wait. But, if something happens to the console, you're pretty much out of money at that point because you don't get a warranty. It voids it because it's like, well, you didn't buy it. So I think it's just better just to sit there and just say, hey, you're not, you know, if something happens to the console, the company won't fucking do shit for you. You have no warranty. You paid more for something that you could just wait a while to pay less for. And to say that I sneak dissing Wings, I wouldn't put it past him. But also depends on how much he fell for that meme too. But he probably is, so probably.
Whoever does that, shame on fucking you. Instead of being a example to your viewers, you did the wrong thing for personal gain. That's fucked up.
Now this dude also went out of his way to say that it's wrong for people to. The way that people were able to buy it on Amazon was through that unofficial link to buy the PS5 that he used. And DSP went on his pre-stream to say that it is wrong that people were able to buy the PS5 through unofficial means. Like, people didn't know they were on Amazon. Only certain people got the storefront link that wasn't even published. He says that, but then he does it. So then shouldn't DSP also be ashamed that he didn't set a better example to his viewers to buy the game the official way? Of course not, because DSP needed it. It's for his business, dude.
Okay, so do not support scalpers. I don't know. I would hope by the end of the year, but I don't have the answers. It's just a unique situation. Okay. Let's see here. So, final shout-outs of the day. Total Scorn cheered. He said, you would fit great as a video game character with a cowboy hat, gunner glasses, and platinum vest. This is not a platinum vest. This is a beige. It's a classic beige. This is the
but he said
vest that
it's
started
whatever
last year, and I love it. It's puffy. It's comfy. It smells great. the hell? There's a hot dog in the pocket here. Look at this. I'm just kidding. Timbo Slice Cheer, he says, what is your cam have a yellow tint today? Is it due to lighting? Yes. What I did is stand in the office so I would have air circulation. Everyone, I've raised. It looks very yellow, has a yellow tint to it. Bright earlier, so I had to have the blinds down. Let's see here.
He was banning
Why
people
do
for
Oblivion
making
choose
fun
it?
of
Why can't Cat use
yellow
your PS5?
tint.
Because it's my PS5 for business. I use it every day for work. How exactly would she use it, bro?
How would she use it? You think that she's gonna play it when I'm not streaming? Are you fucking stupid?
Common sense, motherfucker. Do you have it? The answer is no. Oh.
So you're telling me that you don't game on any other platform? Like she can't play the PS5 when you're playing Ghosts and Goblins? Like, Kat pretty much owns the Switch, right? Kat has been playing the Switch more than DSP. She gets to use that, but Kat is not allowed to use the PS5. Okay, cool.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys very much for a great Ask the King. I really enjoyed this episode. I think there were some pretty good questions. Even though there were maybe one or two questions that are reiterations of things from the past, there was a lot there that weren't. And I had a good time. Thank you to those who submitted questions on the forums. Thanks to those who submitted questions on Twitter. We're out of time. We don't have time for stream chat questions. Sorry about that, because I knew that might happen because I knew I was starting a little bit later.
Can you just answer stream,
Italian
whatever.
Sauce, but it is what it is. Now, the next episode of Ask the King is scheduled for mid-May. I think it's actually May 13th, something like that. Now, that may change, because if you guys have seen the game's release schedule, you release nonstop. You guys seem to like it. Best way to submit questions now, you can actually submit your question. All right, next show. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. That was a good episode. I had fun with that. I hope you guys had fun with that.
Oh, I did the meme.
And I hope
he made the face that's his Twitch.
Next time around on Ask the King. Sound good? Everyone, please have a good evening. Peace out, and I'll see you next time.
All right. All right, guys. Let's see what. Oh shit, dude! He came back.
I don't think we have water damage, right? What's this one?
Oh shit! He's gonna hit the goal.
We'll do water damage. There you go.
Man,
I give him the turtle's claw, which is a better wand. You've seen green apple juice? Where? Where the hell's there green apple juice?
All right, guys. I'm not restreaming this shit. Thank you for watching. I might maybe stream Persona 4 later. I'll let you guys know on my Twitch, Twitter, wherever the fuck you might find me. So get hyped for that, I guess. But till then, I'll see you when I see you. Have a good night, good day. See you probably Fridays, probably when I'll stream again. If I don't stream Persona 5 today, Persona 4 today, I'll stream it Friday. How about that? Or Skullgirls. I'm debating between those two things. So I'll decide by then. But I'll see you when I see you. Have a good day. Maybe I'll see you tonight if I do stream Persona 4. But I'll see you then. Bye-bye.